Aquino is here as well. Uh, Again, I think that many of you have already taken your oaths. Who have not taken their oaths here among the invited witnesses? Commission, how do I address you? Chairman Domingo or Administrator Domingo? Uh, the ComSec will administer the oath. To those who have not taken their oaths, kindly stand up and identify yourself, please, for the record.
I'm Attorney Roderick Consolacion, Your Honor.
From PAGCOR, Miss Andrea Domingo and Miss Jose Tria Jr.,
Ano position?
Special Assistant to the Chairman, Attorney Roderick Consolacion, VP for Corporate and Legal Services Department, PAGCOR. And then, yun lang ba? From BIR,
BIR Sergeant, can you administer the oath, please?
raise your right hand, please. Do you,
Can you please stand up? Are you from the BIR?
ito pa.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I apologize. Can you please state your names and stand up while you do so?
Can you open your mic, please?
Turn on the microphone.
I'm Attorney Jose Cabrera. I'm the OIC Head Revenue Executive Assistant of the Internal Affairs Service of the BIR.
Attorney Cabrera?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
OIC Revenue Executive Division, Attorney Edmond Liadok, Chief Internal Investigation Division,
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Attorney Daniel T. De Jesus, Chief Personnel Adjudication Division.
Anybody else?
We have also the Chief of the National Investigation Division of the BIR, Attorney Vic Villegas.
Yeah, Attorney Victoriano S. Villegas,
All right.
National
Can
Investigation.
you check the vote? Go ahead.
Yeah. Can you raise your right hand, please? Can you stand and raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this investigation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you. You may
Thank you.
begin
As this is an
your seats.
investigation, we want to know if all of you are accompanied by counsel, just in case you may make some statements here. Chairman Domingo, are you accompanied by counsel? Please don't nod.
Attorney Roderick Consolacion, Your Honor.
Attorney Consolation, you are the Consolation Counsel then.
Yes, sir.
All right, and then who else? You're okay. Do you need counsel? BIR? So you don't need counsel. So can you counsel one another then? Can you so we just state for the record that you're all lawyers and that each one of you will counsel one another, because your rights have to be protected just in case. Right? Do I have to read you your rights? All right. This is an investigation. All of you have the right to remain silent. All right. And anything you say or do can be used against you in a court of law. Is that clear? And if you do not have counsel, counsel will be provided you. And as you all have counsels, we're okay then. All right. We shall now proceed. At the last meeting, we were told that Mr. Sombrero was going to attend this meeting. And before I do that, Senator Aquino is on my left and Senator Villanueva is on my right. I don't know if that's good. But anyway, well, you know, it's just like, will you please stop with the peanut gallery? Supposedly, Mr. Argusino was supposed to come here. Is the lawyer, Mr. Argusino, here? I'm sorry. Wally Sombrero, sorry. It's an overload. Go ahead. Yes, can you identify yourself?
I'm Attorney Ted Contacto, Your Honor.
Attorney,
Attorney Ted Contacto, counsel for Sombrero.
is your client here?
No, Your Honor.
And you have contacted him. He's not coming, Attorney
Yes.
Contacto.
I did, Your Honor, but he did board the flight last February 7, but he was refused. He had palpitations and his sugar shoot up.
I have a letter here from Attorney Sombero.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Will the page show him the letter if this is an adequate letter? Did you prepare this letter for him?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
I just want you to identify the letter. Quickly, please, present him.
Actually, Your Honor, please, that signature appearing therein is the electronic signature of Mr. Sombero.
There's a signature there.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
So you recognize that signature.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
All right. Would you like to kindly read the letter?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
May I have it since he has a copy? Do you identify the letter? Is that
Yes,
the
Your Honor,
same?
please. The same.
All right. How do you know that I did not add anything to that letter? You didn't even look at it.
I did, Your Honor, please.
You
I
did, huh?
Yes.
Sige. Go ahead.
Good morning, everyone.
Is that
Eh,
part of the letter?
Yes, Your Honor. No, Your Honor,
Okay.
please.
Now just read
Just
the
a prelude.
Just read the letter.
8 February 2007, Honorable Senator Richard J. Gordon, Chairman, Blue Ribbon Committee. Dear Senator Gordon, this is reference to your letter dated 31 January 2017, requiring me to show cause on why I should not be cited in contempt for my failure to appear before the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee hearing to testify on the matter of Jack Lam / BID alleged bribery scandal. Sir, I learned about this show cause order that was emailed to me by my counsel, Attorney Ted Contacto, very recently. On January 16, we formally informed Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre II about my intention to travel abroad to undergo medical intervention, as I had a series of heart attacks in recent years. The latest was on January 2015 in Las Vegas Airport, where the 911 emergency services were utilized and was confined in Sunrise General Hospital, Las Vegas. Moreover, I also had to attend professional engagement as president of the Asian Gaming Service Provider Association, Inc., a non-stock non-profit SEC registered corporation. I left the country last January 17, 2017 for Singapore and Taiwan. On January 20, 2017, I decided to proceed to West Coast Pacific to accede with the invitation to conduct informal briefings for several principals in North America engaged in international interactive online gaming operation, catering the Asian market, particularly China, Korea, and Japan, comprising the Big Three. I had to assure them about the viability of their expansion plans to install their customer service and other IT BPO operation in the Philippines, despite the uncertain situation in the aftermath of the Fontana IT BPO incident. I would like to respectfully underscore that I have already explained the reasons for my failure to appear before the Senate hearings in my letter to the Honorable Chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee dated January 30, 2017, submitted by Attorney Contacto, who likewise represented me during the Senate hearing held on 31 January 2017. Sir, with all due respect, the confirmation of the persistent reports pertaining to the active threat against me and my family's safety was the primary reason why I opted not to attend the second day of the Senate hearing. As I stated in my letter, my deteriorating health condition, aggravated by the highly stressful predicament I have been enduring for more than 2 months now, was very alarming. In fact, on February 6, 2017, I was set to return to the Philippines from Vancouver via PAL flight number PR119. Copy of my itinerary details and ticket is attached as Annex A and B. But the airport authority and the PAL representative/supervisor refused to board me due to the sweating and shortness of breath that I was feeling while I was about to board the flight. Upon checking by the airport 911 paramedics, it was confirmed that my sugar shot up to 450. I was supposed to be brought to Richmond General Hospital, but I insisted to board the next available flight back to the Philippines. However, I was first told to see a cardiologist before being given the clearance for rebooking. I'm attaching the photos of the medics who tended me as proof of the circumstances I just narrated. At present, I'm still trying my best to secure a clearance from a doctor here in order to board the next available flight in time for Thursday's scheduled hearing. In any case, even as I have already submitted all my affidavits through my legal counsel, I would like to reiterate that I truly wanted to appear before the Blue Ribbon Committee to personally assert the fact that it was a consummated extortion rather than a mere perception of bribery. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay po kayo. Respectfully yours, Wenceslao Wally Sombero Jr., Chief Superintendent Retired, President CEO, AGSPA, Copy Furnished, the Senate President, Aquilino Coco Pimentel III. That is all, Your Honor, please.
Complete the letters with the annexes. There's a ticket here allegedly coming from Vancouver on business class, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Would you like me to do your work for you, or I can do it?
But your pleasure, Mr. Senator.
My pleasure is you should be here.
Yes, Your Honor,
So
please.
don't
I'm
give
sorry.
me a hard time.
Yes, Your
You
Honor.
should
Anyway,
write letter, you show it to us. And tell
yes.
us.
Anyway, just for the information of everybody, attached as Annex A is the booking confirmation of Mr. Wally Sombero. A ticket issued by the Philippine Airlines as Annex A. And then also Annex B is a faithful reproduction, a photocopy or scanned copy of the boarding ticket of Wally Sombero, which states that
Annex B.
his flight is Flight 119, business class, Philippine Airlines, Vancouver to Manila. There is a notation here, file telephone number 604-276-6016, and there is a note, an asterisk, which says, to rebook flight. And then on Annex C, if you will see, and these are the pictures of our client, Mr. Wally Sombero, being assisted by the 911 paramedics in Vancouver, Canada. And as continued in Annex C1, these are also the pictures of our client, Mr. Sombero, being attended to by the 911 paramedics in the airport, at the airport of Vancouver, Canada. That is all, Mr. Chairman.
All right, I have here Annex A and Annex C. I don't have C1, I don't have B. What is B?
I will provide the Chairman, Your Honor, please.
What does it say there? Because we want to save time.
Well, the Annex C, Your Honor, please, shows Mr. Sombero.
Yeah, I know the pictures, but what is C1?
The C1, Your Honor, please, is just a continuation of the pictures in letter C.
It is not properly indicated, it just says Annex C. So you're saying Annex C is the picture, one picture, and the next second picture?
C1 is the picture after Mr. Sombero was already seated, Your Honor, after.
We're both lawyers, so you have
Yes.
to really make sure that you mark it properly, right?
Yes, yes, Your Honor, please.
And it's not properly marked. What about Annex B? Where is Annex B?
Annex B, Your Honor, here is the boarding ticket, the boarding
The
pass.
booking confirmation is Annex A.
Annex A, Your Honor, please, is the airline ticket. As mentioned in the letter, Annex B is the boarding pass.
This is an electronic ticket. It says booking confirmation,
Yes, Your Honor, please.
all right? And Annex B,
Is the boarding pass, Your Honor, please.
is that the second page?
Yes, Your Honor, please. The Annex B.
All right. So he's not coming.
He's not coming.
When was the last time you contacted him?
This morning, Your Honor,
Is
please.
he still alive?
He's still alive, Your Honor, please.
Yes. Do you have a medical certificate to that effect?
Well, Your Honor, please, as of our last conversation, we requested him to secure a medical certificate for him to be able to submit it before this honorable committee, Your Honor.
And do you
Please.
have that medical certificate?
Not yet, Your Honor. Please. He's trying to secure it now, and hopefully it will be
Where is
secured.
he exactly? Is he in a hospital?
Your Honor, please. He's in Vancouver. He's at the airport right now.
We know he's in Vancouver. He's still in the airport right now?
He told me, Your Honor, please, he's going to the airport to secure a medical certificate.
And what time did you talk to him last?
This morning about 9 o'clock. About 9 o'clock, Your Honor.
9 o'clock. That would be 6 o'clock their time.
Yes, Your Honor.
In the evening, right?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And he's still there right now?
He told me he's going to secure the certificate tomorrow, Canada, Vancouver time. He told me, Your Honor, please, that as soon as he gets the certificate, he will email it to your office, Your Honor, please.
Are you sure it's not just there? He could go to Las Vegas and then he's watching the proceedings here. I was on radio during the first hearing, after the first hearing, and he was making comments on the radio with Karen Davila. And now he is sending us, and the second hearing, he was also in touch with the media. And now, you think we can talk to him? Find out if he's still breathing?
I believe so, Your Honor, please. And besides, Your Honor, please, I believe with this letter, Your Honor, please, I believe he's telling the truth, Your Honor, please.
Well,
We can only hope for the truth, the
I'd
truth.
like to see a medical certificate to that effect.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And an estimate when he's going to come.
Yes,
I'm
Your
prepared
Honor.
to suspend this hearing until he shows up.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And if he doesn't show up, then we just have to issue a contempt case against him,
We understand that, Your Honor, please.
all right?
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Because I understand that he could be sick, but I don't know how he can make it to Las Vegas and attend all those meetings, and those are very hectic that's a very hectic schedule from what it sounds like.
Yes, Your Honor.
Inspecting all the new gadgetry.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
And when he goes to the airport, did he report his illness to any doctor there, if you know?
I don't know, Your Honor, please.
So he just said that he was having cold sweats and all this.
Yes, Your Honor, please. We relied mainly on his statements, Your Honor, please. And also, Your Honor, please, as a sign of good faith on our part, any document or any data or any information we receive, we promptly inform the Blue Ribbon Committee, Your Honor, please.
I have other witnesses here that I would have to forego
Yes, Your Honor, please.
because he's not here.
We understand, Your Honor.
And I don't want him looking at the other witness so he can prepare his testimony when he comes here. Sa Tagalog, ayoko magharap ng testigo rito, napapakinggan niya, tapos pagdating niya, alam niya na isasagot niya.
We understand, Your
And do
Honor.
you realize na nadidelay ang proceedings because of Mr. Sombero?
And we understand that,
I
Your
mean, this
Honor,
guy
please.
seems to be very active. He talks to Jack Lam, he's handling all these businesses, and he's able to go abroad. In the letter, Secretary Aguirre, and you're still under oath. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Sir, nagpaalam po sa inyo on January... Just a moment. On January 16, according to this letter, we formally informed Justice Secretary Vitaliano Aguirre about my intention to travel abroad to undergo medical intervention. Was he still under NBI custody at that time?
I think no more, Mr. Chair.
No more.
No more.
But he seems to be very courteous to you. He went to you to let him know that he was going to go to Las Vegas. Why do you think he has to ask? Why do you think he had to ask permission from you?
Because of the immigration lookout bulletin we issued, Your Honor.
Yes, I understand you did that, right?
That's right. But apparently he was able to leave despite that lookout bulletin. Anyway,
He was able to leave in spite of your lookout bulletin.
That's right, Your Honor.
Sir, you're in charge of immigration.
I am
And you
the,
gave that order to the Bureau of Immigration, which is an agency that you are supervising. Is it not true?
That's true.
And sir,
Your
what
Honor.
did you do about that? When they allowed this guy to leave,
May I request, Your Honor, that the Commissioner answer that because they have conducted an investigation on this matter.
well, when did you know that your order was violated, sir?
on the very day that he left, Your
That
Honor.
is January 7, and we were not told about that during the previous hearings.
Yes, Your Honor.
Don't you think that is relevant?
Well, I believe, Your Honor, please, that it should be the Bureau of Immigration should be able to answer the details of the on how.
I will let that go for the moment, but Commissioner Morente, why did you not tell us that he had already left and that he flew the coop? Nakasibat siya,
Well, Your Honor,
in spite of an order.
the last hearings, I said he left on January 17, but there was no question further on.
But there was
the
a lookout
circumstance.
bulletin for him.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why I made all the immigration officers and the supervisor given them a show cause order for them to explain, because I was just told by the airport supervisor, the chief of port operations division, about 4 hours after he left.
You know, this is a big case. Lumabas na kay Montulfo. Naglabasan na lahat yung mga kapalpakan dito at in-orderan kayo ng Secretary of Justice na may lookout bulletin. Ano ba ang ibig sabihin ng lookout bulletin? Pag nakita nyo, ang gagawin nyo?
We will inform the
Secretary.
office. Yes, sir.
And was he informed?
He was informed by the chief of port operations division after the fact already, sir.
When exactly?
I'm not sure about the time he was,
Don't
the
you think
secretary
you
was
should
informed.
know? This is very serious. Don't you think you have an order from the Secretary of Justice na sinasabi, may lookout bulletin, ang procedure nyo, pagka nakalusot yan, sasabihin sa inyo, nakalabas, kung nakalusot yan, pinalusot. Paano nyo nalaman, nakalusot? Kailan nyo nalaman, nakalusot?
After I was told by the chief operations division, as I said a while ago, Your Honor, ang excuse kasi nung mga immigration officers, the lookout bulletin specified the name Wally Sombero, but when he presented his passport, it was Wenceslao Sombero, but that's beside the fact. We're still investigating it, Your Honor.
The lookout bulletin is for Bam Aquino, and you have a picture in the passport, and you can double check that. That seems very full. That seems that the people there are poorly trained. I don't think they're poorly trained. I have had very pleasant experiences with the immigration people at the airport, and I don't know why makakalusot ito. Ang laking gulo nitong nangyayaring dito. May order sa inyo, makakalusot. Kailan kayo sinabihan? Sino nagsabi sa inyo?
Immigration Officer Red Marinas, Your Honor.
And he was
He
the
was the
guy who
chief.
let him go? Paano nalaman?
We suspended the two
nakalabas.
immigration officers.
Nakalabas na. Siyempre, ang pangalan niya, Wenceslao Sombero, hindi niya sinasabi. Paano niyo nalaman na nakalabas na si Wenceslao Sombero? Sino nag-double check? If nag-double check kayo.
The Chief of Port Operations Division checked let the immigration officers who processed Sombero explain, Your Honor. And we immediately conducted investigation, took the footages in the CCTV as part of the evidence of our investigation, Your Honor.
But how did he know na si Wenceslao na pala yun? Did he say, Boss, nalusutan ako. Boss, wala akong magawa, tinignan ko yung TV, nakalusot na pala itong mamang ito. Wala naman nagko-complain sa inyo na si Wally yun. Come on.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why we made them explain why they...
No. That is after the fact. Paano nyo nalaman at paano nalaman ng operations man mo na nakalusot na si Wenceslao?
When he was told, I think the details, Your Honor, I can ask from the Chief of Port Operations Division. Ang sinabi niya lang ho sa akin was nakaalis si Wenceslao Sombero, and he made the immigration officers explain the circumstance of why he was able to get out.
on retired Chief Superintendent Wally Sombero, I assume this is the Director General of the PNP speaking. De La Rosa, Director General of the PNP, is talking here with the media. And he was asked, on retired Chief Superintendent Wally Sombero, who Aguirre also accused of bribery. De La Rosa said, so far, wala pa akong natanggap na instructions. Ano, kung kasama si Sombero. Pero sige, idamay na rin natin yon. Kapag nakita natin yon, hulihin na lang din natin. This is December 3. January 16, nakalusot si Sombero. Si Wenceslao, alias Wally, alias Islao, alias Wency. Hindi ba trained kayo dyan? Hindi ba trained ang mga immigration commissioners natin na, o yung mga tao nyo na pwedeng dumaan Wenceslao? Hindi naman kamukha ni Sherwin Gatchalian at magkamukha sila ni Senator Villanueva yan na makakalusot pareho yan. Niloloko namin dito si Senator Villanueva na magkamukha sila ni Sherwin Gatchalian. Pero ito, maingay ang pahayagan, maingay ang TV at radio. Nag-ingay na nahulihin itong mga taong ito, mismo ang PD Director General. May pulis ba doon? Meron, di ba?
Wala, Your Honor. Sa airport, Your Honor, yes.
Oh, meron.
May-
So they're on the lookout.
yes,
You know,
Your
we're
Honor.
beginning to be the laughing stock of the whole world. Nakakapasok itong mga taong na nagtatrabaho rito, nakakalabas rin ang mga prominenteng tao. And I don't understand why you, sir, hindi ko ito pinag-iinitan, nagtataka lang ako, dahil kung ikaw ay sinabihan ng Secretary of Justice, at alam mo na hinahanap na itong mga taong ito, at alam mo may media na, pumuputok na ang mga pangalan niyan, paano makakalusot yan doon sa mga tao natin? At hindi mo pa napapaliwanag dito kung paano nalaman ng tao mo na nag-report sa iyo, ay sir, nakalusot na pala si Wenceslao. Sorry po, ang hinahanap ko si Wally. Paano niya nalaman si Wally yun? Kung hindi niya nalaman si Wenceslao yun.
I think, Your Honor, he was told by the Chief of Port Operations Division, was told by his immigration officer who processed the departure upon realizing late that it was
You know,
Wally
sir,
Sombero who left.
Napakahirap ang paliwanag ano ho. Dahil si Wally Sombero is known to be a lecturer at the Immigration Commission. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor, but he is not
Napakaliwanag kung
at
magpaliwanag.
the airport.
Dahil siya ay nagdadala ng maraming mga bisita rito, lalo na yung mga galing sa China. Tama po ba yan?
I believe so, Your
Hindi
Honor.
naman po mauubos isipin na dahil siya ay kilala niya ang maraming tao sa Commission on Immigration. Tama po ba yan?
Yes, Your Honor, but
So
I cannot
paano
speak
po makakalusot si Wally samantalang si Wenceslao ang lumabas? Iisang tao lang ho yun.
Yes, Your Honor, but I cannot speak for the immigration officers
No,
to
sir,
process
the
them, Your
doctrine of
Honor.
command responsibility and you're a general officer dictates that when you get an order, you make sure may lookout bulletin, etong litrato, he goes by the name of Wenceslao, he can go by the name of Wally, he can go out by the name of Islao, he can go out by the name of Wency or Wen, and when he comes out, you better report to us that he's there. Is that not correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
That would
Um,
be the due diligence that would be required upon somebody who receives an order from higher authority. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor. We
Ngayon,
followed.
ngayon po, nakalabas na po siya, dinidribble tayo. Pinagtatawalan tayo ng media. Pati ako tinutuya. Sinasabi ni Ted Filon, tingnan nga natin. Sabi ni Senator Gordon, iko-contempt na ang Blue Ribbon yan. O, dinidribble tayo. Ngayon may sakit. May litrato, kompleto sa dokumento. Nako-contact ni Attorney Contacto si Mr. Sombero. Nagte-text.
Yes, Your Honor. That's why
The more
we
you
made.
hide, the more you say these things, the more tumataas ang suspicion sa gobyerno.
I am not hiding anything, Your Honor.
But it
I
seems
can
like
assure.
that. Can you blame us?
I can't
You have
blame
an
you, sir, but
order?
I respect your
You have an
opinion.
order?
We followed protocol, Your Honor. Upon receipt of the lookout bulletin, we sent it immediately to the Port Operations Division I cannot be at
No, I did not say
the
you.
place
But I did
24/7,
say
Your Honor.
that you would call a meeting of all your officers and say, eto, sikat itong tao, ito lalabas. Anyway, ayoko nang paluin to unless the others have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I
Senator
really do
Lima,
not-
go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning to everyone. I don't buy the story of Mr. Sombero. This is the third hearing that he was invited. This is the third time that he has not appeared. And given all of this, new revelations about being able to leave, even if under ILBO, even if technically, legally, ILBO does not serve to prevent the departure of the subject of the ILBO, but precisely it's called bulletin or lookout bulletin so that the airport authorities, particularly the immigration personnel, would be able to monitor and ask where the subject is going. I was a subject of the ILBO. I remain to be a subject of an ILBO. And I asked permission formally from the Secretary of Justice when I left last December for Washington, D.C. And when I arrived at the airport, several immigration officers were waiting for me. Because precisely that's the purpose of ILBO. So they asked immediately for my travel authority. I showed it to them, and I was allowed to leave. So this is a big issue. Bakit po nakalusot si Mr. Sombero? Aalamin din po natin yung paglalagay ng pangalan na Wally lang, Wally Sombero, when his full name is supposed to be Wenceslao Sombero.
De Lima, is there a question waiting somewhere along the line?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very
I'm
much.
Now,
I would appreciate it very
I'm just
much.
laying the predicate. May I now formally move that Mr. Wenceslao Wally Sombero be cited for contempt for his repeated failure to appear before this hearing. Thank you.
I am prone to accepting that, except that we're all humanitarians here. And there seems to be some pictures that show that he is being attended to by emergency management technicians in an airport. It's not the Philippines where you can fix things in Canada. So if somebody is sick, EMS will come. And that's why I want to get the medical certificate from Attorney Contacto, and I will give you the next hour to fax that medical certificate.
I will try my best, Your Honor.
No, I don't want your best. If you want to get paid by your client, you will do your best to try and get that medical certificate because we are not unreasonable here.
Yes, Your Honor, please. We will do that, Your
So
Honor.
please do that right now.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Huh? You can fax it. You can email it.
Yes.
Huh? I said I gave him 1 hour because he can get in touch with him
Yes, Your
and
Honor.
just tell us whether a medical certificate is forthcoming within the next 2 or 3 hours.
Yes, Your Honor, please. We will do that.
I'm sure
As
that
we have
is
been doing, Your
I'm
Honor,
sure that
please.
is not an unreasonable request. He travels business class. He can get lawyers there to tell the hospital to get him a medical certificate. That is not an unreasonable request. Don't you think
Yes.
so, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, please. We will convey that to our client, Your
You know,
Honor.
I'm prepared to wait until hell freezes over.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor, please.
Please do so right now.
Yes, may I be excused, Your
I
Honor,
think
please?
you have had your 5 minutes of fame.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor, please.
Go ahead.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Thank you. I will just, so with the permission of Senator De Lima, I would withhold that until I get this.
Oh,
All right.
well and good. I was supposed to say that
Go ahead.
we can temporarily withdraw that motion, but if that is the well, just defer,
Yes.
defer action on the motion.
I
Thank
would
you.
like to defer action for the moment because we don't want to make the public think that we are, you know, hard-hearted here. So, would that be the pleasure of my colleagues here? That's why I like you. You all have good judgment. And
We
good
will
taste
submit to
also.
the wisdom of the chair.
Thank you. So I like Senator Villanueva and Senator Aquino. They all have good judgment. Thank you. Anyway, I just trying to diffuse the atmosphere because it makes all of us boil that somebody can leave. You know, I'll tell you something. I have friends. They have namesakes. And when they go out to that airport, may kapangalan ka. Jose Garcia, Pedro Aquino. You know, pag may kapangalan, i-detain ka. Papahirapan ka hanggang mapakita mo sa NBI na hindi ikaw yung may kasong yon. Pero ito si Wenceslao, si Wency, si Wally. Bakit ganon? Ba't hindi may paliwanag ng tao mo, sir, yung pagkalusot nitong si Sumbero?
Can I,
Please.
yes, Your Honor. The name that was encoded in the records management file of the RMF of the airport was Wally Sombero. So when the
Sombrero
pass-
or Sombero?
Sombero, Your Honor.
You said Sombrero.
Sombero po.
Sombero, okay.
So when his passport was scanned by the machine, there was no hit because he has no derogatory information, and apparently he is not known to the immigration officer who processed
But nonetheless,
him.
there is, all I'm saying, when I cited all these namesakes, marami nagko-complain sa akin yan. At sinasabi ko, magkaroon na kayo ng clearance sa NBI para dala-dala nyo na yan na hindi kayo yan. Pero dito, merong order ang Secretary of Justice.
Yes, Your Honor.
Merong
But
media. Hindi ko na kailangan ulitin yan. I don't want to belabor the obvious. I don't want to beat a dead horse. It's kind of very hard. Napakahirap sa inyong katayuan, paliwanag sa amin yan, na makakalusot sa inyo yan. You have a good record as a general. You're supposed to be an administrator par excellence. Nakakalusot yung tao nyo. Anong paliwanag niya sa inyo? Yun ang gusto ko marinig. Yun ang hinihintay ko kanina pa. Anong paliwanag nung immigration officer na nagpalusot at paano niya nalaman na lusutan na siya? Paano?
ang sabi, Your Honor, doon sa explanation nila was, yun nga po, ang pangalan na na-encode doon sa was Wally Sombero. Kaya ho, pag ini-scan sa passport,
Excuse me, sir.
yes,
Excuse me. Nakalusot na. Wala nagtatanong. Hindi, magre-report yan. Di ba? Nakalusot na. Wala nagtatanong sa atin dito. Siyempre, ikaw, baka nakalusot na dyan, ha? May nakita ba kayong Wally Sombero dyan? Ganun ba nangyari?
Hindi, Your Honor. I was just told by the chief of the POD na nakalabas daw ho si Wally Sombero.
Kaya naguhugas ng kamay yan.
I cannot say.
Then I suggest you
Your Honor.
conduct an investigation and you report to this committee,
We are, Your
your
Honor.
Senate, the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines that is investigating in behalf of the people how an officer of the immigration can explain to us kung paano nakakalusot samantalang yung mga maraming OFW kung magkano siya, and I don't want to give you a bad name, ay nahihirapan kumisan pag pumapasok o lumalabas.
We will do, Your Honor.
And it was going to how and when they discovered that this thing happened.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With due apologies to my colleagues here, there are 2 or 3 witnesses that are waiting in the Blue Ribbon office. And I don't want to bring them in here until we have, and you will understand, because I don't want people comparing their testimony. I will now go to Ms. Robles, Mr. Robles,
Yes, Mr.
and I
Chair.
invite the others to just, because you know the whole story anyway, so this will be more or less a freewheeling until I say that the point has been made, if that is amenable to you. We will not send them home. Mr. Robles, ang sabi mo, ikaw ay nakipagkita doon sa kasama ka doon sa nakita ka na namin doon kasama yung kapatid mo nagbubuhat ng bag, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May naman pera, di ba?
Yes, Mr.
At
Chair.
nakipagkita kayo pagkatapos nung inuwi mo sa bahay yon,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
20 million.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tinignan mo ba?
Hindi ko na po binulat-lat lahat yun. sir.
Pero alam mo, hindi mo
Nasa
binigyan,
loob lang
pero-
po na sasakyan, iniwan ko na rin po.
Pero alam mo pera yon.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ka natakot na baka hold upin ka?
Medyo natakot rin po.
Medyo lang.
Dahil yun na nga po, malaking pera. And
Inuwi mo sa bahay. Saan mo nilagay sa bahay?
nasa loob lang po siya ng sasakyan sa garahe po.
Natandaan ba kung paano nakabalot yung pera yan?
May cover po siya sa ibabaw, Mr. Chair.
May cover.
Yes.
Siyempre, tinignan mo yung laman yung cover.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Naka-plastic ba?
During the time, hindi, Mr. Chair.
Nakabalot ng plastic?
Not, Mr. Chair.
Yung pera?
Not.
Nakabundle, nakagoma lang.
Nakagoma, yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakagoma.
Yes po.
Okay. Ang nagbigay sa inyo ay yung hotel, di ba?
Come again, Mr. Chair.
Ang nagbigay sa inyo galing sa hotel yan, di ba?
Ang nagbigay ng ano po?
Nagabot ng pera.
Si Mr. Sumbero po.
Mr. Sumbero.
Yes, Mr.
Nakita
Chair.
ba nung binibilang yung pera doon? Nung binadin. Gusto pakita uli natin yung...
Based on sa video po, yes, Mr. Chair.
So nakita natin, alright? The following day, or the same day of this 27th, right? Pumunta kayo sa
That's
isang
Marinas.
party sa Dasmariñas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Doon sa party na yon, ano nangyari?
Well, pagdating po dun sa party, nag-usap po kami and then I transferred.
Hindi, maraming tao doon eh.
Yes po, sa parking.
Nakipaghalubili ba kayo?
Ako po nandun sa may medyo marami pong tao, nandun ako sa ibang grupo.
Sinong grupo yan?
Grupo po ng mga kasama ko.
Mga brads,
Yung iba po hindi, mga bisita rin.
mga bisita. Ano ba ang okasyon?
May birthday party po na.
Sinong may birthday?
I already mentioned during the last hearing po.
No, he did not. He did not. Pwede mo ulitin.
Yes, yes.
Tanong ka pa.
Fred Lim po, Fred Lim po.
Ha?
Fred Lim. Fred Lim.
Sinabi ko pa nga, no, sinabi mo yan, sabi mo, doon yung Fred Lim, di ba?
Opo.
Sino yung Fred Lim? Brad mo?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Siya ba yung Alfredo Lim?
Yes, Mr.
Siya
Chair.
ba yung chairman ng PAGCOR?
No, Mr. Chair.
Ano siya?
President ata po.
President?
Yes, Mr.
Ata.
Chair.
President ba o chairman?
President. I think the
President.
chairman is...
Siyempre, alam mo, Brad mo yan eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Di ba? Kami, na-appoint lang yung isang brand namin, manager ng isang branch ng PAGCOR. Nakalagay na sa Facebook. Alam namin kagad eh. Di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, alam nyo. PAGCOR.
Yes, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
naman kaya coincidental na ang iniimbestiga dito yung perang binigay sa inyo galing sa casino.
Coincidental, Mr. Chair.
Ha?
Purely coincidental.
Purely.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Nakausap mo siya?
Actually, hindi ko nga po siya nabati eh. Dahil mapakarami ng
Sino?
tao. Hindi ko po nabati yung my birthday po.
Hindi mo nabate.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba,
Napakarami pong bisita during that time.
ano, 1,000?
And,
2,000?
Hindi naman po.
Ilan?
Hindi naman po. The place was crowded during that time. Ayoko na rin po naman makisiksik doon. I think around...
Hindi ka ba natakot sa Brad mo, isang mataas sa opisyales ng PAGCOR? Dadalhin mo yung pera doon na galing sa casino?
Ay,
Hindi ka
hindi.
natatakot, hindi ka nahihiya na ngayon masasangkot ngayon yung Brad mo?
Right now po,
Hindi mo ba
medyo...
naisip yun? Na iimbestigahin kayo eventually o kaya malalaman pag nabisto yan, tatanungin ka, oh, si Fred Lim, Brad namin. Para bang napapahiya pati si Fred Lim? Wala naman siyang kinalaman. Meron ba siyang kinalaman?
Wala po.
Ha? Di ba
Wala
niya siya
po.
kinausap ko?
Hindi po, hindi po.
Ha? Ikaw, Mr. Argusino,
Hindi po, Your Honor.
alam mo si Fred Lim ay nasa casino. Chair President siya ng casino.
Ng PAGCOR, Your Honor.
Aren't you embarrassing, Mr. Lim? Taas na tao yun. Siya ba may birthday?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oo. Pupunta kayo doon, dala-dala niyo yung pera?
Mr. Chair,
Halimbawa na lang, may nagtip, may pera yan. Galing sa lagayan yan. Nirate kayo, nakuha yung pera, 20 million. Kasama nyo si Fred Lim. Ano kaya sasabihin ng publiko? I'm looking at you, right?
yes, Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
Go ahead.
Well, during that time, I was told that he was investigating. That's why there was a reason for me to bring that money. I was there. I was requested by
Who was investigating? Fred Lim?
Attorney Argusino.
I don't understand.
When the money was yun po nakuha yung pera. When the money was received, I was requested by Attorney Argusino to bring that money and
To
consolidate
the
it.
birthday party of Alfredo Lim, President of PAGCOR.
Yun lang po yung na-pick nung time na yun because same.
I'm not saying Fred Lim is involved. All I'm saying is, party nga yan, yung pera galing sa casino, dadali niya doon, magta-transfer kayo ng pera doon. Kung na-booking kayo doon, masasabit pati si Fred Lim. I-investigate siya, tama?
Mr. Chair,
Answer my question first. You're a lawyer.
yes, Mr. Chair.
You're supposed to anticipate these things.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh,
Well, the question is based on speculation. As a lawyer, I can answer that.
speculation.
It's
Speculation na presidente yung...
well, I'm
Speculation na Brad mo?
I'll be-
Speculation na dala mo yung pera? Speculation na nilipat mo yung pera doon sa labas na yon? Ang tinatanong ko, as a lawyer, dadali mo doon, Brad mo yun, mapapaya yun pagka na-booking kayo, katulad ngayon, nagkaka-bookingan. Masisipin ba, sasabi ba namin? Ano malay namin kung nagsasabi ka ng totoo o hindi dito, na hindi kasama si Fred Lim?
well,
In truth, you are all arrogant.
hindi-
You thought you can get away with anything. You even brought your brother. Wala, kawawa naman yung kapatid mo. Hindi ka ba nahihiya?
Mr. Chair, I was told that he was investigating.
Who?
I was told
Who was investigating?
Attorney Argusino.
He is an investigator now?
He told
He's your
me.
senior Brad, right?
Yes,
He's your fellow commissioner, right?
yes, Mr. Chair.
And you are supposed... Sorry? You are also a former prosecutor in Pasig, Rizal, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In Pasig.
In other words, fiscal,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
abogado ng gobyerno.
Yes,
Ang
Mr. Chair.
kalaban ay mga kriminal.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pinoprosecute nyo para makulong. Tama?
Yes, Mr.
O,
Chair.
dinala nyo ngayon yung pera. Siyempre, pareho tayo abogado, tatalingin mo rin kung ikaw nasa lugar ko, o dinadala mo doon eh. Bakit? Bakit doon? Ba't di kayo mag-transfer ng pera doon sa ibang lugar? Bakit di sa bahay ni Argusino?
Taga Quezon City po siya, Mr.
I don't
Chair.
care if he's from the
And-
moon. Magkasama kayong tumanggap ng pera. Kukunin niya yung pera ka mo.
Well, that was the decision made and agreed between me to consolidate those money, the money,
All
the
right,
bags,
I
in
will
that
leave that.
place.
I just want you both to know that you both shamed yourselves. You're embarrassing Brad because dinala nyo doon, napapahiya kayong lahat. Sino-sino pa nandun sa party? Ando ba si Secretary Aguirre? Brad yung Secretary Aguirre, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
He was.
He was there.
Secretary Aguirre was there.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh, the plot thickens now.
But there are so many persons,
Of
Mr.
course,
Chair.
there's so many persons. And of course, you brought the money there. Oh, because there's so many persons. Branch, marami tayong pera dito. Hatiin natin. Ganun ba? Why would you bring the money there? Are you trying to embarrass Secretary Aguirre?
As I have said,
Are you trying
Mr.
to
Chair,
embarrass-
no, that was not the intention, Mr.
Oh, what
Chair.
was the
As I
intention?
have said, that was the agreed place between me and Mr. Argusino, Attorney Argusino.
And you did not think
There's
of
no
the
intention
consequences?
to say that we brought that money there because we have something to talk about.
Sabi mo, natatakot ka, baka ma-hold up ka eh. Dadali mo yung pera doon sa Cavite. Hindi ka natatakot. Pupunta kayo sa malayo. Quezon City yung bahay niya. Pupunta pa kayo sa Cavite.
Taga Las Piñas lang po ako, Mr. Chair.
Ganun ba? Oh, eh ba't hindi ka nalang sabihin na sabi kay Argusino na daanan mo yung pera dito, ilagay natin dito. Ang usapan nyo, pupunta tayo sa party. Ando ng mga brads natin. Secretary Aguirre is gonna be there. President Fred Lim is gonna be there. Doon natin dadalhin yung pera. Ang hirap ng katayuan mo, no? Ba't ka nagtitiis pa? Ang hirap-hirap ng katayuan mo. Bistado, wakwak na ang bituka. Does your mother ever tell you, why don't you tell the truth? the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so that this agony will stop. Does she?
Yes, she did.
She did. And it's okay with you. It's okay with you.
I'm
I'm
telling
sorry.
the truth.
I have to do this. We're both lawyers. We have to do this. Because the public wants to find out what sort. This is not an investigation just in aid of legislation. This is the Blue Ribbon Committee called Accountability of Public Officials for malfeasance, misfeasance, and nonfeasance. This is well within the ambit of this committee. I don't have to even add in aid of legislation. You follow Argusino all the time because he is your senior Brad. Yes or no?
Not all the time,
When was the
Mr.
last
Chair.
time you did not follow him?
There,
Lahat na ng pinakamasisiksik na bagay, sinama pa yung kapatid mo. O sige, does he have moral ascendancy over you?
moral ascendancy in terms of being a fraternity brother as a senior brother.
No, moral ascendancy is very simple. You follow your mother because she has moral ascendancy to you. You obey her. You obey your father because of that. You obey your professor. You obey Secretary Aguirre because he should have moral ascendancy over you, correct?
I pay respect to seniors, senior brothers.
That is moral ascendancy, an aspect of it. Let me ask you, do you know that your senior Brad Argusino was suspended from the practice of law? Avidaland versus Argusino. Are you aware of that?
I wasn't aware. I am not aware of that.
You are not.
Yes.
Really?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Argusino, are you suspended from the practice of law?
I filed a motion for
I
reconsideration.
did not
Your Honor.
ask you that. I ask you, are you currently suspended from the practice of law? Yes or no?
No, Your Honor.
You're not suspended?
Yes, Your Honor.
Why?
I filed a motion for reconsideration.
But there is an order for your suspension by no less than the Supreme Court of this country, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. That is the administrative decision, Your Honor.
And over and above that, did you file this in your so-called, when you were appointed, you have to submit your, what's that? PDS. I don't know what PDS is. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm very poor at this memory one. PDS could be public display of sympathy. All right. Yeah, yun na nga eh. I'm trying to do that, huh? Oh, tell me, did you file that?
No, Your Honor.
You didn't think it was worthy? That you don't think that the government had the right to know that you have been suspended by the Supreme Court?
Your Honor, I filed a motion for
Did
reconsideration.
you file that you were, once upon a time, you were a frat man who was convicted of hazing? Did you say that? I
No.
can produce that.
I mentioned, Your Honor, that
Mention.
Your Honor, there is a data sheet that tells me if I'm convicted, Your Honor. I mentioned that of reckless imprudence, Your Honor. I believe I said it, Your Honor.
You know, we have all the documents here, so please stop lying, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Upon his receipt of this decision, according to Maria Lourdes P.A. Sereno, Chief Justice, Chairperson, respondent shall forthwith be suspended from the practice of law and shall formally manifest to this court that his suspension has started. He shall furnish all courts and quasi-judicial bodies where he has entered his appearance a copy of this decision. Sa Tagalog, itong desisyon ng kataas-taas na hukuman na si Chief Justice Sereno mismo ang nagpirma. Ang utos niya, pag tanggap mo nitong desisyon na ito, ikaw ay kailangan kaagad-agad suspendido sa practice ng abogasya. At ikaw ay magmamanifest, sasabihin mo sa korte na ang suspension mo ay nagumpisa na. At dadali mo lahat ito sa korte, lahat ng quasi-judicial bodies na ikaw ay mag-e-enter ng appearance o haharap itong kopya ng decision. Ginawa na ba yan?
No, Your Honor. We all know that as lawyers, that decision is subject of motion for reconsideration.
And of course, you know better than everybody else. You don't have any moral obligation to do that. And even when you got appointed, did you fool President Duterte?
No, Your Honor.
Did you give him any knowledge na hindi ka dapat ilagay dahil ikaw is suspendido ng korte?
Your Honor,
And you just decided on your own. Hindi ko kailangan sabihin yan. Hindi pa naman tapos ang desisyon. Ako yung naka-appeal. Hindi ko kailangan sabihin yan. I have no moral obligation. Do you know what moral obligation means?
Your Honor, I received a copy of the administrative decision after I got appointed.
Oh, you did. And you did not have any feeling that you should man up, assuming you're telling the truth, and go to your direct superior. You're a senior Brad. Secretary Aguirre. Brad, senior Brad. I am an honorable member of Lex Taliones, and I believe, and I know a lot of people from Lex Taliones. I know a lot of people, like Senator Sagisag and Senator Rocco, respected people. I know Dean Ledesma when he was still alive. They were honorable people. You did not feel under any moral obligation to go to your direct superior and say, "Sir, I have been suspended. Sir, I've been convicted." You did not feel any obligation to do that. I hope you know, as a lawyer, you know what I'm doing here. You know what's going to happen to you when you get to the Ombudsman and to the Supreme Court or whatever court you're going to come in.
Your Honor, if I may, I have been trying to redeem myself from these cases, Your Honor. I know it's difficult for me because I came from the decision of reckless imprudence resulting to homicide.
Redemption is something that you do.
I've been
But redemption,
trying-
excuse me, sir,
Yes, Your Honor.
when you redeem yourself,
Yes.
you act and say, "I've already been punished, I'm not going to add to that, hindi ko na dadagdagan yan, napupunta pa ako." Sasabihin na, tatago ko ito sa Presidente ng Pilipinas, tatago ko doon sa Secretary of Justice, dahil sa kagustuhan kong magkaroon. Redemption is not a title that is conferred upon you na ginawa kang commissioner. You are not redeemed if you hide something very, very substantial.
I am not
It's called
hiding, Your Honor.
material concealment. That word I have used several times.
I tried my best to help, Your Honor, President Duterte
Anyway.
in this office, Your
All
Honor.
right, I think it speaks for itself. I'm just trying to find out
Ma-
whether you should be PDS,
Your Honor,
public display of sympathy. I'm trying to get some sympathy here, trying to
I-
find out
I'm not-
whether you're trying to redeem yourself. Obviously, you're not. And both of you are aware of what you're doing. You're not children. Tapos na ito, tatanggap kayo ng pera, maghihintay kayo 9 hours, pupunta kayo, you went right away. Mr. Robles, the following day, you went again to the casino, correct? After the 27th,
No, Mr. Chair.
when did you go to the casino?
I think it was on the
29.
November 30.
Huh? 29,
I think 30.
30,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
you think? Or whatever. Hawak niyo yung pera, you went back to the casino on the 30th. Which casino is that?
Same City of Dreams, Mr. Chair.
City of Dreams. Saan hotel?
We were brought by Sombero in a
To
suite.
the Crown.
Crown.
Oh. Humingi na naman kayo ng pera doon.
No, Mr. Chair.
Labas-pasok kayo doon. Ano pinag-uusapan nyo?
As I have said I was on the farther side of the room. I did not meddle. I did not.
You did not meddle.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Until nung papalis na lang po, the last 2 or 5 minutes na
Hindi mo alam kung anong pinag-uusapan nila Argosino. Kaya nga, hawak ka niya talaga eh. Hinahayaan mo siya eh. Tumaggap na kayo ng pera. Sinuli mo na yung pera. Hindi ka pa rin nakikialam. Wow! You don't care. For all you know,
I did, Mr. Chair. After that meeting, actually, I was the one who cut off the conversation.
oh, you were the one. What did you say?
Pag-usapan na lang yan sa susunod.
Anong pag-uusapan?
Kung ano man yung pinag-uusapan nila doon, Mr. Chair.
All right. And, do you have any questions from this witness? I'm getting tired questioning. Napapagod ako. We're giving you all the chances to come out. Any questions? Yeah, go ahead, Don. Senator Aquino.
Magandang hapon. Magandang hapon. I have here the affidavit of Mr. Sombero. This was filed on December 16, 2016. No? I'd just like to confirm some of the statements here. Unfortunately, wala si Sombero dito at nasa ibang bansa nga, no? But we're still hoping na makabalik siya. Is Attorney Contacto here? Is he still here? Can somebody contact Attorney Contacto? Anyway, this is a sworn affidavit, no? So ito yung sworn statement po nito. Attorney Argosino, nabasa niyo po ito?
Pinag-aaralan po ng lawyer ko. Nabasa ko po once.
Okay.
Your Honor. Binigay ko
Attorney
po-
Robles, nabasa mo ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Kasi kayo yung starring role dito sa kanyang affidavit, no? This is quite a lengthy affidavit, pero gusto ko lang i-confirm yung ibang mga statements dito. Basically, ang lumalabas ho sa salaysay ni Mr. Sombero is that hiningan niyo siya ng pera for the release or for help dun sa mga Chinese. Attorney Argosino, anong masasabi mo dito?
Hindi po totoo yan, Your Honor.
May statements dito eh. Sabi dito in paragraph 26, according to Mr. Sombero, sabi mo, marami yan, may nakarating na offer na 37 pero hindi kami umano. Ano sa tingin mo, magkano? And Sombero replied to you, hindi ko alam anong idea mo. Sabi niya, sabi mo daw, ikaw, what's your suggestion? Sabi niya, wala akong idea. Sabi mo daw, pwede bang 100? Ano yung 100 na yon?
Your Honor, if I may be allowed to explain.
Yes.
That conversation was allegedly said by me 5 minutes after Secretary Aguirre has left that meeting, Your Honor. And it was in the context, Your Honor, that Secretary Aguirre has acknowledged that Sombero is trying to make him as Jack Lam's sponsor.
Okay.
So, Your Honor,
So, ano itong 100?
Kung
What do you mean by pwede bang 100?
Kaya nga po, Your Honor, napakahirap po para sa akin na makikipag-usap ako kay Sombero after 5 minutes na umalis si Secretary Aguirre and would be asking that amount of money. Especially, Your Honor, first time ko lang po nakita si Jack Lam. First time ko lang po, Your Honor, na nakita si Norman ng first
Attorney,
time ko lang po na
so
nakita
sinasabi
si
mo
Alex
this
Yip.
conversation did not take place. Yun bang
Hindi po
sinasabi mo?
nangyari yan, Your Honor.
Okay. So sinasabi mo this conversation did not take place pero naghintay rin kayo eventually ng 9 hours para tumanggap ng pera.
Your Honor, kinlarify na nga po namin doon sa nirecall namin na hindi ho 9 hours, Your Honor, because Sombero came to us only 2 a.m. in the morning, Your Honor.
Okay. This meeting was at 5:30, tama?
Yes, Your Honor, with
Okay.
Secretary Aguirre.
5:30 with
Yes.
Secretary Aguirre. Umalis
Yes, Your
siya.
Honor.
Secretary Aguirre attended the gathering. Secretary Aguirre, that's right, no? Yes, you attended the gathering on the 4th floor of the Shangri-La.
That's right,
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
This is about 5:30. Pero tuloy-tuloy po yan. Hindi naman ho tayo, mukha lang siyang 2 araw, pero ang katotohanan, naghintay kayo hanggang sa susunod na araw. Tama po, Attorney Argosino?
Hindi po kami naghintay. Kasi nga po, dumating po yan ng 2 in the morning. Nung pumunta ho kami doon, Mr. Senator, nag-usap ho kami ni Attorney Robles kung i-attend po namin yung mga concerns doon ho sa Fontana.
So, you're saying, pagkatapos ng meeting,
Inimbitahan niya po ako.
where
ni
did you
Sombero.
go physically? You were in the Shangri-La. Kasama si Secretary Aguirre. Umakyat na siya. Hindi nyo na nakita si Secretary Aguirre ulit. Secretary Aguirre, you did not see them anymore.
No more, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Just to be clear, kayo, nandun pa rin kayo kasama ni Sombero,
Hindi po, Your Honor. Umuwi po ako.
umuwi ka
Yes,
sa
Your Honor.
sa bahay mo.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. In Quezon City.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, you go back to, bumalik ka sa,
Because nag-invite po for meeting si Sombero sa City of Dreams.
hindi mo
Your Honor.
sinabing, pwede ba sa office ko na lang?
Your Honor,
Is that normal to meet with people who are speaking for groups na may mga problema sa BID in hotels at 2 a.m.? Is that normal in your work?
Maari po ba akong mag-explain?
Yes, please, please.
Mr. Senator. Yun nga ho yung...
Kindly refrain from asking, maaari ba ako mag-explain? May I explain? Because you're making us look us appear that we don't want your explanation.
My apologies,
Precisely,
Your
we're
Honor.
asking you, go direct to the point.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Yun nga ho, Your Honor, nung hong meeting na yun, Sombero has started already asking Secretary Aguirre na maging sponsor. Tapos at that time ho, marami na rin ho akong reports na naririnig na nagkakalagayan na sa Fontana. At that time ho, kasi nga ho kakahuli pa lang ho nun ay nag-inventaryo na. Tapos nung hong inibitahan ho ako ni Sombero na makipag-meeting, ay yun ho agad yung iniisip ko. Now, bakit po ako pumunta doon?
So, sorry,
dahil
attorney,
po,
just to
tapusin
clarify.
ko lang po sandali.
No, just to clarify.
Opo.
Ang iniisip mo, nagkakalagayan na
Oo.
at inimbita ka, so ang iniisip mo ay maglalagay rin siya.
Hindi po. Gusto ko pong malaman kung anong kinalaman ni Jack Lam. Kasi
Okay.
po, last hearing, gusto ko pong malaman kung bakit naman ako pumunta doon. Dahil earlier ho, tinanong ko si Secretary Aguirre, sinabi niya, isa ako doon sa mga 5 na inaalaw niya makipag-usap kay Sombero. Ako po, si Attorney Robles, Attorney Jake Licas, si Vic Chan, at saka ho, si Sherwin Uy. So nung sinabi po ako na pwede akong makipag-usap at nakita ko naman ho, nung 5-minute na meeting na yon, na talagang na-offend ho si Secretary Aguirre, at dahil sinasabihan na nga ho niya na baka pwedeng maging sponsor, walang sponsor si Jack Lam, tumayo po si Secretary Aguirre, hinabol pa po ni Wally Sombero, at narinig ko din po, sinabi po ni Secretary Aguirre na nire-repeat ho yung offer na maging sponsor. Your Honor, abogado po ako, nakita ko po na corruption po yan ng public official. Kaya nga po, nung sinabing, sige, mag-meeting tayo, ang dami ko pong naririnig sa Fontana. Kaya po nung sinabi niya na mag-meeting po kami, ay ano po ang sasabihin ko? Gusto ko pong malaman anong relasyon ni Jack Lam dito po sa mga nangyayaring ito sa Fontana. Dahil meron na po akong mga initial informations. Like, noong nagkaroon ho ng arrest, meron na hong mga arrested na 36 minors. Noong ho nagkaroon ng arrest, meron na hong labas na po yung name ng companies. Pagtingin ko po kung sino yung mga incorporators, wala pong Jack Lam doon. So, nagugulat ho ako, bakit lakas ng loob ni Wally Sombero i-set up yung meeting, iharap si Jack Lam kasama yung 2 interpreters. And then, for Sombero to say, Sir, naghahanap po ng sponsor si Jack Lam. Baka ho po pwede kayo. So, yan po ang assessment ko. Ngayon, wag niyo po sanang masamain dahil ako naman ho ay 3 months pa lang sa bureau. So, ang naisip ko ho is, since ako po yung makakatulong kung ano po talaga ang nangyayari dito, ay talaga hong pinayagan ko na makipag-meeting. Dahil immediately ho, ramdam ko po na talaga hong may efforts na magkaroon ng corruption of public official. So, ako naman hindi ko ho alam kung yung aking iniisip na pupunta ako roon para manghingi o para mambribe. Kasi po, Your Honor, kaya ho, ako pumunta doon, City of Dreams yan, Your Honor. Kung tatanggapin ko po at magne-negotiate ako, ay hindi po sa isang lugar na meron pong CCTV at saka in a public place. Hindi ko po gagawin yun. Pumunta po ako doon, Your Honor, because inimbitahan po niya ako for a meeting. Ngayon, kung magkakaroon po ng lagayan, ay hindi po dito. Ang nangyari nga po dito, Your Honor.
Attorney Agostino, let me stop you there. Kung magkakaroon ng lagayan, nagkaroon nga ng lagayan.
Hindi
because
po
may perang, there was money that was exchanged. Tama?
Tama po yun. Pero
Okay.
Your Honor, isinalya po sa amin yung perang yan. Kasi po, Your Honor,
What does that mean? Sorry, pakiulit.
Okay.
Para sa'yo, sa tingin mo, para saan
Oh.
yung perang binigay sa inyo ni Sombero?
Kasi nga ho, yun ho yung tinatanong ko sa kanya nung tinitis ko po siya, nandiyan ba si Jack Lam? Tapos ang sabi niya, nung tumayo na ho ako, kinuha ko na ho yung bill, ay talagang pauwi na ako. Ang sabi niya sinabihan niya si Attorney Robles, sabi niya, Sir, hawakan niyo lang muna itong perang ito. Dalhin niyo na lang, pag-usapan natin the following day. So yun po yung nangyari. That happened, Your Honor, around 4:30
Okay, ulitin natin
in the morning.
Yung binigay na pera sa'yo tsaka kay Robles, kay Attorney Robles, sa tingin mo, hindi yun suhol sa inyo?
Your Honor, at the time, hindi pa ho niya sinasabi yung purpose.
So ano yung purpose nun? Sa tingin mo?
Your Honor, the following day, eto na po. Kung ano-ano na ho yung mga hinihingi ni Wally Sumbero. Kaso, i-release daw po yung mga lahat ng 1,000.
Attorney Argusino, wait a minute ha. You're a public official. Alam mong may problema si Sumbero at si Jack Lam. Nagbigay sa'yo ng pera at sa tingin mo dahil gusto niya mag-donate sa'yo, gusto niya magbigay ng pera sa'yo dahil wala lang?
Your Honor, abogado po ako. At,
Oh, exactly.
Yun nga po, Your Honor, at the time po na pinahawakan yung pera na yan, ang inaalam ko ho is kanino yung pera. Dahil sinabi ho sa akin ni Sumbero na hiniram lang niya yan sa mga casino operators. So talagang hindi ko, gusto kung dumating ho si Jack Lam, maaaring naiba na yung konsepto ng aking investigation. Dahil sinasabi ho ni Sumbero na hindi kay Jack Lam yung mga companies, hindi kay Jack Lam galing yung pera. So wala po akong makakasuhan dahil kung yan po ay corruption, sino ho ang idedemanda ko? Ay si Wally Sumbero naman ho ay agent lamang ni Jack Lam.
You're saying, Commissioner Argusino, na meron kang investigation na nangyayari. You were investigating that.
Yun po
Let
yung
me ask
nangyayari,
Commissioner
Your Honor.
Morente, was Commissioner Argusino indeed tasked with investigating the Fontana issue with Jack Lam?
No, Your Honor.
Kung merong opisyalis ng immigration, whether it is 500 pesos nakapila sa immigration or, alam ba to, 50 million? 50 million? 50 million, what are they supposed to do with that money? Ano yung tamang patakaran pag may nagbigay ng pera dahil may kailangan? Commissioner Morente.
Well, sir, that's corruption of public official. They're supposed to report it, Your Honor.
When did you report this, Commissioner Argusino?
Your Honor, nireport ko po ito nung final ko po yung case ng December 13, Your Honor.
It means, if I may
Yes, go
interject,
ahead.
it means you reported this out when you conducted the press conference?
No, Your Honor. Kasi ho, pumasok nga ho yung kay Kalima. Nung December 9, kinuha niya ho yung 18 million. So, nung kinuha po yung nung 18 million noong December 9, doon ko na ho sana tapos yung aking investigation kasi ho sinabihan ako ni Secretary Aguirre, huwag makipag-deal si Sumbero kay Kalima. Yun ho yung nasa
Teka,
ano ko. Ay,
attorney.
nung December 9 ho, nung December 9, dinala ko yung pera kay Kalima kasi nga ho, tinutukan ho ako na, hindi naman tinutukan, pinakitaan na ho ako ng baril nung December 8, tapos sinasabi na ho
Okay.
niya na meron ho siyang mga
Can I stop
audio
you
and
here
video
first?
recordings.
Because we're going ahead by a week.
Yes, Your
I'm
Honor.
still at November 27 to 30. So your boss, Commissioner Morente, is saying, as soon as nabigay yung pera, kahit maliit yan o umabot ng 50 million ngayon, dapat na turnover kaagad. Tama po, Commissioner Morente. That is the procedure for BID.
There's no specific procedure, Your Honor, but I think it would be proper on his part to do it.
Okay, let me ask Secretary Aguirre. Secretary Aguirre, nasabi niyo ho sa dyaryo, may nagtanong na media, ba't di niyo hinuli si Jack Lam? Sabi mo, wala pa namang binibigay. Tama po.
Ang sabi ko po ay hindi ko maaaring hulihin because he has not committed any crime.
Okay.
We have 3 stages: attempted, frustrated, and consummated. Kahit po attempted lamang, wala pang attempt, legally speaking.
Okay, Attorney Aguirre.
Kasi kinakailangan po ay kailang merong overt act.
Okay. Is giving 50 million pesos in bags of money in a casino at 2 a.m. an overt act?
I do not want to make any conclusion because the case is pending before the Office of the Prosecutor of Parañaque.
Hypothetically, Secretary Aguirre, kung meron akong kailangan sa'yo, nag-usap tayo in a hotel, 2 a.m., at binigyan kita ng pera, hypothetically, not this case, would that be considered an overt act?
Pag meron pong it is accompanied by other action, then that would be an overt act. Ang example ko po, yung
go ahead.
para lang ilagay natin, tingnan natin ang yung nangyari sa akin. Ang sabi sa akin ni Wally Sumbero, Secretary, matagal-tagal nang walang ninong o walang nag-aalaga kay Jack Lam. pwede po ba ang Secretary of Justice ang magninong sa kanya? Kung yun lamang, at yan lamang ang nangyari, walang attempted
Corruption of
bribery or
public officials.
corruption.
Mm.
But, kung nung sabihin niya sa akin, yung mga words na yon at mayroon siyang daladala, sinabi rin niya, ito po ang 20 million para sa'yo. That would be an overt act.
Okay, thank you for that. So, pag may perang binigay at merong kailangan, may hinihingit at may perang binigay, that is an overt act.
Overt act.
Overt.
act.
Oh,
Overt.
not
Overt.
covert. Overt act, no?
Overt.
Lantaran.
Opo.
So, overt. Commissioner Argusino,
Your
at that
Honor-
point, ang nasa isip mo was, let's go further. Alamin natin kung sino pa ang involved. Is that what you're saying?
I dig deeper, Your Honor, because if I may, as I will be explaining, Your Honor, at that time that I talked to Sumbero, I asked where is Jack Lam. I asked kung kanino yung pera. Ang sabi niya, hiniram lang niya sa mga casino operators. Your Honor, under the doctrine of corruption of public official, sino ho ang ididemanda ko? Ay dinideny ni Sumbero na si Jack Lam, na kay Jack Lam yung pera at that time, Your Honor. So, ang sa akin naman ho, Sumbero is just a middleman. Hindi po ako naniniwala na si Sumbero lamang ang ano po rito, ang nanggaling yung pera.
Ako
wala
rin.
pa po akong
Kami rin. Hindi rin
ebidensya,
kami
Your Honor.
naniniwala na si Sombero lang yung involved dito. Let me ask, Commissioner, at what point did you tell your boss na may perang lumipat sa'yo?
Your Honor, nung nag-file na po ako ng case, kasi nga ho, dumating po yung participation ni Kalima ng December 9. Your Honor, sana wag niyo naman pong tingnan yung pag-file ko ng December 13. Kasi ho, hindi naman po dinideny na kinuha ni General Kalima yung 18 million. So, that completed the chain of my investigation, Your Honor. Not because, Your Honor, that I delayed it, but because under the doctrine, Your Honor, ng case build-out, allowed po ako na mag-conduct ng further investigation. Until nga po, nung starting December 1, pumapasok na po si General Kalima, sinasabi ho na alam niya lahat yung nangyari. December 2, nakipag-usap po siya kay Attorney Robles. December 4, inaya niya po ako sa meeting sa kanyang MOTEC para sabihin at pinarinig po yung kanyang communication kay Wally Sumbero na nag-uusap sila. December 8, nagkaroon po kami ng confrontation at nung gabing yun, tinawag niya ako at doon ho siya nagsasabi
Please
na...
answer my question, Commissioner. No? At what point mo sinabi sa yung direct superior, si Commissioner Morente, na may perang lumipat sa'yo? O hindi mo siya sinabihan
December 13, Your
when you
Honor.
filed the case?
Yes, Your Honor.
So for those, ilang araw yon, more than 2 weeks, 17 days, hindi mo sinabihan yung boss mo na may ganong kalaking perang nasa sayo.
Because,
Why not? Bakit di mo siya sinabihan? That would be
Your
normal,
Honor,
I think.
nagkakandak nga po ako na yung case build up po kasi Your Honor, eto na nga po ang pagkakasabi sa akin ni Secretary Aguirre kay Wally Sumbero, do not coordinate with Kalima.
So
Coordinate only.
you don't trust your boss? You don't
In-
trust Commissioner Morente?
Hindi po, Your Honor. Kasi po, nung December 1, hindi pa humihingi ng pera si General Kalima. Kailan humingi ng
No,
pera?
I'm not talking about General Kalima. I'm talking about Commissioner Morente. Why didn't you disclose na may pera sa'yo ang si Sombero and probably si Jack Lam? Bakit di mo sinabihan yung boss mo?
Your Honor, he is the last person I'm going to tell about my case investigation.
Why?
Because Kalima and Sombero are mista, Your Honor.
No, I'm talking about Commissioner Morente.
I'm sorry, Morente, Your Honor, and Kalima are mista.
So are you saying that during your investigation, you suspected Commissioner
No, Your
Morente?
Honor. I don't want my case build up to be unnecessarily leaked, Your Honor, because of their bonding, Your Honor, in PMA. That's the main reason, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Aside from you and Commissioner Robles, sinong may alam sa sinasabi mong case build-up? I'm assuming, Commissioner Robles, alam mo naman na may itong sinasabing case build-up ni Attorney Argusino. You knew about it.
He told me about it, Mr. Chair.
So you, under oath, you are saying that sumasang-ayon ka sa salaysay ni Commissioner Argusino na merong case build-up na ginagawa.
That's what he told me, Mr.
Okay.
Chair.
Sino
Do you
pa
agree? May I just
Yeah, go ahead.
interject? Mr. Chairman, you were asking, do you agree that he's doing a case build-up itong mga ginagawa ni Associate Commissioner?
What do you mean, Mr.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the question by Senator Aquino was, do you agree na naggagawa ng case build-up?
I relied with the representation and statement from my
Yes.
co-commissioner.
He did, he did.
With all due respect to the gentleman here, these questions have been answered, and I don't want them to rectify their answers already. We're also building a case here, and I react to your statement that your superiors are mixta. Your superior is also abroad. You're also with abroad, and I don't want you to further demean your fraternity. So don't demean also the PMA. These are things that are happening here. Just answer, because lahat ng tinatanong namin dito, kayo ang nagdadala. Hindi namin alam yung mga sinasagot nyo eh. Pero natanong ka na dyan, wag mo, hindi mo, nahuhuli na kayo, ayaw nyo pang admitin eh. Hindi na kailangan actually. The case has already been built up. Alright? You know, everybody here, ang mistake dito is nagka-counterintelligence si Colonel General Kalima. May spot report dapat yan. Ikaw, sinasabi mo nagka-KC build-up ka, may spot report dapat yan. Kung wala kayong spot report, everything is questioned. Hindi pwede kayong, you're jumping off the reservation, kanya-kanya kayong lakad, hindi kayo magre-report sa superior nyo, tapos pag nahuli kayo, nag-case build-up ako eh. Come on. I suggest you take another line, because I don't want these guys to try and rectify what they've already admitted several times here.
That's exactly
Several
my point, Mr. Chairman. Hindi na kasi kinu-question yung pera, no? There was money that exchanged hands. Yun palang napakatindi na, Mr. Chairman, no? May pera, nag-exchange hands. Sabi ni Secretary Aguirre, overt act. So may nangyari na. Ang sinasabi nila may case build-up, wala namang makapagtetestigo na may case build-up except yung mga involved. Unless meron pang iba. And that was my question, Commissioner Robles. Meron bang ibang may alam na may supposed case build-up kayo ni Commissioner Argosino? Anyone in your office? Any secretary? Anyone else who will testify that there was a case build-up being done?
Insofar as I am concerned, wala po akong alam na meron pang ibang may
Okay.
alam.
Before I go back to Attorney Argosino, simple lang. Hindi mo naisip na sabihan yung boss mo? You are at the same rank as Attorney Argosino, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, hindi ka under him. Although,
Yes, Mr.
you're
Chair.
talking about moral ascendancy with the fraternity, but technically, hindi ka naman under sa kanya.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And sabi mo nga, nandun ka lang sa likod, nandun ka lang sa tabi, although Sombero's affidavit says differently, nakikinegotiate ka daw dito sa kanyang affidavit. But, let's say I'll take your word for it, nandun ka lang sa tabi, at any point, di mo naisip, parang mali na to Ang laking pera nito Di mo naisip yon? Even driving home with millions of pesos in your car, hindi mo naisip na mali na to?
Mali, what do you mean, Mr. Chair, mali
Okay.
na?
Kung ikaw, public official, kumuha ka ng pera sa isang casino mula sa mga taong may kailangan sa ahensya mo, ang nasa isip mo ba, may case build-up yung kasama ko, o nasa isip mo parang mali na to?
I relied on his representation, Mr. Chair. He's also a commissioner, and this is his own investigation.
Okay, but that's my point. You're at the same level, no?
Yes,
Hindi ka
Mr.
under
Chair.
sa kanya.
Yes.
You're not under him. So don't make it seem like lahat ng sinasabi niya kailangan mong sundan. Sabi mo nga, sometimes hindi ka naman sumusunod kay Attorney Argosino.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so hindi mo naisip na sabihan si Commissioner Morente.
I don't want to. I don't want to meddle with the manner of his own investigation, Mr. Chair. That's what he told me, and according to
Sabi
him,
ba niya, huwag kang makialam sa investigasyon ko?
isinasama lang po ako, Mr. Chair.
So, magkasama tayo sa investigasyon na to. Yun yung
Pag
sabi
may
niya.
lakad po siya about that, about his investigation. Hindi ko po alam ang details ng investigation niya and other matters pertinent to it.
Hindi mo sinabihan si Secretary Aguirre.
Hindi po, Mr. Chair. Because I don't feel it's my obligation or I am under that obligation.
It's not
to
your
them.
obligation to disclose to your ultimate, well, the ultimate boss is the president, but kasi the BI is under the DOJ, no? So technically, superior mo rin si Secretary Aguirre. Hindi mo siya sinabihan.
Actually, hindi po, but actually I requested or I told Attorney Argusino to tell it to SOJ already.
Okay,
That was
so let me ask that, Attorney Argusino. Hindi mo sinabihan si Secretary Aguirre?
Noon na hong December 13, Your Honor, I confirm ho na nag-usap ho kami at we're about to disclose this already to Secretary Aguirre. Nagkaroon nga ho ng development, pumasok na nga po yung si General Kalima. So yun po yun yung
Okay.
reason.
So
Kasi
it took
December
you
1
2
po siya-
weeks to disclose this to the media. Nung nag-press con ka, nag-file ka, of course, lumabas na rin to previously. Lumabas ka pa rin sa committee ni Secretary Villanueva at wala ka rin na-mention. At any point, hindi mo sinabihan si Secretary Aguirre, Sir, may gantong nangyayari. Anong dapat gawin ko? Anong gagawin na? Kasuhan na ba natin to? Huhulihin na ba natin to? Hindi mo siya sinabihan.
Sir, kung sakali ho na humingi na si General Kalima on December 1, ay na-conclude ko na po yung investigation. Kasi ho, ang ginagamit po niya is makakatulong ako sa inyo, baka po pwede, pag-usapan natin. So, kagaya rin po nga, nung sinabi ni Secretary Aguirre, he is not committing a crime at that time. Kasi nga ho, hindi pa
Who
po
is
niya-
not committing a crime at that time?
yun nung
Sombrero.
paglapit si General Kalima po.
No, alam mo, General Kalima comes at that's the second part, and I think we have questions also for General Kalima. I'm still nasa City of Dreams pa ako eh. Did Wally Sombrero commit a crime by giving you money? Yes or no?
Your Honor, kung the only crime that he can commit is corruption of public
Yes,
official,
so
Your
yes, he did.
Honor. Your
May
Honor,
hinihingi siya, nagbigay siya ng pera, inuwi niyo yung pera. Do you discount any of these facts?
At that time, Your Honor, he is not saying that the money came from Jack Lam. Ang sinasabi po niya is galing ito sa mga casino
Whatever.
operators.
Kung kanino man galing yan, may kailangan siya sa'yo, binigyan ka niyang pera. Tama. Yes.
Kasi Your Honor, ang gusto ko pong i-file is yung kaso talaga na talaga ho
No,
magkakaroon
I'm not asking about what
Kasi
case
ho,
you will file.
madidis-
Excuse me, Attorney Arcosino, I'm asking you, was a crime committed nung binigyan ka ng pera ni Sombrero? Yes or no? You're a lawyer.
None at that time, Your Honor.
Okay. May kailangan siya sa'yo.
Because
Nakikipag-ayos.
he has
Yes or
not
no?
yet identified, Your Honor.
Nakikipag-ayos siya. Yes or no? May problema siya sa Fontana. He's representing himself as representing the interests of Jack Lam. Tama o hindi?
At that time, Your Honor, sinasabi niya representative, siya ang president nung association niya, Your
Yes.
Honor.
And he was talking to you about the issue in Fontana. Yes or no?
Yes,
Yes.
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
At binigyan ka ng pera. Yes or no?
Yes, Your Honor.
So did he commit a crime?
Your Honor, gusto ko ang gusto ko, Your Honor.
I'm not asking whether you're building a case or not. I'm asking at that moment, was a crime committed?
Wala hong binanggit siya doon sa... Kaya nga ho, Your Honor, hinihintay ko na si Jack Lam ang lumabas, Your Honor.
Okay. No, I'm not
Hinihintay
even...
ko po talaga si
Look,
Jack. Wala
attorney,
ho si
I'm
Jack
not
Lam nung
discounting
araw na
the fact. Sinasabi mo may case build-up ka. None of us here, I think, believe that. But I'm not even challenging that now. I'm just asking you, as a lawyer, Associate Commissioner of BID, nung binigyan ka ng 50 million pesos ng isang taong may kailangan sa'yo, hindi ba krimen yun?
Your Honor, na-realize ko po yan nung after na turn over sa akin yung 48 million, Your Honor.
After anong
Because,
araw?
Your Honor,
17 days later mo na-realize.
napakabilis po nung pangyayari. Around 2 a.m. at saka 4:30 po ng umaga, Your Honor.
Okay.
And then, nung inuwi ko ho yung 48 million, yun na, saka lang po siya nagsabi na, kesyo, pati nga ho yung paglilipat sa mga villas for shower, ako ho yung inaakusahan. Doon ko ho napansin eh.
Okay.
Na hindi ko naman karapat,
No.
hindi ko naman right na magpa-transfer sila sa villas because that is, inadmit na
It's
nga
not
ho
your job.
ni Commissioner Morentes, siya ho yung nag-allow na mag-transfer yung some of the detainees for showers for humanitarian reason,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Attorney, palagay ko yung...
Doon na po
Yung mga
nagsimula.
kasama ko can judge for themselves your testimony. But kung tinext mo kasi yung boss mo or si Secretary Aguirre or somebody above you, and there are many people above you, na nangyayari to, and there was a proper determination that a case build-up was being happened, kung na-text mo yun the following day, pwede pa eh. Kung na-text mo yun 2 days later, pwede pa eh. Pero nag-party pa kayo, nagkaroon ng exchange of monies, and then 17 days later, doon nyo lang nilabas. Now, okay, let me ask, kasi I'm running out of time. Ano yung ibig sabihin ng one case folder?
Galing po kay Sumbero yan, Your Honor.
According to his testimony, ikaw daw yung nagsabi, boss, magpadala ka, may padala ka paano na one case folder. Anong ibig sabihin nun?
Hindi ko po alam yan, Your Honor.
Because according to him, that's code for 10 million pesos. At yun daw yung code mo. You're saying hindi to totoo.
Your Honor, hindi ko po lingwahe ang case folders. Your
Okay,
Honor.
let me ask Attorney Robles. Ikaw rin kasi, starring role ka rin dito. You've read this, no? Itong one case folder, paghihingi ng pagdinego, pahingi pa ng one case folder, magkaliwaan tayo. These are all quotations from Sombero's affidavit.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ano yung ibig sabihin ng one case folder?
Well, I do not know anything about one case folder during that time until I read that affidavit. According to him, it's 10 million. But
Alright.
I do not
Mr.
know
Chair,
about it.
I yield my time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Aquino. We will now have Senator De Lima. Try to make it quick and brisk. I know I have given wide latitude to all my fellow senators here. Let's try to go to areas that have not been tackled because I think it has already been settled that certain premises have been already formulated. So we still have Chairperson Andre Domingo and of course, President Andre Domingo and of course Secretary Aguirre, and I want to go through them too.
Salamat
So please
po.
make it brisk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doon po sa mga narinig natin during the last 2 hearings, maski ho ngayon, and then sa mga affidavits po ng mga key players in this controversy, ito po yung nakikita ko lumalabas na sharing ng 50 million. Ang sabi ni Attorney Argusino, and I think si Sumbero din, they called it goodwill. Ano lang po yun, that's just a nicer way to refer to it as suhol. 2 million for Sumbero, and then initially yung 48 hati Argusino and Robles, and then later yung supposedly humingi daw, pero nagtuturoan ho sila, yung sabi nung isa humingi, yung sabi nung isa dinemand. 18 million deducted from Argusino's 24 million, allegedly to be divided among Kalima, Morente, Tulfo, and Chan. Allegedly lang po yan, hindi ko po sinasabi na naniniwala po ako dun sa supposedly hatian na yan. Now, gusto ko pong malaman ngayon yung chain of custody because yung mga nakakuha ng pera, they subsequently surrendered, supposedly to proper authorities. The 18 million na supposedly nakuha ni General Kalima, sinurrender sa CIDG. And then yung balanse ay yung 30 million. Kasi nung dineduct na yung 18 million, 30 million na lang yung natira kina Argusino and Robles. The 2 million being with Sumbero. Supposedly, sinurrender din po yung 30 million. Kailan nyo ba ito sinurrender again? Either Argusino or Robles?
December 13, Your Honor.
General, during the press con.
Yes, Your Honor.
General Kalima, kailan nyo ho sinurrender sa CIDG? The 18 million?
December 20, Your Honor.
Next slide, please. Dun po sa annexes ng inyong complaint affidavit. Next slide, please. Next. Where is the operator? Sa complaint affidavit po ni General Kalima, charging attorneys Argusino and Robles with the Ombudsman, nag-attach po kayo ng mga retrato dun sa mga itsura nung mga pera na napunta sa inyo and later sinurrender nyo. Do you confirm that these were annexed to your complaint affidavit?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that is supposed to be the total of 18 million?
Yes, Your Honor.
So Annex A, makikita nyo po, next slide. Sino ba nag-operate? Hindi sinabi. Next slide. So mas focus po itong Annex A. These are the same. This is still part of the 18 million, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Next slide. Annex B. This is still part of the 18 million.
Yes, Your Honor.
A total of 18 million which you surrendered. At ang sabi niyo po sa mga statements niyo ay nalaman kaagad yan ni Commissioner Morente. Report niyo kaagad yan nung natanggap niyo na nung
December 9, Your Honor.
natanggap niyo nung December 9.
Yes, Your Honor.
After your meeting with Attorney Argusino in December 8 sa Promenade.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Attorney Argusino, mga isa o dalawang beses niyo po nabanggit in the previous hearings na yung sa inyo naman, yung 30 million, ay hindi yun yan nagalaw.
That's
From
correct,
the time that you
Your Honor.
received it from Sumbero, doon sa City of Dreams, nung hanggang umaga ng November 27.
That's correct, Your Honor. The money is intact.
Yes, 20 million muna, dalawang bags muna, and then later, tatlong bags. The total of 50 million.
48 million, Your Honor.
48 million kasi naiwan yung 2 million with Sombero.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And nung gabi nga, yun yung supposedly kinonsolidate nyo. After that meeting, overnight, until morning, with Sombero, na inabot in 2 sets, 2 bags of 20 million, another bag of 30 million. Yung 20 million, pinauwi nyo na muna rin kay Mr. Robles, kay Attorney Robles, correct?
That's correct,
For
Your Honor.
safekeeping.
That's
Pero
correct,
yung
Your Honor.
naiwan sa inyo was 28 million.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Sabi niyo po, sabi ni Attorney Robles, ay naiwan lang sa sasakyan. Di niyo po linabas, correct?
Yes, Mr.
Hindi niyo
Chair.
linabas.
Hindi ko nilabas.
Doon sa, was it on the trunk? The rear trunk of the car?
Second row seat.
Second row
Yes, Mr. Chair.
of 20 million, iniwan nyo lang. Kasi may garahe daw kayo sa bahay nyo. Kayo naman, Attorney
Excuse me,
Argusino,
second row ng kotse sa back seat o sa trunk ng kotse?
Sa backseat po.
Backseat?
After the driver's seat.
Ang sabi mo sa amin, nilipat mo yung pera galing sa trunk, nilagay mo dun sa...
Hindi po. Hindi po trunk. Sa
hindi
gitna
pa ho
po.
yung point
Sa
na
backseat.
yun.
SUV po.
Opo. Nung binigay sa iyo ni Attorney Argusino from the City of Dreams, pinauwi sa inyo, nandun lang yon sa second row of the car. 20 million. Kayo naman, Attorney Argusino, inuwi nyo at ang sabi nyo ay linagay nyo sa opisina nyo sa bahay. You have a little office in your house.
That's correct, Your Honor.
But nung gabi, you decided to, it's your own word, I don't know whether it's Attorney Robles or yours, nung gabi, nung 27, nung pumunta kayo, supposedly sa birthday party in Dasmariñas, you decided to consolidate. What exactly did you mean by consolidate?
Me, ma'am, I turned over the evidence coming from me in my possession to Attorney Argusino. The
Yung
entire
20 million
Yes,
tinurn
Mr.
over
Chair.
nyo doon sa parking area nung venue nung birthday party.
Yes, Mr.
That,
Chair.
and that is a residence, I suppose, of the celebrant? The PAGCOR president?
Our purpose was to give it to...
Ang tanong sa'yo, bahay ba yon nung celebrant na si
Fred Lim.
Fred Lim?
I'm not sure po kung sa kanya yung bahay. But yes, it's...
Attorney Argusino,
residence.
bahay or different venue?
Bahay po ni Attorney Fred.
So in the parking area, dun mo transfer or tinurn over yung 20 million. Correct? And inuwi nyo po yung 20 million.
That's correct, Your Honor.
So hindi mo dinala yung 28 million na
I know,
nasa iyo.
No, Your Honor.
So you brought them home.
The 20 million, Your Honor.
So all the time nandun sa inyo, sa iyo.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Before you presented it to media on December 13.
That's correct, Your Honor.
At sabi mo hindi nagamit.
Untouched po yung pera.
Untouched. You
That's
never
correct,
used it, hindi mo binawasan, hindi mo linagay sa bangko, hindi mo binigay kung kanino.
That's correct, Your Honor.
I'm very curious about that. I want everyone to note na yung sinurrender na 18 million ni General Calima sa CIDG, malinis na malinis. This was supposed to be from the casino.
Please turn your microphone on.
I'm sorry.
Turn your microphone on.
Is this? I don't know.
Huh?
It is po.
It is? Okay. So,
Mahina lang po siguro. Ito yung galing sa casino. Attorney Argosino?
Exactly.
Na binigay ni
kung ano po yung
Sombrero.
tinanggap ko, Your Honor, yun po yung binigay ko po kay General Calima.
Yes, ito yung tinanggap mo at transfer mo kay General Calima and General Calima turned over.
I don't
to
know, Your Honor,
CIDG.
if this is the same money because the money stayed with him for 9 days, Your Honor. But I
Okay.
turned this to him in exactly the same money that I received
In
from
exactly
the casino.
the same. Even yung mga shopping bags.
It's correct,
Annex
Your
A,
Honor.
Annex B.
I can remember this. These are the shopping
These
bags.
are the shopping bags.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so sabi mo, inulit mo na naman ngayon na sabi mo na dati, hindi nyo ginalaw yung pera. Can we have the next slide, please? Ito po,
excuse me, can you bring back the slide again, please? To the shopping bag. The shopping bag.
previous slide.
What does the shopping bag say?
I don't know, Your Honor.
You don't know.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you take a look? Huh?
It's a club.
Legion Club. Let the record state that the shopping bag is denominated as Legion Club.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next slide. Doon na po tayo sa usapin na hindi mo nagalaw. Yan po, yung mga picture po yan nung press con at prinisinta nyo yung that is supposed to be how much? 28, 30 million. 30 million, correct? Doon sa susunod pa, yung mga nakabilog ho dyan, we note na meron na hong bundle ng galing sa bangko, BDO. Do you confirm na yung mga pera na pinakita nyo sa press con and supposedly tinurn over nyo, meron na ngayon mga nakakabit na wrap?
Excuse me, can you stand up, please? Attorney Argusino? Can you go in front of the slide? Over here. Hurry up, please. The senator is showing to you the bundles of money. Some are bundled in with rubber bands, and the other one now has a wrap. And what does the wrap say? Take a look at it. I can see it from here. The one in the circle. It says BDO, correct?
You see it?
BDO? BDO. Let the record please state that the chairman of the committee showed the witness that the wrapping paper says BDO, and not all of them are denominated with BDO stickers or wraps.
Some of them.
Just some of them.
Your Honor, I think the Honorable Committee can validate this from the money that was turned over as caught by CCTV.
Don't worry about that. We'll take care of that.
Because as far as we are concerned, Your Honor,
Hindi
the
ho
money is
ba?
It's all right.
untouched.
It's all right. We know.
Hindi ho ba may ilan-ilan nang I think in the affidavits of General Calima, of Mr. Sombrero, at pinakita pa yung picture dati na yung pagkakuha sa City of Dreams. In other words, yung pera fresh from the casino, and that probably explains yung itsura. You just confirmed kanina na yun yung itsura ng mga pera na tinurn over mo kay General Kalima in December 9. Malinis. Which is, I think, tama yun kasi fresh from the ano. But how come nga po? And you kanina, sinabi nyo na naman, hindi nyo ginalaw. How in heaven's name na naging galing na sa BDO na nung tinurn over po yan sa inyo, wala naman ho yata ang bangko. Sabado, Linggo yon. And sabi nga galing sa CDO, sa City of Dreams, COD, na hiniram lang muna yung pera because allegedly dinidemand nyo na.
I cannot answer that, Your Honor, because that was the money given to us by Mr. Sumbero. Nilagay niya po yan doon sa bag, kinubera niya ho, hindi ko ho masagot kung saan po galing yan, Your Honor. With all due respect.
We have the video anyway to show where the money came from, and we are issuing an invitation to the lady who prepared the bundles of money. We tried to get her yesterday, but apparently she belongs to the. She's employed by the junket operator. I just want to ask at this point, if I may, with the permission of Senator De Lima.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Andrea Domingo, are you familiar with the Li Ying Club? Are they a junket operator?
Your Honor, I'm not familiar with all of the names of the junket operators, but I can
Can you
I
find
can
out?
ask one of our people who will be familiar to with
Is
it.
there somebody here who knows or
Yeah.
familiar with it?
Mr. Dondi Orlina, the head of our compliance.
Dondi Orlina,
Yes.
will you please raise your right hand and repeat after? They can be sworn.
You swear, Robert, to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding.
Yes, sir.
State your name, please.
I am Dondi A. Orlina.
And what is your position?
I am the Compliance Monitoring and Enforcement Head of PACO.
Thank you. You may bring your hand down. Are you familiar with the Li Ying Club?
Sir, Li Ying Club is located
Li
at-
Ying Club.
Yes, sir. Li Ying Club is a place inside COD. It's located at the second upper
COD or
ground-
CDO?
City of Dreams.
I'm just trying to clarify whether you're awake.
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, sir. It's located at the second or upper ground floor of City of Dreams. It's,
All right, so this is a junket operator.
it's a place, sir, where the junket operators are hosted.
There are
They
a lot
call
of
it
junk-
they call it Li Ying Club.
There are a lot of junket operators, and they're all members of the Li Ying Club.
Yes, sir.
You could pronounce this Lying Club too, right? Liying. Li Ying Club, right? Now, I just want to ask, it says City of Dreams VIP Gaming. So, you're familiar that they put their money in bags like this?
Not really, sir. It's if that's the bag that they put it. The
All right,
money.
I just wanted to know. So
But
long as
they,
you
they
know,
have inside the junket rooms. They have their own cashiers, and they have their own cage for treasury operations.
yeah, I know, I am familiar with that, but each junket operator has their own cage,
Yes, sir.
and this is a junket operator, or is he consolidator of all the junket operators?
Yes, sir. It's a
What
place.
is, what is yes?
Yes, sir.
What is yes?
Yes, sir. It's Lean Club is a place, sir, where all the
No, no,
junket
it's not a place. He is a junket operator, and he has space there, and all these people belong, all these junkets are under him. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
He's a consolidator.
Yes, sir.
All right, okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure for the record.
Thank
Li
you.
Ying Club. And do you know who's operating it?
Sir, no, sir. I have to find out, sir.
Do you license any of these people?
Sir, they are being registered, sir, under the GLDD,
Under
under the Gaming and License
so
Department.
they are, do you have knowledge of the personal circumstances?
We can find out, sir. All we have is the
Would you
list.
please give me that information from the Li Ying Club?
Yes, sir. We will.
And make sure it is properly pronounced, not lying, Li
Yes,
Ying.
sir.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Excuse me, again, with the indulgence of Senator De Lima.
Yes, Your Honor. Liying Club is actually a venue in City of Dreams. It's not an operator. It's
Ah.
just a venue, and the operators can have their operations there. So
I
it's
see.
it's
and,
not.
and who designated it as Liying Club? Is there
It's
somebody?
just a name, Mr. Senator.
And in that club, it is limited to certain junket operators.
Yes, yes, sir.
So how many would be here? 3, 4, 5?
Could be about three, because
Three.
we have three.
And would
yeah.
you know that they usually frequent the Liying Club, or do they change?
That whole area, sir, it's a certain area
Dedicated for those three.
dedicated for probably
Would you
one
furnish-
or two of them.
Would you furnish the committee the names of these people?
Yes,
All right, and who are the coordinators?
the operators, Mr.
That's
Chairman.
right. Don't you call them operators?
Junket operators.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes.
very much.
We
And what
will.
is your name again?
Marisa Academia.
You already been
Yes.
sworn in. That's right. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nasaan na po ngayon yung 30 million na na supposedly tinurn over nyo? Nasaan na po ngayon, Attorney Argusino?
Pwede pong pakiulit yung tanong, Your Honor.
Nasaan na po yung 30 million na yan? Pinakita nyo nung press con at sinabi nyo iti-turn over nyo.
Binigay na po namin sa custody ng DOJ, Your Honor.
DOJ, specifically kanino po?
Kay Secretary Aguirre, Your Honor.
Secretary Aguirre, do you confirm po that that 30 million was turned over to you?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, when we counted it, it's excuse me. It is
It
only
was
29.
turned over on the very same day of the press con, after the press con perhaps?
That's right, Mr. Chair. Actually, what was turned over to us is only 29,999,000. One bundle is lacking one piece of 1,000 pesos.
Did you notice po na yung mga ilang mga packs ay meron talagang mga BDO wrapper?
Yes, Mr. Chair, but after the press con, I left it to the people of the DOJ in order to count the money.
So,
So,
where is the cash now with you po?
The cash now is after keeping it with the vote in the DOJ, the following business day, Monday, we deposited it in a safety deposit box with Land Bank.
With the land bank?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
The full amount of 29,000 something. With
That's right,
one
Mr. Chair.
one lacking. Yung 18 million, so it's now with the land bank.
The 18 million of
The 30 million,
From-
or a little less 30 million, it's still with the land bank.
with the land bank, but
vault.
with a safety deposit box. We did not want to deposit it by way of an account, but only in the safety deposit box, DB, in order that the condition of the money will not be
And you
altered.
deposited it with a safe vault in the land bank for what purpose? Just for our
safekeeping.
enlightenment?
Safekeeping only,
Safekeeping.
Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, kay General Kalima naman po, nasaan na po yung 18 million?
It's with the Philippine National Police, Your Honor.
With the Philippine National Police.
Yes, Your Honor.
Would you know whether this was also brought to a bank and to be kept and safe kept in a vault?
Yes, ma'am, it was when we conducted an inventory, it was turned over to the finance service because this is the unit that has the facility for safekeeping of this large amount of money, ma'am.
Okay, let's go back po dun sa gabi ng November 27.
Excuse me,
Attorney
ma'am, excuse me.
Argusino.
Do you know who the person, the custodial officer of this money is?
Yes, sir. The receipt is included in the case folder that we gave to the ombudsman, Your Honor.
Don't you have a name?
I'll check. I'll check, Your Honor.
Kindly furnish us the name of the person who got that. And did they put it in a safety deposit box as well?
I think they kept it in the vault of the finance service, Your Honor.
Just one question to Secretary Aguirre. Did you photograph the evidence? The wrappers, the condition?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you
We
have
did.
photographs. Could you kindly submit that to the chair, please? To the committee?
We'll do so, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you. And the same goes for the person in custody of the money at the PNP.
Yes, sir. We'll provide, sir, the
Thank you, sir.
receipts.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Balik po tayo sa November 27 ng gabi, doon po sa party na yon, na supposedly tinurn over mo na, Attorney Robles, yung pina-safe keep sa'yo, 2 bag, 20 million, kay Attorney Argusino. Uulitin ko po yung tanong ko kanina. So inuwi mo yon, Attorney Argusino, hindi mo yon binigay kanino man doon sa, kung sino man doon, sa party. Kasi nagtataka po kami kung bakit doon pa naging venue nyo ng pag-turn over the supposed consolidation of the cash na nagbiyahe muna kayo, nagbiyahe kayo sa Cavite, Dasmariñas. You can very well do that either in your house, in his house, in the office, or whatever. But why go to a party na nandun yung mga brads nyo, nandun si Secretary Aguirre, nandun yung si Attorney Fred Lim, the president of PAGCOR. By the way, what is the position of Attorney Fred Lim in your fraternity? Lex Taliones.
He has no position, Your Honor, because he has long graduated from.
He's long graduated.
Yes, Your
He's not the head.
One of the elders. Your
One
Honor.
of the elders.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many elders does the fraternity
Uh,
has?
I do not know the exact figures,
Have.
Your Honor.
Mhm.
I do not know the exact figures.
Okay, so hindi nyo iniwan yung pera doon?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi nyo binigay kahit kanino?
No, Your Honor.
So ang problema nyo po ngayon, Attorney Argusino, paano nyo nga po i-explain yung tungkol doon sa iba na ang mga pera, lalo na yung mga may BDO? But I'm not gonna, I don't know if you're willing to answer that.
Galing po, Your Honor, yan. Yan ho yung binigay ng ni Wally Sumbero sa amin.
Right, we will pursue that. Probably next hearing, when that's why napaka-importante po ni Mr. Sumbero.
Sorry, is Attorney Contacto here already? With the committee chair, contact Attorney Contacto if he is already able to contact Sombero. 2 hours na.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dito po sa affidavit ni General Kalima, may I point you to paragraph 53, page 10. Ito po yung nag-uusap na kayo ni Attorney Argusino sa promenade sa Green Hills, kung saan doon na yung pinag-usapan na dapat meron din ibigay sa inyo. Although nagtuturoan po kayo. Sabi ni Attorney Argusino, kayo ang nagde-demand, sabi nyo naman, idea niya yon, nabigyan din kayo ng 18 million para paghati-hatian nyo. Allegedly. Kayo, Commissioner Morente, Tulfo, Chan. But I'm very intrigued by this portion in your affidavit, paragraph 53. I read for the records. From my recollections, he was making computations. You were referring to Attorney Argusino. Kasi kayo lang po nag-usap sa promenade, di ba?
Yes, sir.
Wala ho dun si Attorney Robles.
Yes, sir.
He was making computations on his cell phone, and he would make phone calls to consult somebody on what seemed to me were their computations on how to apportion the extortion money. He was even saying that he is a lawyer, but he is not good in computations. Perhaps he was telling this because he had wanted to have a bigger share of the loot, which he was the brains behind it. I also recall that he told me that they will have to apportion a bigger amount to some people, and then he was suggesting that aside from Wally and Ramon Tulfo, he would also give some amount to Commissioner Morente, Colonel Chan, and me. All throughout, I never said a word about what he was suggesting except to say, kayo sir, because all I was interested was to get the evidence against them. Ano po bang masasabi niyo, Attorney Argusino? Meron po ba talaga kayong kausap nung nag-uusap kayo ni General Kalima na para bagang meron kayong kinukonsulta kung ano ang magiging hatian nung ibibigay niyo kay General Kalima?
Wala po, Your Honor. Inaiwasan ko lang ho na kunin niya yung entire amount kasi nga ho, gagamitin ko pong ebidensya yung matitira sa akin. Ebidensya ko po sa kanya kung magkano po yung mapupunta sa kanya.
General Kalima, reply please. The reaction.
Ma'am, I think we can go back to his previous statements na he mentioned na tinatawagan niya si Associate Commissioner Robles, Your Honor.
Attorney Robles, tinatawagan ka ba o tinawagan ka ba ni Attorney Argusinio nung gabi, nung December 8? While he was, or when the two of them, Attorney Argusinio and General Calima were at Promenade?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Bakit kayo nag-usap?
Ang pinag-usapan lang po doon sinabi po ni Associate Commissioner Argusino that he is talking with he was talking with General Calima about the 18 million.
Kinukonsulta ho ba kayo ni Attorney Argusinio?
Sinasabi niya lang po sa akin yung kung ano nangyayari dun sa usapan nila.
So sinabi ba niya yung ganun nga na 18 million lang ang ibibigay? Or 18 million ang ibibigay at merong maghahati-hatian?
Ang pagkakaalala ko lang po nandun na nga na nakita niya daw na naglabas na ng baril si General Calima at saka it's about the 18 million that he was asking for.
General Calima, tinutukan niyo ho ba si Attorney Argusino?
Naglabas
Para humingi ng 18 million?
No, Your Honor.
May dala kayong baril? I suppose you're an
Yes.
intel officer, you're a police officer.
Yes, Your Honor. I have a permit to carry for this firearm.
Attorney Argusino, why did you have to tell Attorney Robles about that? What was in your mind? Do you think that was deliberate on the part of General Calima para lang makuha yung 18 million? Para naman atang that's too juvenile.
Yung paglalabas po niya ng baril, Your Honor.
Yes. Kinento nyo daw kay Attorney Robles na may dalang baril si General Calima.
Hindi po, ako na ho yung nagsabi. Sinabi ko po dito sa Senate na nung paalis na ho ako, tinawag ko ako ni General Calima. Tapos sinabi ho niya sa akin, Sir, dapat may ganito din kayo. So nilabas niya po yung baril. So,
That was in Promenade?
Yes, Your Honor. Paalis na po ako nun. So,
So
nalaman
ano
na lang
ba
po
yung
niya
dating
later.
sa inyo, Attorney Robles? Sa'yo nang galing?
Yes, Mr. Chair. What was the question again?
Yun ang context nun? Na pinapakita lang dapat ni General Calima yung baril niya kay Attorney Argusino? O dahil, do you think that was part
I think that was part of as already admitted by General Calima. He was conducting an intelligence operation by way or
Hindi, yung tungkol sa baril. Yun ba ang dating sa inyo na para bang kino-coerce na si
Yes,
Attorney
Mr.
Argusino?
Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, iba yung ano nyo? Iba yung interpretation nyo?
Because it was Attorney Argusino who called me up and informed me about what had transpired between him and actually, nandun pa ho sila nag-uusap nung tinawag niya sa akin at sinabi niya sa akin na napakitaan siya ng baril and about that 18 million General Calima was asking.
One final point, I was reminded that my time is up. One final point for now. Balik ho tayo sa November 26, dun sa Shangri-La. Again, sino-sino po ang nandoon along with Secretary Aguirre, nung dumaan din po si Secretary Aguirre before he went to the event on the 4th floor. Again, sino po ang nandun? Kayo po,
Ako ho,
Attorney Argusino.
Ako po si Sumbero, si Secretary Aguirre, si Jack Lam, yung dalawa pong interpreters.
Ano po yung pangalan ng dalawang interpreters?
Norman Nang and Alex Yu.
First time niyo pong nakita sila?
Yes, Your Honor.
Although after that, according to General Calima,
Yes, Your Honor. First time ko po, hindi ko po kilala si Jack. Even
Alright.
si Alexander Yu at saka po si
but
Norman
after November 26, na-meet niyo uli either or both of them, correct? November 28
Noong
or
November
29?
30. Ito
November
ho yung
30.
nagaya ho si Wally Sumbero at tinanong ko nga ho kung nandun si Jack
So
Lam.
sinong interpreter ang nandun na naman noong November 30?
Sila pong dalawa.
Uli,
Your Honor.
Norman
Yes, Your Honor.
and Alex Yu.
Yes, Your Honor.
Kagaya ho nung sinabi ni Chairman dati, ni Chair Gordon dati, na he would have wanted na nandito dapat si Jack Lam para marinig din natin kung ano ang version niya nung usap-usapan nung gabi, nung November 26. Pero mukha ho atang that would be next to impossible Kasi of course, wala siya ngayon sa bansa. Hindi niya alam kung seryoso yung mga sinabi about pwede siyang bumalik, basta ba under those three conditions. Kasi syempre, iniisip niya baka arestuhin siya pagbalik niya dito. So perhaps I'm thinking, Mr. Chair, that we can invite either or both of the interpreters for the
Be
next
patient.
for the next hearing.
Please be patient.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Isang
Okay.
tanong lang po. Would you know who is the lawyer of Jack Lam? General Kalima, you have an idea who is the lawyer of Jack Lam?
I think it's Attorney Fortune.
Raymond Fortune.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, because I saw also some news articles about some comments from him, and he represents himself to be a lawyer of Jack Lam. Wala po ba si Attorney Raymond Fortune nung meeting na yon ng June 26 ng gabi?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Secretary Aguirre, do you confirm that there is nobody else in that meeting except the 6 of you? Yourself, Attorney Argusino, Jack Lam, 2 interpreters. 5 pala. And Sumbero, so 6.
6. I think I saw another one, but in the company of Jack Lam. Jack Lam was flanked by 2 interpreters, and there's another one. All of them did not utter a single word.
Attorney Argusino, would you know who is that extra person in that room?
No, Your Honor.
Tanungin na lang natin si Mr. Sumbero pag nandito na po siya. Yes.
Thank you,
That's all
Senator.
for now. Thank you, Mr.
I
Chair.
will have another round because we have to go to the second part where this will now involve Secretary Aguirre and all the others. Just a couple of questions. Just to wrap up the questioning of Secretary Senator De Lima with the permission of Senator Villalobos. Nag-usap ba, Mr. Argusino, si Secretary Aguirre at si Jack Lam nung November the 26th?
Hindi ho hindi ho
Hindi ko
nagsasalita.
tinatanong kung marunong mag-English.
Oh.
You're a lawyer. I'm asking you a simple question.
Hindi po
Nakapag-usap ba si Secretary Aguirre at saka si Jack Lam?
Hindi po. Everything is through Sumbero.
When you say through Sumbero, kailangan bang through Sumbero o nag-uusap direktamente si Secretary Aguirre kay Mr. Sumbero?
Nag-gesture lang ho si Jack Lam. Pero ang lahat po ng representation si Sumbero.
Ano gesture? Hindi nga makaintindi. Paano mag-gesture?
Meron
Nagsasalita ba yung dalawang interpreter?
Nag-in-explain po ng dalawang interpreters. Tapos
Nag-i-explain?
Yes. Tapos si Jack Lam.
Pag nagsasalita si Secretary Aguirre, ang sinasabi mo ba, nag-i-explain yung dalawang interpreter?
In-explain po kay
No,
Jack Lam.
tagutin mo muna yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko napakasimple. Pag nagsasalita si Secretary Aguirre, nag-i-explain ba, nagtatranslate yung dalawang interpreter?
Hindi ko po nakikita. Si Sumbero po yung nagsasalita.
Nag-i-explain ba yung interpreter?
Hindi po.
Hindi mo
Your Honor.
nakita?
Hindi ko po nakikita.
Alright. Si Sumbero, ang nag-uusap silang dalawa. Habang nag-uusap silang dalawa, Secretary Aguirre and Sumbero, nag-i-explain ba yung interpreter? As if he was, okay, go ahead, sige.
Nagsasalita ho sila ng Chinese na hindi ko po naiintindihan.
Of course you don't understand. Pero nagsasalita sila.
Ng Chinese, Your Honor.
So hindi mo alam if they're saying I love you or hindi explain nila yung
Hindi ko
kwan.
po alam, Your Honor.
Alright, okay. Tanong ko sa iyo ngayon, gaano katagal nag-usap si Sumbero at saka si Secretary Aguirre?
Your Honor, nung dumating ho si Secretary,
Gaano katagal?
Your Honor, less than 10 minutes, Your Honor.
Less than 10 minutes. Do you confirm that, Secretary Aguirre?
About that time,
Because at that time, you were
Sir Chair.
supposed to be awarded by the alumni, not the Lex Talionis, but the alumni of San Beda.
yes, Mr. Chair, the schedule for the awarding is about 7. 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock yung awarding, and that was about 6 o'clock, 6:30, right?
No, I think I promptly arrived at the meeting at 5 o'clock. or
5 o'clock. So you had
5:10.
plenty of time, but you did not give them the time. You just gave them 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because I feel that when Sombrero or the group of Jacklam was asking that the first thing to be done is to release the 1,316, I think it's fruitless. It should be the other way around. They should pay the back taxes and get a license, regularize their operation by getting a license from.
You never talked to
Pagcor.
Jack Lam directly.
No, I never.
So the
talked.
translators were next to useless.
I
so
believe
far
that
as you and Jack Lam was concerned.
I don't think so because Jack Lam was there with 2 interpreters. I believe that the interpreters understood what we are talking with Sombrero,
And they were translating.
they feel, I think, there's nothing wrong about it. What Sombrero is was saying to me. So I think with his presence, I believe that they know what's going on.
Did it appear to you that Sombrero was acting like a lawyer so that he doesn't need to be consulting with Jack Lam?
I think they know what they already have an understanding on what to tell me.
No, I'm
Mr.
asking
Chair.
you. Ang appearance ba sa inyo ni Sombrero ay siya ang nakikipag-usap sa inyo, of course, upon instructions of Jack Lam, pero siya nagmamaneho ng conversation?
Actually, dalawa lang kaming nag-uusap eh. So,
Kaya,
talagang
so ang
siyang,
sagot ko ay yes.
siyang nagmamaneho talaga ng conversation.
Siya. So kayo dalawa lang nag-uusap.
Opo, he did not even stop to consult anybody.
Did not turn to Jack Lam.
He did not. Actually,
Did not turn to the interpreter.
no, actually, kami lang po ang dalawang nag-usap eh.
Did the
All the others
interpreter
are
ask them?
silent. All the others are silent.
Did you see the interpreter ask Sombrero, ano ba yung sinasabi mo? Wala.
I did not notice that,
You did not.
Mr. Chair.
Bakit nagje-gesticulate? Sabi nitong si Argusino, nagje-gesticulate raw.
I did not notice that.
He did not notice that. So, what do you think? Why was he gesticulating?
Chinese ho yung yung parang minamurmur. Hindi ko naman po maintindihan.
Kanina siya nagje-gesticulate. Kasalita siya tapos nagkaganon siya. Ano yun?
Katabi niya ho si Jack Lam.
Sino siya?
Si yung dalawang interpreters po.
So, nag-uusap sila talaga at
Chinese po
nagje-gesticulate.
yung naririnig ko eh.
Ha?
Chinese, pero hindi ko po alam.
Kaya nga, nag-uusap sila intently.
Yes, Your Honor.
Alright.
Pero si Wally po...
Nung
ang
nandun
talagang
kayo
nagsasalita.
kay Mr. Lim, nakausap ba si Mr. Lim?
No, Your Honor.
Hindi.
Hindi po.
Sigurado kayo
Yes, Your Honor.
Magkasama ba kayo ni Robles all the time?
No, Your Honor.
Nakaiwalay kayo, nakabugot
Yes,
kayo?
Your Honor.
Are you sure?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, I just want to be sure. That's on record. Alright, Senator Villanueva is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, for the record, I'd like to state that I am supporting the move to cite in contempt Wally Sombrero for continuously avoiding or disregarding our invitation. I'm aware that the motion has been deferred and we still continue to submit to the wisdom of the chair. Pero gusto lang natin sabihin for the record, Mr. Chairman, na hindi dapat kailangang galangin ang committee na ito, lalo na ang institusyon na ito sa pagkasagawa ng pagdinig na ito. Just for the record also, Mr. Chairman, can I also raise this question for NBI? Kung na-release nyo na po ba si Wally Sombrero sa inyong custody?
May you answer? Sir? Senator Villanueva is not a member of this committee, but I invited him here. So I will take note because he cannot make a motion here. But I will take note and that he supports. And that, let me just say this. The lawyer is not yet here. But when this hearing is finished and there is no report from Mr. Jack Lam, I will order and recommend that contempt be leveled against Mr. Sombrero and that when he comes back, that he be immediately arrested from the airport and incarcerated in Muntinlupa until he comes around. Do not laugh. This has been done before by the Senate. In the case of Nazareno, we will put him in Muntinlupa until he shows up. I'm sure the Senate will support me on that. All right, so go ahead, please.
Yes, would like to ask again the National Bureau of Investigation.
Can you please repeat?
Yung sa status po ni Wally Sombero, wala na po ba siya doon sa custody nyo?
Good morning.
Nanggal nyo na po ba?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Wala na po, sir, wala na po sa custody ng NBS, sir.
Sa witness protection, no? Thank you. Thank you. Just for the record lang, ho. Mr. Chairman, again, I'd like to, for the sake of our kababayans, tatanungin ko ulit si Attorney Argusino, ang dating or former Associate Commissioner ng Bureau of Immigration. Sir, established na illegal yung nangyari sa Fontana, kaya inaresto. Established na binanggit nyo ho kanina, paulit-ulit din dito sa pagdinig na ito, na si Wally Sombero ay asking Secretary Aguirre to be the ninong of Jack Lam. And Secretary Aguirre even mentioned na sa kanya, kahit walang legal basis to file charges against Wally Sombero, pero sa kanya, binanggit niya ho ito sa media, lahat tayo narinig natin, na attempting to bribe si Secretary Aguirre nitong si Wally Sombero. Established din po na kanina tinatanong ni Senator Bam na may crime na nakomit noong binigyan kayo ng 50 million. Na-establish din po natin dito sa pagdinig na ito na nung humarap po kayo sa Committee on Labor, itinago nyo po sa amin na nakatanggap kayo ng 50 million na noon. Established din po dito sa committee na ito na unilaterally kayo yung nagdesisyon na mag-imbestiga, bagamat doon sa mga earlier pronouncements po ninyo, and paulit-ulit ko pinanood yung inyong press conference, entrapment, tapos nung huling pagdinig, case building na. So gusto ko lang i-put on record na you're continuously committing material concealment, and I would like to warn you for the last time that I will not hesitate to cite you in contempt if you continue to lie in this committee. You maintain, for the record, Attorney Argusino, na hindi nyo ginalaw yung mga pera na ibinigay sa inyo. Wala kayong ginalaw, hindi nyo binuksan, hindi nyo kinount, hindi nyo ginastos yung iba, tapos pinalitan na lang. Do you maintain that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, Attorney Argusino, in the same press conference noong pong December 13, you allege that, and I quote no, sabi nyo, kept yourselves from being tempted by keeping the money as future evidence against Jack Lam. Nakakalito ho ito. Pwede po bang bigyan nyo ng linaw ito? Kasi parang tinatanong ko, nakaiwas ba kayo sa tukso ng pera noong press conference of December 13 o naisahan nyo si Jack Lam at si Wally Sombero dahil nakakuha kayo ng future evidence laban sa kanila? Both are, I would say, Mr. Chairman, polar opposites of each other. You cannot be tempted to take the money if you had no intention of taking the money as your own. At gusto ko lang sabihin na hindi naman po uso dito sa Pilipinas yung tinatawag na alternative facts. Can you clarify on this, Attorney?
Nung sinabi ko ho na gagamitin ko na future evidence yan, ito ho ay in relation doon sa tinanggap ko po nung 27 na ang sinasabi ho ni Sombero at that time ay kinuha niya yung pera sa mga operators. Kasi kung pagbabasihan ko po sana yung sinabi ni Secretary Aguirre na wala talagang na-commit at that time si Wally Sumbero dahil hindi naman po nag-offer ng specific amount, natatandaan ko po ang sinabi ni Secretary Aguirre's perception of corruption of public official, which is very correct, Your Honor. Now, nung pong tinanggap po yung 48 million at sinabi ko po na future evidence, hindi ho binanggit ni Sumbero na galing yan kay Jack Lam. So, and Sumbero is only
Again,
an agent.
established na illegal yung ginawa nila. Established na nung nag-uusap kayo, hindi nyo ba na pag-uusapan?
Your Honor, if I may, that's really a legal question because kung corruption of public official po yan, you have to determine kanino galing yung pera. That is a purely legal
Galing
question.
kay Sumbero. Nakipag-meeting si
Your
Sumbero,
Honor,
kasama ka, at ang DOJ Secretary, kasama si Jack Lam.
Yun na nga po yung
May
sinabi.
kailangan sila. Established na illegal yung ginagawa nila. Not
Your-
enough.
Doon po sa press con ko po, sinabi ko ho, mahuhuli ko si Sumbero pero hindi si Jack Lam. Kasi nga po, ang investigation ko ho ay yun hong ginagawa ni Jack Lam. Kasi ho, kung si Sumbero lang po yung mahuhuli ko at siya lang po yung aking kakasuhan, ay nakawala po yung big fish.
That is your opinion. No? Kami dito, lahat, naiintindihan na namin. Right there and then, na-establish na po. But anyway, hindi na ako makikipagtalo sa'yo because we're running out of time. Alam mo na sinabihan ka kamo ni Secretary Aguirre, sa harap mo, sinabi ni Secretary Aguirre kay Wally Sumbero na sa'yo makipag-usap. Sinabi mo rin kanina na sinabihan ni Secretary Aguirre at you are aware na sa'yo makipag-usap, hindi kay General Calima. Is that correct?
Ako po at saka yung apat na
Yes,
persons.
apat. Yeah, hindi lang ikaw, hindi lang si Commissioner Robles. Nung time na tinanggap mo yung salapi, yung time na humingi si General Calima, na sinasabi nyo nga po, noong pong, if I'm not mistaken, November 30, hindi nyo ba in-inform si Secretary Aguirre na, Sir, mukhang tama ho yung inyong hypothesis na talagang si General Calima may ginagawang kalokohan. You did not even bother to report to Secretary Aguirre about it?
Nag-unfold po yan, Your Honor, nung December 9. Nung tinanggap po ni General Calima yung 18 million.
He was already asking for the money. Kailan yun? Yung sinasabi mo?
Again, Your Honor, he was not asking for the money. Starting December 1, Your Honor, all he was saying is, meron ako ditong mga recordings.
Okay.
So, ang
Sige.
assessment ko po,
December 1. May ano, Secretary Aguirre, kailan nyo po nalaman, Secretary Aguirre, na tumanggap na po sila ng salapi? Kailan nyo po nalaman? Nag-report po ba sila sa inyo? Or sa media nyo lang din nalaman? Gaya ko, na nung time na nagkakaroon po kami ng hearing doon sa Committee on Labor, wala ho kaming kaalam-alam. In fact, pinuri pa ho namin si Commissioner Argusino for a job well done. Nagulat din ho ba kayo?
Mr. Chair, could you please repeat the main question?
Kailan nyo po nalaman na Secretary Aguirre na ito po, na tumanggap na ho sila ng salapi, 50 million, kailan nyo po nalaman din na according to them, nangihingi ho ng parte, o si Sally, sabi Sally ako, as mentioned by Senator Gordon, si General Calima.
Mr. Chair, the first time I know about it was when I think it's December 9, when I talked to them. That was the first time it was confirmed to me was
Sir-
on December 9.
Sir, just to clarify, no, December 9, you found out about the money. Hindi po yung when General Calima was asking for a cut as alleged by the two former commissioners.
I did not know of them, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would I be allowed
Please.
able to clarify about that instruction?
Yes, please.
That instruction was not given during November 26 hearing, meeting. I think, and I'm checking my text, I think it happened either on November 24, the first day of the raid, or November 25, the second day, because I've been hearing so many adverse reports, although these are unverified, and I told General Kaliman knows about this, that these are unverified, that the group of General Kalima are getting bribes or letting some of the Chinese escape. So when I'm receiving these many reports, General Sombero texted me, Secretary, I am coordinating with General Kalima. I'm always coordinating with General Kalima. So, and aware of the many reports, I made this text. As a matter of fact, the first sentence of the text is, do not coordinate with General Kalima. Coordinate with the two commissioners, Attorney Jake Licas of the BI, Vic Uy, and Sherwin Uy of the DOJ. I know that my text will reach General Kalima. I know Colonel General Sombero will tell that to General Kalima. That's the reason why the first line of my text is, do not coordinate with Kalima. Now, with respect to the other question, the money giving was confirmed to me on the December 9. I went to the NBI and talked to General Sombero, and he told me his story to me. The night of the same day, I talked to the two commissioners, and they told me their own story. But before December 9, there were rumors already that money changed hands.
Thank you
Mr.
very much, Secretary.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, on December 9, they already told you about this, Secretary Aguirre? On December 9.
I don't know about the money, but what was told to me was their stories.
Sorry, sila Argusino po at si Robles on December 9 told you about it already.
Also, General Sombero.
Okay, may I just check the records? If I recall, Attorney Argusino said that he didn't tell Secretary Aguirre till the 13th. Okay, sorry, Mr. I just want to check the records.
The 13th is the giving.
Yes, but I
returning of the
asked
money.
that, Secretary, I asked that point blank earlier. I just want to check the records, no? What Attorney Argusino said.
In fairness to Secretary Aguirre, he already said that the last time, December 9.
When I asked Argusino earlier, sabi niya, he said he didn't tell Secretary.
He did not tell, you said he did not tell Secretary Aguirre, right?
About the money, Your Honor.
About the money.
Yes.
But Secretary
Because it was the
Aguirre
first time
announced
that
na,
he came to know.
because
from me.
Mr. Tulfo came out with his article on December 10. Is
That's
that
correct, Your Honor.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yeah. Go ahead.
While we're checking, no, that's good. Na-clarify po ni Secretary Aguirre. Secretary, gusto kong sabihin din, my only point here is the fact that alam ni Commissioner Argusino na binanggit nyo kay Wally na sa kanila, isa siya doon sa ilan sa mga tao o personalidad na makipag-usap. And the thing is, alam din ni Commissioner Argusino na not to deal with General Kalima. Ito yung point ko, Secretary, at sa bawat isa sa atin dito in this committee, no. Nung nagbigay na ng pera, noong allegedly nanghingi na ng cut si General Kalima, walang report, walang tawag, walang text, walang kahit anong communication kay Secretary Aguirre dito sa mga nangyayari na to. If I'm your commissioner, Secretary Aguirre, it's human nature na sinasabi nyo, huwag makipag-deal kay General Galima. Sinasabi nyo ho that this guy, si Wally Sombero, is you know what it means when he says, naghahanap ng ninong si Jack Lam. Tapos itong mga to nangyayari, hindi kayo sinasabihan. It's absurd, Mr. Chairman. Gusto ko lang kong i-point out yun. Let me continue with my questioning. Attorney Argusino, nung isang pagdinig po, Senator Gordon disclosed to this public hearing that you were found guilty of reckless imprudence resulting to homicide due to the death of a certain Raul Camaligan at the hands of your fraternity. Your conviction led to the Supreme Court deferring your taking of the lawyer's oath. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
The decision to allow you to take the Philippine bar was found in the Supreme Court resolution dated March 19, 1997, entitled regarding petition of Al Argusino to take the lawyer's oath, bar matter number 712. Here you were asked to submit evidence of good moral character required of a member of the Philippine bar. If I may be allowed to read the part of the decision. Petitioner submitted evidence that a scholarship foundation had been established in honor of Raul Camaligan, the hazing victim, through joint efforts of the latter's family and the 8 accused in the criminal case. Close quote. In its article po sa Philippine Daily Inquirer, I came across this article, The Promising Mr. Argusino, dated Feb 5, 2017. And I quote, "The San Beda College Alumni Office, which handles scholarships and study grants, has no record of a Raul Camaligan Scholarship Foundation supposedly created in 1995 with a capital of 650,000 pesos, according to Argusino's letter to then San Beda College Rector Father Bernardo Perez." Katanungan lang po, attorney, no? Alam mo ba kung may scholarship pa rin sa ngalan ni Raul Camaligan o Raul Camaligan Scholarship Foundation?
Natayo po yung Scholarship Foundation at registered po yan sa Securities and Exchange Commission, Your Honor.
Kayo ho ang nag-establish din ito? Isa ho
Yes,
kayo?
Your Honor, in connection with the case, Your Honor.
So, mali po itong article na ito?
Hindi po totoo yan, Your Honor.
Thank
In
you.
fact, na turnover po namin sa San Beda, yung foundation, nagkaroon lang po ng development na yun hong San Beda nagkaroon po ng policy na they do not want, yung pong hindi nila sinusuportahan ang mga fraternities. Yan po ang nangyari, Your Honor. But it's registered before the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Thank you. Thank you. At would you know kung may pondo pa rin ito and still
Yes, Your Honor.
running?
In fact, na-check ko po yung record. Meron din po akong record sa Metrobank na intact po yung pera, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Now, when you testified before the committee last January 30, you admitted that you met with Wally Sombero on November 30. In fact, hindi niyo ho sinabi din to nung unang pagdinig. You know, in his complaint affidavit, Sombero narrates that you extorted an additional 50 million from Jack Lam in exchange for the release of all the other Chinese nationals. However, before this committee, again, you gave a vague general statements about what actually happened that day of November 30. In fact, you did not mention of any meeting with Mr. Sombero during your press con last December 30. May I know, and would you elaborate, Attorney Argusino, what you actually discussed on November 30 with Mr. Sombero? And again, yung paulit-ulit na tinatanong sa'yo, why did you not disclose this during your December 13 press conference? Lumalabas po kasi parang hinihintay nyo po at iniisip nyo na maaaring maayos pa ito.
Your Honors, my apology for mixing on some facts. In fact, maski po doon sa complaint namin sa Parañaque, minention ko ho na yung meeting sa Crown Hotel was November 29. When I check, hindi po pala November 29, it's November 30. And then I apologize din po nung sinabi ko na minid ko po si Sombero nung gabi ng 10 a.m. ng 26. Nung nirecall ko po yung fax, dumating po siya ng 2 a.m. So, I apologize, Your Honor, but I believe, Your Honor, I want to set the record straight so that if there would be policy decisions on this case, the Honorable Committee Chair and the members would be guided by the correct set of facts, as I recalled it, Your Honor.
Attorney Argusino,
Yes, yes.
maybe this is another time for you to correct, no? Earlier, I asked, kailan nyo na-mention kay Secretary Aguirre yung mga pangyayaring ito? You said December 13. Na-mention ni Secretary Aguirre, it was December 9. Ano ho talaga yung totoo?
Yun hong amount, December 13 ko lang po sinabi doon sa press con.
Hindi. When did you inform Secretary Aguirre about what had transpired? December 9 or December 13?
December 9, nag-usap po kami. At
Oh.
tinanong niya nga po yung, hindi po amount yung, hindi po niya alam yung amount at that time. December 9, nag-usap po kami at tinanong niya nga po kung totoo yung kinausap,
So,
yung pinag-usapan nila sa NBI.
So bakit kanina nung tinanong kita, sabi mo December 13?
I apologize, Your Honor, but that's December 13, Your Honor, is the first time na nalaman niya about the money.
So on December 9, you had discussed with Secretary Aguirre what had happened. Nabanggit mo na may pera pero hindi mo sinabi kung magkano.
Along that line, Your Honor.
Secretary Aguirre, is that right? Just confirm it, please.
The memory is hazy and I'm looking for my text. But when we, I think when we talked on December 9, the night of December 9, we are not talking about the money, but by the what happened.
May I ask, Secretary, at that time, lumabas na yun sa media, di ba? By December 9. Na article.
No, I don't think so.
So who initiated that meeting between you and was Commissioner Robles there also in that meeting?
Yes.
Who initiated the meeting?
Your Honor, during that time, Wally Sombero went to NBI.
Yes.
I met Mr. Wally Sombero in the NBI in the morning.
Okay.
So he told his stories to me, and I am not really sure if I was the one who asked this to meet the two commissioners, because at that time we are celebrating the Christmas party of the four Friends of Rodi
So,
Duterte.
are you saying, Secretary, incidental lang yung pagkita ninyo? Hindi talaga siya meeting?
It was not planned.
Oh, it was an incidental meeting. So hindi sila, they did not really make an effort to tell you about this. Nakita lang kayo in the party.
I think when they come to know that we have a Christmas party of the Ford Friends of Rodi Duterte, that's Ford, we met in a nearby restaurant.
Okay. At sabi ho ni...
It was not a planned meeting at that.
Okay.
At that
So
time.
incidentally, may opportunity na nakita po kayo. Ano hong kwento po nila Attorney Argusino at Attorney Robles sa inyo na meron silang investigasyon dito kay Jack Lam?
Ganun po sa mga, actually, ang kanilang stories loggerheads with one another. So, since I did not make any conclusion, because it's premature, because the investigation is being conducted by the NBI, and by the BI.
Let him finish.
I am not sure when. Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Secretary, go ahead.
So, since all these investigations might go to me as the head of the department, the NBI and the BI being unattached agencies, I did not make any conclusion. I just wanted to know, to be informed of what really happened.
Ang nasabi ho nila is that all this transpired, they kept to their story ba na may investigation sila, but they did not mention that 50 million pesos exchanged.
I don't think that it was mentioned to me.
Alright. But
I'm not really sure.
Hindi kaya
I
mahalaga yung banggitin, Attorney Argusino, na may perang nagpalit sa mga kamay ninyo? I mean, you're already talking to your boss. Admit ako, honestly, that conversation should have happened maybe 7 days earlier para mas kapani-paniwala yung kwento. But finally, you're able to meet your boss, give you the benefit of the doubt. Ngayon ka magsasabi na may investigasyon kayo. Hindi mo babanggitin na may perang nagpalit ng kamay?
Nasabi ko po yung nag-investigate ako kay Secretary Aguirre. Pero yun nga, sinabi ho niya, nakikinig lang po siya.
Oh.
Because ayaw niya pong, gusto niyang pakinggan both
You
sides.
don't think it's important to tell your superior na tumanggap kayong 50 million?
Your Honor, filed ho yung case
You don't think it's
ng Monday,
important?
Your Honor.
You don't think it's important? Are you aware that during that day, that morning, si Wally Sombero went to NBI? Are you aware of that? No. That's why. That's why you did not mention the 50 million.
Alam na po namin na nasa NBI si Wally kasi ho nung December 8 nga, pinaparinig na ni General
Sorry,
Lima.
okay,
yung
Attorney,
Speaker.
I just want to establish the facts. Hindi mo sinabi yung 50 million kay Secretary Aguirre?
Hindi, Your Honor.
Okay. Commissioner Robles, you were in the meeting?
When was that meeting?
December 9.
December.
Sa isang restaurant. Would you remember which restaurant that was, Secretary Aguirre?
I don't know. I could not remember
Okay.
the name.
Commissioner Robles, makinig ka naman. Nag-uusap tayo dito. Where?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you were-
I think
You feel like that.
I forgot when I.
We were talking about this kanina pa eh.
Yes, Mr.
Hindi
Chair.
naman, may pinanggagalingan yung tanong eh.
Anyway, I haven't had that occasion to tell Secretary Aguirre about that 50
And you didn't feel that it was important that you... Okay, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt. Sabi niyo may investigasyon.
Excuse me, gentlemen. I think it is clearly established that these people did not do so. So let's not belabor a dead horse. It's a dead horse.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry for the interjection,
No
Sen.
problem. We're continuously getting absurd information here, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Argusino, last question ko siguro sa inyo. No? You were convicted on February 11, 1993. On your PDS, dito sa record ng Senado, dated August 24, 1995, you were asked if you were previously committed in any criminal offense, and you said no. Am I correct?
I'd like to see, Your Honor, the PDF that, because I could no longer remember, Your Honor. Because the question may be convicted of an offense involving moral turpitude. That is usually that is being placed.
I would respect
because-
your answer, but just to put on record, Mr. Chairman, we have a copy of this PDS. He was asked if he was previously committed of a criminal offense, and he said no. Let me go to Attorney Robles. Attorney Robles, in your affidavit, there was no mention of you contacting your brother, pero yun nga, no, lumabas nung nakaraang hearing, nakita sa video, dun mo lang sinabi na nandun yung kapatid mo. Kaya, again, sasabihan ulit kita, gaya nung sabi ni Senator Gordon, this is the right time na sabihin nyo kung ano yung totoong nangyari. Okay lang yung mali yung date, nagkamali yung time, etc. Pero yung importanteng impormasyon, dapat sabihin nyo sa amin yun. Based on your affidavit, Attorney Robles, on November 30, you just sat away and smoked.
Yes, Mr.
While
Chair.
Attorney Argusino is doing the negotiation. However, dito po sa complaint affidavit ni Wally Sombero, it provides that you actively participated in the negotiation with Attorney Argusino against Attorney Sombero. Mr. Sombero even said in page 15 of his complaint affidavit that, and I quote, Commissioner Mike said that it is possible for them to give the go signal. I suppose the go signal means to free the remaining Chinese prisoners once the 5 folders are there already. Did you or did you not participate in the conversation between Attorney Argusino and Mr. Sombero at all?
I think, Mr. Chair, there are 2 affidavits. One is the judicial affidavit of Sombero, and the other one is the complaint affidavit in the Ombudsman. I have perused the same, and I think they are inconsistent with each other. Now, the question of whether I actively participated on that conversation,
Let's delete the word actively. Did you participate or not?
there were words that I have mentioned with respect to the inquiry on the procedure on how to have the Chinese nationals released. That's a legal, I have made a comment, legal comment on that inquiry.
But do you remember these words coming from you? Go signal once the 5 folders are there already?
I deny
Did you
that.
talk about the 5 folders? What is it about? Because until now we are not. Wally
Actually,
Sombero is not here, so
I have no idea about what 5 folder means until I read that affidavit. I have no idea at all.
let me just remind you, NBI aims to prove that you have a direct participation in these transactions. Kaya gusto lang ho naming malaman ano talaga yung inyong partisipasyon dito dahil may mga tumatawag din, nagsasabi, nagte-text sa amin dito na talagang kasama ho kayo. We wanted to help you kung hindi ka ho talaga kasali dito. Mr. Chairman, I have 1 minute. Ko alam kung anong siguro kay Commissioner Morente na lang gusto kong sabihin sa inyo, sir, na it's highly unacceptable and disappointing to hear na merong itong order, lookout order kay Wally Sombero, tapos wala pong ganun-ganun lang nakalabas. Gusto ko ring sabihin for the record, I myself experienced this. I have a namesake, Joel Villanueva. Murder yung kaso sa Cavite. Every time aalis po ako, katagal-tagal ho nang hinihintay ko. And gaya nung sabi ni Senator Gordon, I have to ask NBI, etc. Kahit na ako'y kongresista noon. Pero itong Wally Sombero, parang napakabilis nakaalis, napakahirap po tanggapin, and I hope the commissioner, the chief of BI would do something about this. Another thing, Commissioner, in the midst of all these concerns, the fact remains that someone must be held liable for allowing the entry of these Chinese nationals into our country. Kailangan may managot po kasi nadedehado rin ang ating labor force. Ano na ho ba yung ginawa natin? Na pinpoint na ba natin sino yung liable either criminally or administratively for those Chinese nationals who made use of fake passports and documentation?
Are you referring, Your Honor, to the Fontana?
Yes.
There were no...
In fact, before you answer, Mr. Chairman, may I know from this committee if the Bureau of Immigration and other concerned agency, including PAGCOR, submitted already yung pong mga hiningi natin nung last hearing. They did. Thank you. Ngayon lang din po kami na-inform na narito na. So, meron na po tayo na pinpoint na natin. Dito na lang sa Fontana, na pinpoint na natin sino yung liable. Kasi nung last hearing, binanggit nyo nga po dito, there are about 90 plus na walang passport, walang kahit na ano.
These are undocumented, Your Honor. Ibig sabihin, nung hinuli ho sila, wala ho silang passport na na-present. It doesn't mean na nakapasok sila dito na walang passport. They will easily be detected by our record management facility yung ating passport readers if it is a fake passport. So nakapasok ko yan sila dito using genuine passports, but apparently during the arrest they failed to present the passports, but it doesn't really mean that a lot of them have entered the country using fake passports.
Yeah, but were complaints filed already by the Bureau of Immigration?
There were complaints, Your Honor, for undesirability, and they were subjected to summary deportation.
Dahil kulang na po yung oras ko and I wanted to ask PAGCOR, we asked that NBI give us a breakdown parang last hearing, if I'm not mistaken, especially dito dun sa arrested Chinese nationals. I will just wait for that particular document. Mr. Chairman, last na lang po sa PAGCOR ho, no? Kay Chair Andrea Domingo, ma'am, was there any attempt to talk to you by Jack Lam, by Wally Sombero, or meron po bang nakipag-usap sa inyo dito sa mga personalidad na nakapaligid sa atin dito tungkol po dito sa issue na ito nating pinag-uusapan? Meron din ba kayong kagaya nung kay Secretary Aguirre na parinig na naghahanap din ng ninong, ito pong si Jack Lam?
Hindi ko
Just for the record.
Hindi ko po nakilala si Wally Sombero. Si Jack Lam po nakipag-meeting sa amin, pero tungkol po sa Fontana, yung masyadong mababa yung binabayaran niya sa kanyang kontrata at hinihimok namin na siya ay magbayad ng kasing laki ng binabayad ng ibang locators sa Clark.
And you reminded him na may utang po siya because it was mentioned here in this committee na malaki yung utang niya.
Hindi po utang yon. Yun po yung nawawala sa pamahalaan because he has a contract that is very we think onerous to government kasi ho yung kanyang kontrata, yung mga ibang locators nagbabayad halimbawa ng 10% dun sa junket operation, siya ho ay bali ang ibinabayad 1%. So binilang ho namin, iba ho ito kasi i-compare namin na kung i-compare po namin kung nagbabayad siya ng katulad ng ibinabayad ng ibang 7 pang locator sa Clark, ang nawala po sa gobyerno ay mga 13.9 billion. Ngayon po yung implication po no na iniisip namin, kasi syempre pa may kontrata, kaya lang iniisip namin masyado namang hindi level ang playing field. So we were appealing to his fairness because kumita naman siya ng malaki sa Pilipinas. Pero ang tinitingnan po namin kung hindi po niya ibinayad yon sa PAGCOR, nagbayad po kaya siya ng sapat na taxes sa BIR. Kasi yun po yung mga incomes niya na hindi po namin na hindi kinuha sa PAGCOR. Pero po dito, hindi po kasi kasama ang PAGCOR dun sa operation na yon kasi ang nabasa ko po at syempre po nagtanong-tanong na rin kami, ay bali illegal staying ho yata yung sa immigration ho yata yun at saka illegal gambling. Sa illegal gambling po kasi na batas, hindi po kami kasama sa mga law enforcement agencies na kinakailangan makasama sa ganitong klaseng raid.
Madam Chair, ang tatanong ko na lang po ulit is, was there any attempt or sa tingin po ninyo, meron bang nag-attempt na kumausap po sa inyo, whether si Jack Lam, Wally Sombero, or anyone here, Secretary Aguirre, si Commissioner Morente, o si former Commissioner Argusino, former Commissioner Robles, na asking you about this particular issue that we are talking about. Just to set the record straight, wala ho ba kayong ganun? Kasi nakikita rin ho natin, naririnig natin sa media, may mga attempted bribery, etc.
Wala po ako nakausap dito tungkol dito sa issue ng illegal gambling. Pero po yung
About Jack Lam, meron?
Si Jack Lam po talaga, sa office po namin, nag-meet kami ng 3 times. At kasama ko po yung aking legal at saka yung aking technical.
So not offering bribery whatsoever.
Opo.
Before I continue lang, no, Secretary Aguirre, Parang meron na po ba ang DOJ na findings or at least finality, because I keep on mentioning this during the previous hearings, yung total amount ng liabilities ni Jack Lam, and you were saying so many times I've been hearing you yung mga back taxes, etc., unpaid taxes through whether BIR, PAGCOR, etc. Meron na po ba tayong list na ganun?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I made mention of that in view of the pronouncement of the President that in the event that Jack Lam would not be able to pay off his obligation to the Philippine government, then he is going to sequester the properties of Jack Lam. So by sequester, we think of the sequestration proceedings during under President Marcos. But I believe that he is also right, because sequestration in this case would need the help of the BR in computing the back taxes of Jack Lam. So, but of course, the Department of Justice is not the proper agency to compute that. Perhaps the BIR, with the help of PAGCOR, could. So, in the event that we come up with a figure, for example, 20 million, that that Jack Lam owes the Philippine government, then the Bureau of Internal Revenue is going to send an assessment to Jack Lam, and Jack Lam would have to pay or make a protest or make an compromise agreement in connection with this back taxes. If they could not agree, then the Bureau of Internal Revenue would have to make a distraint or levy on the property of Jack Lam. It is some sort of a sequestration, and if they could not pay despite the sequestration distraint, then it would be sold at public auction.
Thank you. I agree, no, Secretary Aguirre. It's important to determine itong figures na ito, also for us to determine appropriate penalties. Pero kung wala hong bibigay pa sa atin ng klarong figures, or ang BIR ba gumagawa na po, may nag-submit na, wala pa rin tayong ballpark figure kung gaano kalaki itong kailangan bayaran ni Jack Lam.
I don't know if PAGCOR has some computation.
We asked that from PAGCOR. And has that been submitted? All right, I'm having the records checked right now. In fact, that will be the series of questions that I'm going to be asking as we go to the second portion of this investigation, beyond Argusino and Robles. But that doesn't mean you're off the hook, because we have other 2 or 3 witnesses that will provide us more information.
And perhaps, Mr. Chairman, isama na natin yung BIR, yung sa local taxes. We ask also.
They're here.
Yeah. So
And,
at least we have a figure in mind. Ano ba talaga? Gaano ba kalaki?
This is a very, very big investigation, and I ask the patience of everyone, because we cannot go very fast here. I wish we could, but there are blank spaces, and that's why I can't bring the other witnesses, because Sombero is still here. But we can go and proceed to PAGCOR and to BIR and to immigration right now, and to the Secretary of Justice. And thank you very much for your questions. I will now just ask a few questions very, very fast. Oh, you have one last?
One last, Mr. Chairman. Just to point out, I've been stating this during the last 2 hearings, but until now, wala pa rin tayong kopya, but it's okay. Mas long as tama yung figures na bibigay sa atin. PAGCOR lang ho, no? Under Section 10 of Presidential Decree Number 1869, or the PAGCOR Charter, PAGCOR shall have the authority to operate and license gambling casinos, gaming clubs, and other similar recreation or amusement places, gaming pools. Sama ho dyan yung basketball, football, bingo, etc. Except high alay, whether on land or sea in the Republic of the Philippines. Wala ho ditong nakalagay na online gaming. Is that correct, Madam Chair?
Since interpretation ito ng law, and I'm not a lawyer, and I don't want to offend the legal luminaries here with my layman, may I ask our legal officer?
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Your Honors.
Good afternoon.
There's no online gaming here, but during the deliberation of RA 9487, Then Representative Jaworski tried to insert the word except online gaming and high alay. But the online gaming never found its way in this.
So high lang ang nakapasok.
High alay lang
So
po.
kasama sa inyo ang online gaming.
Yes, Your Honor.
That is the logical conclusion. Thank you. May I proceed now?
So you have the authority, just one last, Mr. Chair. You have the authority to give licenses
Yes, Your
to
Honor.
online gaming.
Yes, Your Honor.
I just wanted to put on record that I disagree, and Mr. Chair, I hope that the legal department of PAGCOR reviews the entire proceedings in the House of Representatives, where I was a member during the deliberation of this particular franchise. Thank you,
It is
Mr.
within the
Chairman.
prerogative of any senator here to amend the law and include or exclude anything that we want. Just to
Thank you,
let you
Mr.
know.
Chairman.
Your
Yes,
been a case filed at the Supreme Court regarding this, and we are awaiting the Supreme Court's notification for us to answer the charges. So whatever the court decides, we will abide by it. So it will be difficult. So we are actually studying it, and we have actually submitted our position paper as required in the last hearing to Your Honor's office.
we're about to ask you to make your position per your request before we go on with this investigation. But before that, let me just finish a few housekeeping methodology things here. Not housekeeping, but some things that may have been overlooked. To Commissioner Morente, you have a copy of an order addressed to on January 6 to letter addressed to Secretary Vitaliano M. Aguirre, notice of travel, and this is a letter from Wenceslao A. Sombero. And it says, we write in behalf of our client, and this is signed by Ted Contacto, and at my instance signed also by Wenceslao A. Sombero, quote unquote, saying that Mr. Sombero is currently confined at St. Luke's in Quezon City for medical intervention, and that he is suffering from metabolic syndrome. So far, it has been metabolic syndrome. Tumatakbo eh. Alright. His attending doctor decided to refer our client to Dr. Shankar Pasupati, who is based in Singapore, to get a second opinion regarding his condition. Attaches the medical certificate for your information. Do you have a copy of this letter?
It was received by our central receiving unit, Your Honor.
On January 12. Yes, I have it here.
Yes, Your Honor.
On January 12. But Mr. Sombero left on January 17. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you have a copy of this letter. On the other hand, there is another letter here sent to me by the counsel of Senator of Wally Sombero. No, signed by Wally Sombero himself, dated February 8. And it says here, and I'll quote certain provisions, certain portions of the letter. He says, I left the country last January 17, 2017. And he decided to proceed to West Coast Pacific, etc., etc., and that he's even concerned about his family's safety before he returns. No? And he said, I was set to return to the Philippines from Vancouver by a PAL flight, and he explains why he's not able to come down here. The point really here is that he left on January 17, in spite of this letter to you, that he was going to leave on January 16. And this is addressed to Secretary Aguirre, and your copy furnished. And yet, he was able to leave nonetheless. This is really an extension of what I was asking to you earlier. It would appear that there is so much negligence because you are all aware that he was going to leave on the 16th or on the 17th, as the case may be, because you have been properly informed. Kindly include that into your explanation,
Yes, Your Honor.
because that is really very, very a short point. On the other hand, I have here to Commissioner Morente, and I'm very displeased by it. We asked you in the last hearings to submit to us the names, a total of 1,310 foreigners, mostly Chinese, who have been charged under CA 613 according to you, Section 37A7 of the Philippine Immigration Act. And you said initial inventory revealed only 1,277 foreigners, mostly Chinese, to be charged. Upon further inventory, you say the total number of foreigners arrested and charged reached 1,310. And the following are the breakdown of the charges. You gave us the breakdown of the charges, but not the names. We want the names to figure out what happened to them.
Your Honor, we submitted it last hearing, Your Honor.
The names?
I was informed by my staff. Yes, Your Honor.
There was no breakdown and no classification.
We will make the breakdown classification, Your Honor.
Well, you know,
I understood that we will just submit the entire list.
You were aware that I asked the names because I wanted to know what specific offenses they committed.
I
Because we are
apologize,
sure
Your
aware that this has national security implications. When any number of Chinese are easily able to get in, when any number of Chinese are able to get in with passports, etc., or for that matter, not just Chinese, but any other nationality, we have to look at this because immigration is the doorstep or the door to our country. And we have national security problems. We have Indonesians, we have Malaysians running around with the MILF, or for that matter, even the Abu Sayyaf. And as you know, in World War II, the Japanese were able to come in here, you know, as abaca farmers and stuff like that. And later on, we were attacked in World War II, and they knew where to land. That's why it's so important to this representation, not only because I'm a student of history and government, but because it is your duty. Tungkulin niyo yan, na malaman paano nyo sa Senado kung ano ang ginagawa ninyo, paano nakakapasok halimbawa ito. Nakalagay din sa breakdown nyo, undesirable, 235. Ano ba yung SCWV visa?
Subi Clark Working Visa, Your Honor.
Subi Clark Working Visa. Alright. Pero undesirable.
They were charged as undesirable because they were engaged in online gaming, unlicensed online gaming, Your Honor.
They were engaged or they were running the game? Do you know?
When they were caught, they were engaged in online
No,
gaming.
I ask you, do you know? Because I do not believe these people were players.
That was the assessment of our legal division who
The
who were
assessment
in
is that they agree with me, that they're not players.
they are not players, Your Honor.
They are the players?
They are not players, Your
They
Honor.
are not. Okay, very clear. Another one, 95, undesirable, overstaying.
These are the grounds for summary deportation, Your Honor. If you're caught engaged in activities that violates the conditions of your stay, you are charged for undesirability.
I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. But 109, undesirability again, violation of 9G work visa. 612, no work visa. Does that mean that they caught them working there?
Yes, Your Honor. They were caught working there, and this means that they are in possession of a tourist visa.
140, undesirable, violated CESA visa.
CESA visa is not supposed to be operating.
I'm aware of that. In other words, they left CESA and they operated here. Right?
Yes, Your Honor.
In Clark. And then 13, undesirable, violated AFAB visa. What is AFAB?
That's for the Freeport area of Bataan, Your Honor.
Wow. You have immigration officers there, right? At the border, right?
We have, Your Honor.
One undesirable, holds immigrant RA 7919 visa.
It's a permanent resident visa, Your Honor.
And he was arrested nonetheless.
Yes, Your Honor, because he
For
was
violation
also of the same charge.
He's working without permission.
Online gaming, yes, Your Honor.
Which one is which?
Online gaming, Your Honor.
He's playing.
No, Your Honor. He was part of those who were
Operating.
operating, yes.
Right. You have to be specific and clear.
Yes, Your Honor.
91, undesirable, undocumented. What does that mean?
These were the ones that I explained earlier. During the apprehension, they were not able to present their passports, but some of them,
Why
when,
does it say no passport?
it could be in the possession of their.
No. It should say no passport.
Okay, Your Honor, noted.
Then the second portion is, if it is in the possession, yung passport is in the possession of somebody else, they can be charged with what?
They're still undocumented.
Anti-labor
Your Honor.
trafficking, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or white slavery, if they're women, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
These are serious offenses. And then 14, undesirable. What does that mean?
These are the additional people who were charged, who appeared when the bail was.
I cannot take the word right now of you because I'm beginning to doubt the capability of your department. Because I think we are very capricious, very loose in the enforcement. Thank God we quote 1,300. And I understand this is the first big haul. This has been happening for a long time. Not only are we a geographic country, archipelagic country with a lot of islands that are porous, but even those where we have control of the gates seem to be very porous. And this will be the subject of legislation, and we intend to tighten up on this. It's a lot of work. That's why we want to know why this is happening. Hindi pwedeng nakakapasok na lang basta-basta rito. Tayo nga, pag pumapasok sa ibang bansa, kahit na sino ka, talagang pahihigpitan ka ng immigration.
That is actually the reason why we pushed for the new immigration law.
You may
because
push
we are,
and push, but if you're loose, we may push you out of work. Right? Fair?
Yes, Your Honor.
Of course it's fair. I'm sorry, I'm very frank. I'm not used to saying nice things to people when I think that they're not doing their job adequately. I'm not saying that you're doing that all the time. I even said that you have an excellent record. But what I read here in this document, medyo palpak ata yung mga bata natin dyan.
These are the terms being used
The
in
terms
immigration.
must be supplied with individual. Now, let me now go to my point here. Nagbigay kayo, nakaalis sa ito, ikanyo, di ba? Karamihan.
771 has left, Your Honor.
Nakaalis. Paano
Yes, sir.
sila nakaalis?
There was an order to leave for them. They were.
Pila yung commission ninyo ngayon? Yung dalawang commissioner nyo, tinanggal. Isa lang ninyo. Under the law, you can get any employee of the Commission on Immigration. Is that correct?
Two were appointed by the Secretary of Justice, Your Honor. In
Is that
place
true,
of the,
Commissioner Secretary Aguirre?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I appointed two in place of the two commissioners.
Can you tell us their names?
Acting OIC, the first one is Attorney Jake Licas.
Jake Licad.
Licas, C-A-S, L-I-C-A-S. And the second one is Attorney Stanislao Canta.
Stanislao
Canta.
Kanta. Kakanta ba yan pag tinanong? Sorry, I'm
Hindi
just,
pa natin natuturo.
I just have to break my tension here, stress, because talagang pati yung metabolic, napupronounce ko metabolic na eh. Now, if you have all these people here, paano nyo napali siya? Nag-meeting kayo in tatlo?
there was a Board of Commissioners meeting, Your Honor.
Correct.
Uh,
The answer is yes.
yes, Your Honor.
And all these 700 were allowed to go out.
Yes, Your Honor, except for the 39 who were charged for online gaming by DOJ cybercrime, and 5 who were charged by the PNP for
And on the
destruction
matter of the
PNP
bribe,
property.
there has been allegations, and we have reason to believe that there was supposed to be another 50 million that was supposed to have been given for bail. Were they bailed?
They were bailed, Your Honor, 654.
Magkano yung
Applied for
654 inabot? 36 million, kung di nakakamali.
56,000 times 654, Your Honor.
Tama, 6 times 6, 36.
I'm not exact on the
You're
figure.
not proficient in math? You're a PMA
I am,
graduate?
sir, but
Six
the
times
exact
six.
figure, I'm
36, di ba?
6 times 6 is
It's not
36.
exact
yeah.
figure. So you're about almost 36 million and change. Correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
So yung 50 million, nandun pa sa gobyerno, sa PNP, at saka doon sa bangko ng Land Bank. So over and above that, nagbayad pa ng 36 million etong mga taong ito.
The 500, Your Honor, yeah.
The 500.
Yes.
So meron
The
pang
654.
600, pero meron pa natitira ka mo na 700.
771 left already. Ang nasa,
Masabi mo kanina, 600 left. 600 plus.
ang natitira, sir, yes, 600 plus, Your Honor.
Ang natitira rito.
Yes, Your Honor.
So hindi 36 million. Lalabas, ilan ang binail ng 700 plus?
Your Honor, ang nag-bail ho is 654 times 56,000. Yun yung iba, hindi nag-bail. They were retained at Fontana Convention Center. As of the present, I think 27 are still left.
Nasaan yung balance pa ng 1,300?
Ano na sila, Your Honor, they were deported already. Except for those on bail.
1,300 plus, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang nag-bail ilan?
654.
654.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yun yung sinasabi niya 36 million.
Yes,
plus.
Your Honor.
So, 1,300 minus 600 is what? 700 plus.
700, Your
Saan
Honor.
napunta yung 700 plus na yan?
They were left at Fontana Convention Center.
700 plus.
Opo, Your
So,
Honor.
nandiyan pa sila.
They were slowly deported, Your Honor.
How were they
group
able
by
to be
group.
deported? Did they pay any bail or anything like that?
No, Your Honor. They were, there was an order from Malacanang that they all be deported except for those who were to be charged by the Department of Justice.
That's a very nebulous statement. 700 except those who are going to be charged. Who are going to be charged?
Yung 39, Your Honor,
Why were they going to be charged on 39? And I'll let you continue. Go ahead.
engaging in online gaming po.
Online
Nahuli
gaming.
nung DOJ cybercrime group.
What is
and
the
then-
penalty for that, Ms. Domingo? What is the penalty for that?
Anti-gambling, they have to be prosecuted in the court of law, but they can already be
What is the maximum penalty for that?
I
Online
guess-
gaming.
6
Panyero? Attorney? Attorney?
Frankly, Your Honor, I don't. I don't.
Yung lawyer ng pagkor eh. Ay, nako.
pero pwede na ho kasing
Hindi, gusto ko malaman kasi iniwan nyo 39. Magkano dapat ng fine nun? Kung ipa-fine ninyo, magagastos pa tayo sa abugasya.
Hindi ho sila magpa-fine, Your Honor. They will still be charged. They are committed at the Bureau of
Kaya
Immigration.
nakakasuhan
Ward.
natin, mag-aabogado yan. Aksayin ang oras ng abugasya, tapos ng hustisya. Pagkatapos ikukulong mo yan, kung ikukulong, may fine pa yan. May service of sentence. O, magkano yung fine yan?
Your Honor,
Mare,
Your Honor, the penalty for online illegal gambling is prison correctional, 6 years and 1 day to 12 years.
prison correctional, 6 months to 6 years.
6 years.
6 months and 1 day to 6 years, correct?
Yes.
With the fine of
May fine.
and or? Kung kayong abogado ng PAGCOR, dapat alam niyo yan para may panakot kayo.
We are not included in the enforcement
Tarupam.
agencies, Your Honor. So it's 5,000, Your Honor. 5,000 pesos, Your Honor.
Ay, nahanap ko yung kung yun. So, yung fine na yan, lagay mo na 5,000. I'll take your word for it. Ilan yun? Ilan yung naiwan? 39?
39 plus 5 who will be charged by the PNP.
What
Your
about the
Honor.
balance of the 700 again? Minus the 39 and the 5, 44.
They will all be deported, Your Honor, per
Pag
instruction.
dineport, walang parusa yun, walang fine?
Blacklisted lang sila, Your Honor. There's no fine imposed.
Sino nagpasok na? Yung travel agent, walang fine dyan?
Wala, Your Honor, because the order from Malacanang was for them to be ordered to leave the country, and they will all be
Secretary Aguirre,
blacklisted.
if they were not ordered by Malacanang, what is the proper charges to be filed?
The charges to be filed will be summary deportation for the undocumented and for the overstaying, Your Honor. For the rest, it will be regular deportation proceedings that will be.
Deportation is a judgment, it's a penalty. Alis kayo dyan, labas na kayo. Kung i-charge yan na they are here without a valid visa, yun lang ba ang charges, ha?
Yes, Your Honor.
Secretary De Lima, Senator De Lima, acting as Secretary of Justice
Thank you, Mr. President.
before.
I really wanted to find out, dun po sa mga dineport nyo, no other charges or cases have been filed against them. There is a basic rule that if aliens, if foreigners are charged with criminal cases, with any criminal case, they should not be deported first.
That is
They
precisely
will be
my, that is
deported
precisely my
after.
point, Senator De Lima.
Yes.
And I was asking you, they should be charged, right?
Yes.
Mm.
In this particular case, aside from the violation of the Anti-Human Trafficking Act,
Correct.
ay dapat ho online violation of the law being cited by the PAGCOR. Although there is a debate on that, whether that law, the PAGCOR charter, does in fact cover online gaming. Because if we go by the literal language of the law, you don't find in the enumeration of the covered violations or offenses anything about online gambling, internet gambling. I think for the simple reason that when that charter was enacted, hindi pa po uso yung mga internet gambling na yan. But basic rule in statutory construction, where the language of the law is clear, is not ambiguous, you go by the enumeration, expressio unius est exclusio, alterius, kulang pala,
Or ubilex non distinguit
yes, what is
distinguere
not
de bemos.
included in the
Where the law does not
enumeration
distinguish, you should not distinguish.
is deemed excluded. That is a basic rule. Kaya nga po meron tayong debate dito kung talaga bang applicable yung law na sinasabi nyo. So may debate tayo kung meron bang magiging basis criminally for the violation of that law. Kaya nga po siguro hindi kinasuhan. Pero kung sigurado po kayo na that is a violation of that law, then hindi muna po dapat dineport. Dapat muna po kinasuhan silang lahat.
Which leads me to the conclusion na parang nagmamadali yung Chinese ambassador.
No, Your Honor.
Ha?
We did not file the online gaming because it is beyond our competence. We only filed cases for violation of immigration laws.
But
Ang nag-file nung criminal
Secretary,
case was,
hindi ba dapat you take cognition of this? The moment that there is a violation of our immigration law, you should instruct your prosecutors to prepare the necessary charges?
That's precisely what we did, Mr. Chair. With respect to the violations of immigration laws that the immigration BI took over. But with respect to the other violations, such as online gaming, which is not among those under the jurisdiction of the DOJ, our cybercrime division in the DOJ filed the case in our prosecution service, Your Honor.
Pero, all right, I will not pretend I know the law in this particular instance, all the law here. I will just say, if that is your opinion, what is your recommendation? Are we that helpless? People are going to come here and just deport them? Without any charges, without any incarceration? I dispute that.
Actually, we have a process for that, and as a matter of fact, there are so many
Correct.
illegal aliens or undesirable aliens who are languishing in our jail.
That's correct. That
But
way, it
but-
will discourage people from coming in here and violating our law. Di ba, sir?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
So we cannot be liberally construing these laws in favor of these people, especially when they're coming in here to poach in our economic opportunities.
I think that should be included in the any amendment in the new
That's correct.
immigration laws.
And in fact, and for that matter, I would imagine that the Department of Education can be urged to come up with, or the CHED, could be urged to come up with making certain language courses, again, compulsory or optional, so that we have a pool of talent here that we can come in immigration, we can come in other opportunities. You know, Xavier teaches Chinese, and I'm very pleased with my grandchildren. But all I'm saying is, as a matter of policy, looking at legislation, I think it's important that education tackle other languages like Chinese or Spanish or whatever it is. But I'm going to concentrate on the matter of penalties, incarceration instead of just deportation. I think there's too much leeway being given. All right. Sure, go ahead.
So you're all lawyers here talking, no? From a layman's point of view, Commissioner Morente or Secretary Aguirre, ano yung pinagkaiba nung 600 na nag-bail at yung 700 na dineport? Weren't they found doing the same thing? Just to clarify lang po, so that we can understand bakit yung iba pinaalis at yung iba kinasuhan.
First of all, Your Honor, I'm not a lawyer. Yun nung 700, they were part of those arrested. They were found to be not in violation of, no cases were filed against them, but they were violating the conditions of their stay. Some were possessing tourist visa but working. The others were in violation of the other visa conditions. So they were deported and they were blacklisted, Your Honor.
So what you're saying, just to clarify lang, no, para maging malinaw, yung 700 na dineport were not engaging in illegal gambling activities. They were just overstaying. Or is my understanding correct that they were all doing the same thing? So magkaiba ho, may mga, kumbaga ito ba yung mga asawa ng mga workers doon, kaya hindi nyo siya chinarge na illegal gambling at pinauwi na lang kasi bystander lang naman sila? Is there a distinction between those that were charged and those that were deported?
Yes, Your Honor. Those that were charged were caught engaging in online gaming by the DOJ cybercrime.
Okay.
The rest were apprehended in conditions which shows that they were working.
But not in illegal gambling.
It
Nonetheless,
was
they're
not.
illegal aliens, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there's still a charge. And there should be an affidavit of apprehension from each and every one of those that you arrested, correct?
There were, sir, yeah.
Can you submit to us these affidavits of apprehension so we know which charges you filed?
We will submit, Your Honor.
1,300 plus, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
I mean, it cannot be arbitrary or capricious on your part to just send everybody out. And by the way, even if it's not in the law, it is in the law as other forms of gambling. Pañero, am I correct? Other forms of gambling.
Yes,
It's
Your
not limited to lottery. Anything that involves game of chance or bets are taken. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, meron kayong ipa-file.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right? So, fine nyo, mag-fine kayo, pakulong nyo, para hindi uulit. Remember, this is the first big opportunity in the whole history of this country na nakahuli tayo ng 1,300. And I've commended the Department of Justice for that. I'm not commending the Department of Justice for two of their commissioners that were improperly vetted, that are lying to their teeth in this hearing. But certainly, we have to make sure that we enforce the law. And I'm saying that you have to provide us with all these documents so we will know what to do at the proper time.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So that is an additional request.
I took note of it, Your Honor.
Affidavits of apprehension. Sorry, don't note it. Follow it.
I will follow, Your Honor.
Thank you. Yes. I am told by the staff here, and I must commend them because they're always all been working overtime, overnight, underpaid, sometimes hungry. I am told that you can do voluntary deportation. I took this many years ago in a galaxy far away in UP. You have summary deportation, correct? Voluntary, summary, and then even if they're deported, they can be charged, and they may not be deported. It is something that we can do as a government, that we may not have to deport them until they're properly charged criminally. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. They cannot be deported if they have a
Even
pending
if there's
case.
an order from Malacanang, did you inform Malacanang that they may be violating the law?
Yes, Your Honor. That's why in the order,
And they overruled you?
no, Your Honor, in the order it was placed that except those who will be charged for criminal offense.
Therefore, it was a pro forma order from Malacanang. You know the law, and yet you release these people, almost several hundreds of them, without filing charges against them?
They were charged for violation of immigration laws, Your Honor.
Are you the second cousin of God that you can deport anybody here just on your own choice?
I am not claiming it, Your Honor.
I'm not. I'm glad you're not. Because I'm just trying to tell you that when there is a crime that is perpetrated, we can actually prosecute them, correct? Before they're deported.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. I just don't want them to accuse you that you allowed it to go. Because initially, my impression is you're passing the buck on Malacanang. And Malacanang was smart enough to come up with that kulatilla, that if there are charges to be filed, you must file them. So it went back to you. And when it went back to you, it became your choice, your call, whether you will file a case against them before they're properly deported. That's the way I read it. Am I correct or wrong?
I'm not passing my buck on Malacanang, Your Honor.
I know you're
I'm
not.
just stating the case.
Now I'm just passing the buck to you now.
Yes, sir.
That is the order, right? You can prosecute.
We cannot file the criminal case, Your Honor, because it is beyond our function. We just file the
Get
violation.
the evidence, and the
immigration laws.
Secretary of Justice will direct the prosecution arm of the Department of Justice to file it. But you have lawyers out there. Is that man behind you a lawyer, the man whispering?
He is, Your Honor. He's my
Huh?
chief of staff.
The man whose barber should be sued? Just kidding, just kidding. All right. I'm just trying to lessen the tension. Are you trying to say that you can just release anybody without deporting anybody? Deport anybody without filing cases against them? What is your name? Please speak to the microphone, please. Can you kindly educate Attorney
Giselito Castro, sir.
Decidido?
Giselito Castro, sir.
Desilito Castro. Thank you. Would you give him a seat, please? I just want to make sure that the immigration officers are properly advised since they're military and they don't have a legal background, not a total legal background. Is that correct? The answer is yes.
I don't have any
I mean,
legal
that's,
background
you know.
except the law enforcement when I was with the PNP, Your Honor.
Correct. All right. You were in the police.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Attorney Desilito. Did you recommend that? That they be deported without filing any charges against them if they committed crimes? You cannot take illegal immigration lightly.
Yes, sir. I know.
This problem has been bedeviling this country since I was a kid. In the old days, the Taiwanese, when they were poorer than us, I remember a friend of mine, Jeffrey Koo, who owned Commercial Trust, told me when he was a golfer, I remember the Taiwanese were even get not just handprints, fingerprints, but also footprints, because they were trying to come in here. I remember cases where somebody dies, namatay, sa sementeryo, may papalit na pangalan na Taiwanese, Chinese. Oh, I can see the gray-haired gentleman from BIR saying yes. He could be one of them. Mukhang Chinese eh. O, di ba? So, hindi natin tinitake lightly yan. Bakit yung papayagan na yung 700, papalabasin natin na hindi yung charge?
Sir, during the raid in Fontana, one of the units who operated is the DOG Cybercrime, sir. And,
Sabi kayo na sabi ng cybercrime.
yes, sir.
Alam
At
na natin may cybercrime. Alam natin you can charge them with other forms of gambling. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, you're deporting them because they're illegal aliens. They went into the country illegally. Is there a penalty for that? Is there a crime committed when they illegally enter the country?
that's violation of the immigration law, sir.
Correct. For which they can be punished. Criminally.
Deportation, sir.
The deportation is not the only one.
Yes, sir.
Can you charge them with illegal entry?
I think no, sir.
You don't know.
No, sir, no.
May I have the law? Ay.
They entered legally, Your Honor. They were just overstaying. That's why they violated the conditions of their stay, which is the main reason for their deportation.
Yeah, but when they overstayed, they were already violating our law.
They were, Your Honor.
Sometimes,
Immigration law.
sometimes you find them,
Yes, Your Honor.
correct? Sometimes they claim they lost their passport and then they come back, they stamp the new passport. So there's 2 passports now. Yung nawala at saka yung dati pa. Di ba racket rin yan dyan? I can see you nodding your head, Attorney Desalito. So you have encountered these cases, right?
I heard of it, sir. Because I've been with the Bureau of Immigration together with the Commissioner last July 1, sir.
So nangyayari yan?
I heard stories, sir.
Okay, you heard. I'm hard of hearing. But I still hear it. So having said that, ano ang laban ng bayan? Kayo ang bantay ng bayan sa pinto ng bayan. Na mapapasukan tayo, mag-overstay dito. They could be violating labor laws, correct?
Yes, sir.
And don't you refer them to the Department of Labor for working without a visa? That's why they overstayed?
We haven't done that, sir.
You haven't done that?
Yes.
Why not? They could be overstaying without paying taxes. They made money here. So you refer that to the BIR. Would the BIR like to do that? I'm asking the BIR now. Please do not nod your head.
With regard to this Jack Lang individual, Your Honor.
No, I'm talking about Jack Lam. I'm talking about people who are caught and they're working. Bago nyo paalisin yan, pabayarin nyo ng tax. Pwede ba yan?
If they are earning income, Your Honor.
Ha?
If they are earning income.
Of course, they are earning income.
Yes.
Doon sa 168, marami, di ba? Di
So
ba, sir?
those who are overstaying, before they can leave the country, they have to pay penalties.
You know, I remember I had an
Update their
argument with a
stay.
very, very nice young lady when I was Secretary of Tourism. At that time, she was then Commissioner of Immigration. We had a very pleasant and sometimes, volatile argument. When I was saying, let us give the Chinese visas, collective visas, on arrival. Provided, alam natin lahat yung nakalista doon. I can see that lady is nodding her head. And she was telling me at that time, pag nangyari yan, papasok at papasok yung mga Chinese dito. And sabi ko, that is why you have immigration people in your department that can make the arrest. And we should be really tough on them because at that time, baksak na baksak ang tourism natin. Alright? And in fact, nung umalis na ako, ginagamit nila na dumami ang tourist, tapos ginamit pa sa atin ng China yan, na sinara nila yung turista rito para masaktan tayo di umano na hindi na sila pupunta rito, bababa yung tourism natin. You're aware of that, right, Commissioner?
I am aware, sir.
Correct. So, hindi porque nagdadagdag sila ng turista doesn't mean that they can violate our laws. So, all I'm saying is enforce the law. And Secretary of Justice and the Immigration Commission we're asking these questions to find out how we can amend the law properly so that we can cross the T's and dot all the I's. para kompleto ang batas. Alright? So, I think it's been established na may pagkukulang tayo dito. Now, let me now go to Andrea Domingo before I ask her to give us a presentation on how online gaming and overseas gambling, offshore gambling is committed. There are two. I think they're different. But let me ask first. On 5 December, there was a press release, and according to the Bureau of Immigration press release, and it called Secretary Aguirre, Pagcor Chair Andrea Domingo told him about a similar offer from Lamb's camp to allow Fontana to continue its online gaming operations while applying for a license in exchange for 1% commission from the income of the gaming operations. This is Philistar, December 2. Was this a fact? Did you state that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. After talking to shortly in a very short talk with the chairman.
So you had a talk, and that's why you made this statement. You had a talk
That's
with,
right.
with Chairman Didi Domingo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Well, I have very much confidence in Didi Domingo, knowing her for a long time, as very competent. And then Andrea Domingo's allegations against Lam regarding tax deficiencies on TV Patrol.
Yes, sir.
Nagbabayad siya ng 1% ng overall allegations against Lam regarding tax deficiencies. Nagbabayad siya ng 1% ng overall incomes niya, BIR take note, sa kanyang kumpanya, JGR, nagbabayad kami ng 5% franchise tax. Inaabunuhan halos pa namin ng Pagcor yung taxes niya. Words to that effect. You remember making that statement, ma'am?
Opo, sir. Kasi, dito po sa aming, dito sa computation namin na ginawa, na binigyan po namin kayo ng kopya.
Opo. So, hindi siya nagbabayad ng 5% tax?
Bali po ang nangyayari kasi yung, i-clarify ko lang
Yes,
po
please.
yung ang Fontana po, ang binabayad niya sa high rollers ay 10% lang. Pero po doon sa mga other...
Ano ang binabayad sa kanya ng high roller? Para ibayad sa
ang
atin?
binabayad po sa Pagcor
Aha.
ng Fontana ay 10% ng high rollers gross revenue.
Opo.
Gross bets ho yun. Diba? Kasi po ganito, non-high rollers, yung ibang locators po sa Clark.
Ito yung casino operations.
Opo, casino operations. Kasi po meron ng 7 casino sa Clark eh.
Ang
Yun pong iba, ang binabayad sa Pagcor, 25%.
Mhm.
Ang Fontana po, ang nakuha niyang kontrata noon pa ho, ay 10% lang.
Kaya nga po sinabi ni Attorney Fortune, wala kaming magagawa kung yun ang nakalagay sa contract that may have been at the time na kinakailangan talaga ng investors, and we have a scheme to attract investors in this country. Correct?
Opo, ang nangyari po, kasi ang sinasabi po namin, sabi ko rin, syempre, hindi po naman namin pwedeng sabihin na
Baguhin yun.
hindi pwede baguhin agad yung kontrata. Kaya
Nangyari,
po,
if I may intervene, excuse me for intervening, because I used to sell the Philippines in sa SBMA, kumukuha tayo. There are such things as what we call loss leader. Para ka nangangawil. Kukuha ka ng malaking investor para dumami ang investor dahil susunod sila. Yun ang susundan ng ibang isda na kukunin mo para dumami ang empleyado sa ating bansa at investment. So, lumalabas dito, sinasabi ni Ambassador, ni Attorney Fortune, na wala kayong magagawa. Hindi namin kasalanan yan dahil nung una, wala pang negosyante dyan sa Clark. Ang Fontana ba, una yan?
una po yan.
Una. So,
2000.
pinapasok nila yung Fontana, una yan, 2001,
Opo.
para maraming sumunod.
Opo.
So, ang nakuha nilang tax regime ay
Ito po, instead of yung 25% na prevailing sa non-high rollers, 10%, instead of 25% sa slot machines, 10%, hindi na binibigay nila. Sa high rollers, so instead of 15%, 1%. At yun ho sa junket, instead of 10%, 1%.
so mas mababa sila dahil nanguna sila.
Ang nangyari po kasi, 2001. Kaya po lang nung 2007, nagkaroon na ng ibang casino sa Clark, yun na hong mataas na
Tumaas
rates.
na ngayon.
Oho.
Yung nga lang ako gusto ko sabihin, para maintindihan tayo ng mga nanonood at nakikinig dito, dahil responsibility po natin yan. Kung magkamisa ng ating gobyerno, halimbawa, pasok ang isang kumpanyang malaking-malaki, katulad halimbawa ng Hanjin, kumisan, yung kuryente niyan isasubsidize pa ng gobyerno para pumasok dahil ang daming empleyadong makukuha. Gumagawa tayo ng trabaho at pag pumasok yan, sunod-sunod ang papasok. Ganyan ang nangyari sa Fontana, hindi ba?
Opo.
So, ang pag sinabi nyo nag-aabono pa kayo, ibig sabihin, ang nagpupuno actually, excuse me, ay yung mga ibang kasino na dumating, yun ang humahabol sa kakapusan ng binayad na mura dahil papasok lang yon. Sa Tagalog o sa Spanish, buena mano.
Opo.
Okay.
Kasi po 5% ang franchise tax na binabayaran namin sa gross revenue.
Opo.
Eh yung pong binabayad sa amin ay 1% lang.
So, lugi tayo, 4%.
Lulugi po na, opo. At saka, yun nga ho, nagrereklamo rin yung mga taga doon kasi bakit hindi level playing field. Kami, yung investment namin, at least $100 million, ngayon pa lang start namin, wala pa kaming nababawi, namuhunan pa lang kami, nagbabayad na kami ng mataas na rate. Siya, 2000 pa, 16 years na siya nag-ooperate, pero nag-enjoy pa rin siya. Hindi naman po namin sinasabi kay Mr. Lam na, hoy, babaguhin na namin yung ano, ang
Dahil may
nakikiusap
kontrata.
lang kami.
Dahil may kontrata.
Opo.
So,
Pero that's
dapat,
why,
ang dapat siguro i-recommend nyo dyan, ipagbabawal na yan, na hindi lalampas sa ilang number of years para magkaroon ng tinatawag na sunset clause. Bumaba ng araw, nakalamang ka na, after 10 years, pwede nang itaas yan. Ibang nire-recommend nyo.
opo, at
Kaya
saka
sabi ko,
po
magaling
dahil
kayo eh.
nga kasi sir, dahil nga nag-commit na nga siya ng illegal act, nag-engage nga ho siya sa illegal gambling outside nga ng casino, para humisa yun sa mga provisions ng contract niya na pwede na naming i-revoke yung contract.
Opo.
So,
Now that that has been explained properly, could you help us? I think you have a preliminary position that you want to state here before you go on. Do you still want to do that?
no more sir.
No more.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Now, I would like to ask you, para maintindihan ng mga senador na natira dito, at maaari na andun sila sa taas, nanonood sa kanilang mga opisina, ginagawa po namin yan dito, lahat ng opisina ng senador ay may TV. Kung di nakahandi wala sa session hall, nakikinig ho yan. At para sa mga nanonood sa ibang bansa at dito, pagkat naka-live streaming ho tayo, gusto ko namin maintindihan kung paano itong laro na online gaming at saka
Offshore.
ha?
Offshore.
Gambling. So,
Sir, ang pin-repair po naming presentation ay yung sa offshore gaming. Actually po, pareho ng online gaming at offshore gaming. Pinangalanan naming offshore para ma-distinguish ho dun sa tinatawag nilang intranet gaming na nasa station. Iba
ang
ho
better
yun eh.
nasa ibang bansa.
Opo. Yun po, opo, yung online at offshore.
Pero ano mas malaki? Offshore or online?
Ay yung, sir, yung offshore.
Kaya nga
At
gusto
saka
ko
yung
paliwanag
online.
niya eh.
Sige.
Napakalaking pera involved sa offshore gambling. Kaya gaming na napakaraming pumapasok dyan. Ilan na ho ang permit na binigay niyo dito?
35 po, sir.
35. Kung wala naman po kayo. Dahil marami talaga, maganda talaga ang pasok ng pera, lalo na sa China at ibang lugar. Di ba?
Opo.
Okay. Please explain.
Ang in-charge po dito sa aming POGO license ay si Attorney Tria po. Siya yung mag-explain nung structure and then the structure of fees.
Have you been sworn?
Opo.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes,
Attorney
Mr.
Prieto?
Tria po.
Tria?
Yes, Attorney Tria.
TRIA.
TRIA po. Offshore
Good.
gaming po is
Do you
basically...
need an overhead?
No, Your Honor.
Because I also have a presentation mamaya.
Okay.
Titignan ko muna kung tama yung presentation nyo. So, ayusin nyo.
Okay, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, offshore gaming is basically online gaming, except that we have chosen to coin or term it as offshore gaming to just to distinguish it and make it clear to
Hindi
all.
pa namin alam yung online gaming except ang alam ko, nakakataya yung tao sa computer,
Yes po.
internet o sa kanyang cellphone.
Yes, sir. Online gaming po is being able to avail or play these games, play casino games through the internet.
Pero nandito sa Pilipinas yan.
Pwede pong sa Philippines or abroad. And ang bagong feature nga po ng offshore gaming is hindi po nakakapag-participate yung players within the Philippines. Only players based abroad ang nakakapaglaro.
Yung nga akong ipaliwanag niya.
Apo. So,
Ano nakakapaglaro? Ano unahin nyo? Offshore or online?
ang online games po kasi, Mr. Chairman, is a general term actually ng lahat ng games na using the internet. So, ito pong offshore gaming is the same nga, online games using the internet. Pero ang pwede lang po maglaro dyan are players based abroad. Wala akong Filipinong nakakapaglaro niyan because part of our requirement is pinapablock po namin doon sa operators yung IP address ng Philippines.
So you're able to do that?
Yes po. So, kung nandito ka po sa Pilipinas and you're trying to access the website, makikilala po nung software na nanggagaling sa Philippines yung bet. Hindi ho siya makakapasok.
Hindi siya makakapasok.
Opo. So, yung offshore games po is we passed the rules and regulations in 2016.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Can we just use the term offshore casino games
Okay
or
po.
online casino games? No, because online gaming and offshore gaming is a very general term.
Hindi lang naman pwede sa casino yan. They bet on horse races.
Or what
They
is the
bet
proper
on,
term?
They bet on footballs, di ba?
Games of chance, online games of chance. Because marami yung
Mr.
baka lang misleading for the public, no, what we're talking about.
Dalawa ho pa talagang klase yan yung na sinatawag nilang online kasi gumagamit ng computer. Yun pong isang online na sinasabi, ayun yung mga e-games at e-bingo na nasa closed station. Ang tawag po doon, intranet gaming.
Yeah.
Kasi po, hindi pwedeng tumaya kung hindi ka pupunta doon sa stasyon.
No,
At yun
Mr.
po,
Chairman.
talagang local ang ano.
Yes, internet gaming is also a very generic term, no? Maraming internet gaming, but we're referring, just for the record, we're referring to games of chance. Yes. Okay, just for the record, because marami yung online gaming, internet gaming, LAN gaming, but we're referring to games of chance, no? Just for the record.
Yes,
Sige po.
oo. So, yun ho kasi minsan, pag sinasabing online, nagkakaroon ng a little bit of a confusion because there really are two kinds that are being played. The one online gaming which uses the computer is actually in a closed station and a closed system. You can only bet if you go to the e-bingo station or to the e-game station. You cannot bet outside. And the market of these are mostly locals. So when you
Meron kayong example niyan dito?
Opo, pag nakita nyo ng e-bingo o e-games,
Yan ba yung PhilWeb?
Oho, yun. Iba po yung offshore o tinatawag naman nilang online gaming na ang tumataya galing sa labas at nandito ang operator. Yun po yung aming tinatawag na offshore gaming. Kaya ho pinaghiwalay namin na offshore kasi ang market ay sa labas.
Halimbawa
Talagang
sa China,
foreign.
merong isang hotel doon. Meron junket operator doon sa hotel na yon. Iimbitahin niya lahat yung mga player doon. Tapos may nakikita naglalaro, tataya doon sa baccarat doon, papadala yung bet. At ang sasagot dito ay yung mga pinasok ni Jack Lam doon sa Clark Field. Kaya trabahador yung mga yon, hindi player. Correct?
Opo, opo.
Sila
Sila ang
ko kanina
tagakuha.
kay Mr. Morente na yung mga hinuli nila, hindi mga player yon. Operator yon.
Workers ho yun.
Workers yon. Sila ang tumataya in behalf of the bettor in China. Is that correct? So nagkakaintindihan ho tayo, no? Nasa Macau sila, o nasa Hong Kong sila, o nasa Taiwan sila, may kwarto ron, may mga kaibigan yung si Mr. Akong, imbitahin niya lahat, yung mga ibang kasama niya doon, tataya doon. Tama ho? O yun, okay. Ang online gaming dito naman, pero pupunta ka sa isang parang casino na pang PhilWeb, parang pang makataya ka, hindi ka makakataya sa bahay mo. Yung sa offshore, makakataya ba sila sa bahay?
Ang Pilipino po hindi.
Ang diferensya lang nasa offshore yung online doon, yung online domestic.
Opo.
O yun. Ba't yung sinabi kanina pa? Go ahead.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, pag sa offshore-based players po, tama po yung sinasabi nyo that they can play at the convenience of their own homes. Kasi internet na nga po ang ginagamit nila dito po sa offshore games. So basically po, ang offshore games is the platforms.
Let me clear that. So
Yes, sir.
offshore, pwede sila maglaro sa bahay, hindi sila kailangan pupunta sa casa.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Ah,
they
sa
can do
casino
it at
lang.
the convenience of their own homes.
So,
sir.
yan.
Okay. So, basically po, ang offshore is all the games or the platform of the games are produced in the Philippines. Tapos ini-stream lang po natin abroad. So, ang nire-regulate po ni Pagcor are yung nagpo-produce ng games.
Dito.
Yes po. And
Halimbawa, sino yung mga yan?
for example po, we have the live studios. For example, yan po yung mga production studios na meron silang mga tables, may dealers, pero walang kalaro. Naka-video lang po yung dealer. Then, ini-stream po yan abroad. Then, the betting is handled by ito pong mga BPOs. Sila po yung tumatawag and they invite players to place bets.
Nakita mo
habang
yung mukha ko,
binubin-
dahan-dahan akong tumawa. BPO. Yan ang Defense de la Sombrero eh.
Yes po, opo.
BPO kami. Hindi namin, di ba? Nakikita ko gumagano si BPO kami, di ba?
Opo.
Ibig sabihin para kaming call center. Di ba?
Yes, Mr.
Oh,
Chairman.
sige, go ahead.
Actually po, the style was to fragment the operations para hindi mo mahanap yung lahat ng elements ng gambling in one place. Yan
Correct.
po yung naging practice nila. So, naglagay sila, hinati-hati po nila yan. They have these live studios. Nakahiwalay din po yung gaming platform providers. Hiwalay din yung IT support. Hiwalay din yung BPOs. So, under the POGO rules, sir, all these, itong apat na elements for all these service are now being called service providers and they all need to apply for accreditation with PAGCOR.
Kung nandito sa Pilipinas.
Yes po, only those located in the Philippines.
Ang tanong ko sa inyo, pwede
Opo.
ba ang Pilipino ang maging BPO operators? Pwede,
Yes
di
po,
ba?
yes.
Hindi naman kailangan Chinese, di ba?
No.
Kaya lang ito, ginagamit nila Chinese.
Yes, because most of the players are Mandarin speaking, Your Honor.
Well, it doesn't matter. Like I said, you can get a Mandarin speaker na Pilipino, pero yung maglalaro Pilipino. Yung mga aktor,
Yung dealers po, kung sa
Dealer,
tables
di ba?
po, dealers.
Oh.
Yes, Filipinos po.
okay, go ahead.
Okay, and we also have a category where we issue licenses to operators na pwede pong offshore-based or Philippine-based operators. Pero lahat po sila, kung offshore-based, nire-require sila magkaroon ng local agent para lang po magkaroon tayo ng jurisdiction to impose the taxes.
And LAM is what?
Ah,
LAM is what?
Sa amin po, wala siyang license, pero if you look at him po doon sa context ng offshore gaming or online gaming as operated by the other jurisdictions po, operator po si Mr. Lam.
Operator siya offshore or
Offshore po. Offshore
Offshore.
din. Offshore.
So, yung casino niya, ang sinacharge mas mababa sa iba. Lumipat siya ngayon sa mas malawak na offshore.
It appears po na ganun. Aside from being involved in casino games na land-based, nag-open din po siya ng offshore-based na
Magkano niyo siya tax doon sa offshore ngayon?
wala po kaming na-i-charge sa kanya kasi hindi naman po siya nag-apply ng license with PAGCOR.
Pero pwede niyo siyang huliin kung nagagawa siya nun, di ba?
Pwede pong ipa-operate siya.
Pero hindi niyo siya hinuli this time. Hinuli niyo siya for migration violation and for illegal gambling.
Kanyang online na under po ang kanyang license doon sa other jurisdictions.
Online.
Opo.
So,
yung
hindi siya
kung
naging
sa amin kasi
offshore.
sa kanya, casino lang po talaga.
So, lugi pa rin tayo kaya sa kanya, casino lang ang kanyang lisensya, pero dapat ang lisensya niya offshore.
Kumuha ho yata siya ng lisensya ng offshore
Sa
doon
SESA.
sa ibang jurisdiction. Opo.
Sa SESA.
Opo.
At ang totoo niyan, ang tax niyo sa offshore, sa lisensya, ay umaabot ng $50,000 for application fee.
Dito po sa PAGCOR offshore gaming, yun ang 50,000 processing fee.
Sino mag-a-apply nun?
Yun pong gustong mag-operate.
Si Jack Lam.
Pwede po siya kung magko-qualify po.
Sa kanyang operation na nahuli,
Ay, hindi po namin kasi sakop yun eh. Sakop nga po ng SESA.
kaya lumabas siya eh. Yung
Ah.
BPO. Kaya sinasabi nila, doon SESA kami, casino kami. Pagdating dito, BPO kami.
Opo.
Di ba?
Yun nga, Opo.
Magagaling rin ang abogado nila, no? So, BPO sa labas, no? Doon sa SESA, gambling sila. At ang lisensya doon ay $50,000 for casino application fee. Is that correct? O iba yung charge
Sa SESA po mas mababa.
Mas mababa. Meron sila sariling charter.
Yes po.
Pero kung sa PAGCOR, Magkano?
The application and processing fee is $50,000.
Correct.
And
Dollars.
yes, and after approval po, they will be required to pay a license fee of $200,000.
Casino processing fee.
No po, license fee na po yun. Once
License
na-approve
na.
yung application niya.
Ah.
Then he also has to post a performance bond of $250,000. Then monthly po, they will have to pay a fixed rate of $10,000 per table and $5,000 per RNG based game.
So maganda ang kita ng pagkor dyan.
Yes po.
Yan. So, so ilan ang pinayagan niya? 35.
Yes sir,
Magkano
35.
lang kinita ng pagkor dyan magmula nung pinayagan niya? 6 months.
Sa 2 months pa lang po kami nakapag-operate. We started in December. For now po, we have collected about $5.4 million. Yes.
Wow.
Pero po yung mga yung fees na binayaran nila for processing and license, mahigit 1 billion pesos na po.
1 billion pesos
Opo.
or about, what is that? $50 million.
$50 million. Opo.
Yeah. Tama ba yun? 50? That's 50 is 2. No.
$18 million.
10 million. $100 million.
18 million, sir.
$18 million.
Opo. Yun pong first month ng December, konti pa lang po yung nag-operate kasi start-up pa lang eh. At hindi po full month ng
Do
December.
you see this as a way upon which the government can make an awful lot of money?
Yes, sir.
That's right. And that's why you should be selling us here in the call because para makagawa tayo ng maraming infrastructure and all that, right?
Opo, sir.
Right.
And
Then, go ahead.
At saka po to maximize and to make sure that this is wala pong natatapon na taxes at hindi gagamitin sa illegal gambling na may basta-basta kakabit na BPO at on their own operate. Nasa process po kami ngayon ng procurement ng independent third-party auditing service.
That's
Yun
wonderful.
pong may capability na mag-mirror ng lahat ng transactions o bets. Meron pong application
in a sense,
yan.
parang SGS.
Opo.
Parang SGS.
Opo.
Na
So,
tigabantay kung tama yung pumapasok na tax sa customs or parang tama yung timpla ng langis o ito tama ang binabayad sa Pilipinas dito mga gaming operation
Opo,
nito.
kasi meron po kaming monitoring group na talagang real-time monitoring 24/7. Kaya lang po dahil mga computers, mas effective po kung makuha namin yung mirroring application na available naman po sa industry.
Siyempre magkakatalo yan. I hope hindi kami kailangan mag-imbestiga na hindi naman sweetheart deal yung babayaran nyo na napakamalaking babayaran doon sa third-party operator na yan, third-party
Usually po sir, walang money out sa government kasi yung usually po ang
percentage
inag-offer
of the
Opo, yung halimbawa po, ang nakita lang namin, $1 million lang. Tapos po, doon sa assessment niya, nagkaroon ng $1.2 million. So, may $200,000 na excess. Percentage lang po doon sa
$200,000.
Opo, sa additional na mahuhuli nila.
That's good. All right. So, okay. Now, in this particular instance, may violation ba si Lam dyan?
Ang position po namin meron, kaya po sinerve namin siya ng revocation ng license at settlement ng mga benefits
Revocation
na
ng
nakuha.
casino license?
Opo, ng casino ng Fontana.
Are you recommending violation of his license in CESA?
Hindi po namin kasi pwedeng pakialaman yun eh.
No,
Yun
pwede
sa Fontana.
pwede kayo mag-recommend.
Pag-aaralan po namin. Kasi mahirap po maraming kaaway, sir.
Alam nyo kung minsan dito sa bansa natin, pag ginagawa nyo ang tama, madidimanda kayo, di ba? Mas masama naman pag gagawa kayo ng mali dahil may kulong yan. Mabuti na gumawa kayo ng tama kaysa magkamali pa kayo ng mas masama. Kung tama naman, hindi naman kayo dapat matakot kung tama ang ginagawa nyo, di ba? Kaya ayokong sasabihin nyo dito, matatakot na yung mga matitinong tao pumasok sa gobyerno. So, in other words, that is something that can be suggested to all of us here.
Sir, meron pa hong pwede kaming i-charge kay
Ano
Jack
po?
Lam kasi dun ho sa Section 45 ng Commonwealth Act 613, yung immigration law, yung nag-harbor ho siya ng illegal aliens eh. Kaya ho, dapat ho, nung nahuli na ho dun sa mga villas, nandun yung mga illegally staying aliens, undocumented aliens, minors that are being kept there, pwede na ho sa kasi siyang kasuhan itong harboring eh.
Right. And I am sure Secretary Aguirre in this particular case doesn't have his hands over his ears like during the Miriam Defensor Santiago operation. I can see that his hands are in the proper place. Are you listening, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So dapat mahuliin ninyo yun.
Opo.
I hope you don't find offense. I just want to make sure that at least everybody smiles at hindi tayo nakasibango dito palagi. Yes. Okay. I'll just have a quick question from Bam. I would like ladies first, pero nauna siya. Mabilis na rin tayo. Go ahead.
No, have we charged Jack Lam with corruption of public officials?
Mr. Chair, there is yet no charges against Jack Lam, but insofar as the DOJ is concerned, but the National Bureau of Investigation charged him before the Ombudsman.
Alright, so Attorney Giran, for the record, meron na po bang kaso si Jack Lam regarding bribery or corruption of public officials?
Let me refer to the record, Your Honor. Section 3 of Republic Act 319 and Anti-Graft and Corrupt Practices. One. Another one is Presidential Decree number 46, making it punishable for public officials and employees to receive and for private persons to give gifts on any occasion.
Charge Jack Lam that?
One of those being charged is Dr. Yen Lok Lam, also known as Jack Lam, sir.
Yeah, so, that's my question. So you charge him that?
Yes, sir, before the Office of the Ombudsman. Yes, sir.
Sino yung sinarge yung binribe niya?
Come again, sir, come again.
Di ba may briber at saka bribee?
Yep.
Wrong English yun, ha? Yung tumatanggap at saka yun ang bibigay.
Bibigay po.
Sino?
Kasama po sila si Attorney Robles and Attorney
Can we be clear lang, Attorney Gran? Sino ho yung charge nila? Sino yung charge in that?
Sinasabi niya si
Yes, so the two attorneys here, who else? Sila lang?
General Wenceslao Wally Asarcon Sombero Jr.
Ano ang charge kay Wally Sombero?
Together po. Together po.
Na siya nagbigay ng pera dito sa dalawa?
Opo.
Sino pa ho?
At saka si General Charles Doral Bacalima Jr. po. Under the principle of conspiracy po.
So you're saying that there is a conspiracy that occurred here?
Opo, sir.
Conspiracy between whom?
Among
Listas or the Brads?
Among themselves, sir.
Huh?
Among themselves.
All four of them were involved with the same conspiracy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I hope you prepare your case well. Okay. Senator De Lima?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish to focus more or tackle certain policy questions, but I can't help commenting on just what I heard from the NBI. Actually, that was the point of my questioning last time when I asked NBI, sino na po yung mga kinasuhan nyo? And you did say that you filed the case against all of them. Argusino, Robles, Jack Lam, Sombero, Kalima. Hindi kasama doon si Commissioner Morente. Although, I don't know, maybe you have a reason. But that's problematic for me. Because you have here two versions of a story, both sides pointing to each other. And therefore, you have to determine, based on your own fact-finding, on your own evaluation of available evidence, which of the two versions is acceptable. And you proceed from there. Pero yung ginawa niyo po, parang Anong tawag doon? Shotgun. You charged all. Although technically, kung ganun ang sinasabi niyong conspiracy, since may sinasabi rin si Attorney Argosinio and Attorney Robles na dun sa supposed na paghatian ng 18 million proceeds, yung share nila, meron pa dapat 2 pa o 3 pa na dapat isama. Commissioner Morente, Ramon Tulfo, and Mr. Chan. So what is the legal basis for charging all of them? You've got to uphold only one version of 2 conflicting stories and proceed from there. And then when you proceeded to charge all, hindi pa nga kompleto. So if you believe this is a conspiracy, the act of one is the act of all, and since other personalities are being mentioned as kasama sa hatian, sa partehan, incomplete pa rin yung ginawa nyo. But that is the basic defect that I'm seeing here. But you need not, are you ready to respond to that? And my next question is, did you clear the filing of that complaint directly with the Office of the Ombudsman, with the DOJ, specifically the Secretary of Justice? They could have reviewed that and pointed to you, but they would see if they can that infirmity that I'm seeing.
We did not, ma'am.
Why? I don't think NBI is supposed to directly file anything without the clearance of the Secretary of Justice. That never happened before during my time.
We have also our legal division, ma'am, you know that. And as it can be gleaned now from the records of the case, the 2 respondents here, specifically Attorney Argosino and Attorney Robles, are fraternal brothers of the Secretary of Justice. So, ma'am, we do not want to burden some more the Secretary of Justice of having.
Is that the
his
same
rights.
reasoning? Kasi medyo naguguluhan na po ako dito. Because that's not supposed to be the case. It's not the protocol. Is that the same reasoning kung bakit hindi nyo rin kaagad pinaalam kay Secretary Aguirre yung placing Mr. Sumbero under protective custody? I think it was not really cleared with him. You just advised him post facto.
We made notification about the
No, is that the same reasoning po? Na iniwasan yung humingi ng clearance from Secretary Aguirre because his fraternity brothers are involved.
with respect to Mr. Sombrero, ma'am, a case like this or situation like this is not normal in the bureau. So we have to seek the approval or the clearance.
I think a lot is no longer normal in the Bureau.
Come again, ma'am. I'm
Just a
sorry,
side
ma'am.
comment from
I'm sorry.
me.
It's all right, ma'am. Thank you. I understand, ma'am. So with respect to this case, ma'am, this is not an ordinary matter every day. So we have to clear it with the
Yan
Department
na
of
nga
Justice.
po kasi yun na nga, nakikita ko mukhang may depekto ho yung pag-file nyo kung sino yung mga dapat kinasuhan nyo. So
And-
probably if this went through the Office of the Secretary of Justice, because in the first place that is really the mandate of the Department of Justice, was as to which cases to be filed and which cases are not to be filed, who are to be filed, who are not to be who will be charged, who are not to be charged. That's essentially the prosecutorial function. Although diniretso nga ninyo sa ombudsman.
Can I explain on that, ma'am? Ngayon na naman kasi ito klaro, ma'am, because of this committee hearing. Before, hindi masyadong klaro because,
Alin po ang hindi klaro?
kung ano talaga nangyayari lahat, ma'am. Unlike dito po, this is a blow by blow, what we call this, relation of facts of what happened. Unlike, ma'am, in the investigation conducted by the NBI.
But that was the duty, the mandate of the NBI precisely to conduct an investigation,
That's right,
fact
ma'am.
finding.
That's
And on
right.
the basis of your findings of fact, evidentiary, you're supposed to make a recommendation to the Secretary of Justice.
I said it already.
So if that was your action, if that was your, yes, that you're going to file it directly with the ombudsman, then
Yes,
at
ma'am.
least clearance from the Secretary of Justice. So you did not do that.
Well, we inform the Secretary of Justice about
Okay,
the action.
as I was saying, I wanted to focus on policy issues or policy questions, although isang factual lang po. Kanina po, nung tinanong po pareho si Chair Domingo and si Secretary Aguirre about yung sinasabing meron ding attempt or some offer kay Chair Domingo. Magkaiba ho ata yung sagot nyo. Secretary Aguirre said that you got it, the information, you got it from Chair Domingo. Chairman Domingo, di ho ba? Nakausap nyo daw po. But we heard earlier, Chair Domingo, there's no such thing, the supposed offer from Jack Lam or the camp of Jack Lam. So, sino po ang nagsasabi ng tama ho dito?
Sa akin ho, wala hong offer kasi hindi po ako nakikipag-meeting ng hindi ko kasama yung team ko. At kung may sasabi pa na sasabihin kung sakaling may offer, lagi ko sinasabi, ilagay mo in writing, i-discuss natin.
Yes, but Secretary Aguirre said, we all heard it, that he got it from you.
Baka ho we were,
Nakausap po kayo. So,
it might just be a casual conversation but I don't remember.
okay, that's clear. The denial of Chair Domingo,
I don't
to me, is clear. That she said no such thing. There was a similar offer to her from the camp of Jack Lam. But Secretary Aguirre po, so saan po nanggaling yon?
I might have misunderstood the chairperson, but that's what my notion after I talked to her, that
Is always a serious charge.
I recalled that
Secretary Aguirre, it's a serious allegation whenever you say that someone committed a crime or someone attempted to commit a crime, someone attempted to bribe. It's supposed to be serious allegation.
I take
So,
it,
yun
I'm
lang
sorry,
ho ba
I'm sorry,
talaga
Your
ang
Honor.
style nyo?
I take it very seriously, but that's my impression when I talk to her, that
When was this
that-
po? May we know, when did you talk to each other? And you're attributing that particular impression of yours that there was a similar offer to Chair Domingo, but which she denies.
I could no longer recall the date.
So hindi naman po siguro yun dun sa birthday party ni Attorney Fred Lim, the president of PAGCOR. I suppose, Chair Domingo, you were not there?
We were there, a lot of
Oh, you
PAGCOR
were there.
Yes, because he's an officer
So,
and our friend.
could it
so.
be on that same occasion? That's November 27 evening. That
No.
was already the day after the meeting of Secretary Aguirre
No,
with Jack Lam.
no, Mr. Chair. I believe that we talked before the September 27 of November, before on the birthday of Mr. Attorney Fred Lim. But I might
How-
have
so
I
it
might
could
have
not,
misunderstood.
Secretary,
I might
salamat po.
have misunderstood her when she said that yan nga ang sinasabi sa akin na 1%. Tapos sinabi sa akin ni chairperson na wag mo nang isabihin yung 1% na yan. You just pay the correct taxes.
Secretary Aguirre, so you said that it could not have been, to your recollection, hindi po during that same occasion, the birthday of Attorney Fred Lim, the president of PAGCOR. Although Chair Domingo just said that she was also present there. But Secretary Aguirre, sabi niyo po, hindi po, that was before.
It must have been on November 27, but before we met at the house of Fred Lim.
Yes,
As a
because-
matter of fact, in the house of Fred Lim, I met with Chairperson Domingo, and I joke about that 1%. So I might,
Yes.
if the chairperson is denying it, then let her deny
Yes,
it. But
because-
that's the way I understood her.
Yes, because-
Before that,
Yes, Secretary Aguirre, I think you're done. It could not have been before November 27, right? It could not have been before November 26.
it is on November 27.
On the day of November 27.
But before the actual party.
Before
It
the
night.
party. Because
It must have been daytime.
Yes, because it cannot be before the evening or the afternoon of November 26 dahil dun nga lang po nangyari yung sinasabi niyong offer to bribe you from Jack Lam. Correct?
That's right.
Okay. Yes, Chair Domingo.
Ma'am, ang sinasabi naming 1%, kasi sabi ko, 1% lang ang binabayad ni Jack Lam sa junket. Dapat 10%. So sabi ko, kailangan magbayad na rin siya ng 10%. But it was casual lang po yung, kasi it
So,
was a party.
napakalayo po ng statement na yan
Oh,
for
kaya
any
nga po-
insinuation of any offer to bribe also.
Kasi po, kung sasabihin similar bribe, hindi ko alam
Napaka-wild
kung ano
ho
yung
pala
bribe
kasi ng imagination niyo, Secretary Aguirre.
Alam po ninyo, my imagination is really clear. Pero yung pong ganung pag-uusap lamang, I don't make so much about that. Nag-uusap lang kami siguro for a few, less than a minute. Tapos nabanggit niya sa akin, ako nga niya, sinasabihan na 1% ang gustong ibayad eh. So, ang sabi ko, don't mind the 1%, just pay. Sabi niya sa akin ni Chairperson Domingo, your legal obligation of 10%.
Chair
So if I
Domingo.
misunderstood her, then ako may kasalanan.
Chair Domingo,
But
you
it
don't
is a
have
mere misunderstanding.
You don't have to raise your voice, Secretary Aguirre. Relax lang po kayo.
Yes, I will relax.
Kayo lang pong dalawa nakakaalam exactly kung ano sinabi nga po ni Chair Domingo.
I-
Now, whether you misinterpreted her
I
or
don't know
not,
I don't know where this conversation is going. What is so important about that
Well,
kind
just
of
answer the
exchange?
question.
just answer the question, please.
I will either order a recess or you can both calm down or just rest
I'm not
easy.
raising my voice, Mr. Chair.
Well, but you're conducting the chair already when you're saying you've had enough. I don't think you should say that. Have a little respect for the chair. I am in control of these proceedings, and I'd like everybody to tone their voices down. And when I say that, I don't mean you. I said everybody.
I apologize, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Apology is accepted. Please proceed.
Thank you. So we're going to hear from Chair Domingo again, please.
Yes, ma'am. It was a very, there were so many people. It was a very casual thing. And I was just saying na, for me, I will insist, hindi 1% ang babayad. Dapat magbabayad siya ng 10%. Ganun lang po yung ano. So, pwede po talagang hindi kami masyado nagkaintindihan dahil puno po talagang tao eh. And then, in passing lang ho. So, I'm sorry that I have to, but that is what I know, that yung 1% na yon nanggaling po na 1% lang talagang binabayad ni Jack Lam at nag-i-insist po kami na 10% ang ibayad niya.
Chair Domingo, I take your word for it.
Thank you po.
And it's what you call, it's res ipsa loquitur. Exactly what you said.
Salamat.
Res ipsa loquitur. So going now to the policy questions that I was supposed to ask. Tungkol naman po dun sa issue ng the license being secured under CESA. Hindi ko po alam if any of you, whether it's Secretary Aguirre or Chair Domingo or even the BI, na may opinion na po ako dyan eh. Although the request for legal opinion for me, and this was sought by the late Secretary Jez Robredo in 2011. I received a letter from him asking for my legal opinion on, quote, whether or not the franchise granted by the Cagayan Economic Zone Authority, CESA, for the operation of High Alay Fronton in the Cagayan Freeport authorizes a franchisee to establish or operate High Alay online betting gaming stations outside the Freeport. So this may not be about really online gaming, more of online High Alay, the off-fronton High Alay. Clear po yung naging opinion ko dyan. At ang sinabi ko po, hindi po sakop yan. May I just quote? After discussing the license of CESA, the license of PAGCOR, etc., and the applicable law, Republic Act 954, ang aki pong opinion dito, the mere fact of being a grantee of a legislative franchise to operate or maintain a fronton does not exempt said grantee from being penalized under the second offense. Yung second offense po kasi yung operator of a fronton who is a grantee of High Alay legislative franchise, the offering taking of bets on any pelota game or event outside the place, enclosure, or fronton where the Basque pelota game is held by a person, operator, or maintainer of a fronton with a legislative franchise. Section 5 of RA 954 only allows a High Alay legislative franchisee to take bets within the fronton enclosure, but likewise penalizes him if he takes bets outside of the fronton where the High Alay game is conducted. So dun po sa dispositive portion ko po, after explaining all of this, in my opinion, addressed to the late Secretary Jesse Robredo, ang sabi ko po, number 1, CESA is authorized to license and grant a High Alay franchise to Meridian in accordance with the final and executory October 30, 2009 decision of the RTC of Apari, but so authorize Meridian to operate off-fronton betting/gaming stations only if it is allowed by law in accordance with CESA's own February 2, 2009 certification issued to Meridian. And number 2, however, since no law allows the operation of off-fronton betting stations, as in fact they are prohibited and criminalized under Section 5 of RA 954, Meridian can only set up its High Alay betting/gaming stations within the premises of the place, enclosure, or fronton where the Basque Pelota game is held, that is, inside its High Alay fronton located within the Cagayan Freeport Zone and nowhere else outside said fronton, in accordance with the terms and conditions of its CESA license as it was upheld in the cases of Meridian versus CESA and CESA versus Meridian. Tungkol ho yun sa off-fronton High Alay. But this is very material because we're talking here about the CESA license na doon kinukuha even if the operation is outside the territorial jurisdiction of CESA. Unfortunately, dinala po kami sa husgado. Kinasuhan po kami ni Secretary Jez Robredo. Inakyat po kami sa Court of Appeals in a case Meridian Vista Gaming Corporation versus Honorable Laila M. De Lima and Jez Robredo. Nakakuha po sila ng TRO, nakakuha ng injunction. I don't know what is the exact status now of that case. I'm pointing this out po para tingnan uli ng DOJ if they would still affirm or they would be rejecting that opinion of mine, because this might be material relevant to this issue. Bakit ho nag-ooperate ngayon si Jack Lam? At sinasabi, wala sa inyong kinuha, you are insisting that it's covered, but as I said earlier, meron ding debate dyan sa coverage ng PAGCOR, or dahil nga yung sinasabi, narinig ko si Attorney Raymond Fortun, binanggit din ho ni ng chairman ho natin, na ang claim nila dahil sakop sila ng CESA. So paki-review lang po itong opinion ko pong ito.
Let me correct that impression. I was quoting Attorney Fortun as having said that their problem is that hindi na, yun ang inabutan lang kontrata. And he doesn't mention CESA. He's talking about the loss leader that governments often give prospective investors who are prima para, first time, so that it will include, so that they can get more investors in. He wasn't referring to CESA. I was the one who referred to CESA. Sabi ko, CESA grants the license, but the BPO is being handled in Clark, which is which is something that we should explore in terms of violation. Alright? Which we can tell Clark, huwag kayong pumayag pagka yan ay involving gambling. That's why I was telling PAGCOR should make representations with Clark or with CESA na hindi kayo papayag. CESA ka lang. Huwag kang pupunta sa Subic, huwag kang pupunta sa
Yes.
Clark, huwag kang pupunta sa Pasay or wherever you go. Okay?
I
Go ahead.
stand corrected, Mr. Chair, and I think I read somewhere, quoting Attorney Raymond Fortun, that he also mentioned something about that. They got their authority from CESA. And that's
Yeah.
why I'm constrained to...
But not in the context
Opo,
that I said.
Opo. So I'm constrained to bring out this opinion of mine. Next point po, also on the policy side of things, nabanggit ho pa ulit-ulit kanina na ang mga nagkaso dun sa mga ilang mga natira na mga Chinese nationals is the DOJ Cybercrime Office. I know about the office that was created during my time, although na overtake na po ng batas, Republic Act 10175. This is the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Pinaglaban ho namin ito noon na dapat medyo malaki-laki ang role ng Office of Cybercrime ng DOJ in the anti-cybercrime efforts of the government. Unfortunately, nung nakapasa na po itong batas sa Kongreso, I'm referring to Section 23 of the law that I mentioned. It says, there is hereby created an Office of Cybercrime within the DOJ designated as a central authority in all matters related to international mutual assistance and extradition. Wala hong grant of other powers like investigative powers, except that it is mentioned that that particular office, Office of Cybercrime of DOJ, would be part of the interagency body called Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, CICC, under the administrative supervision of the Office of the President. So CICC po ngayon, yung overall coordinating body on anti-cybercrime efforts or initiatives of government. So the Office of the Cybercrime, it would seem, under this law, has been restricted to its role as just the central authority on all matters related to international mutual assistance and extradition. But as to whether it can participate in actual raids, in actual investigation, that seems to be put under a cloud of doubt given this relatively new law. Pinaglaban ho namin yon, Mr. Chair, na sana mas broader yung mandate nitong Office of Cybercrime. But obviously the Congress did not oblige the DOJ. So any comment po from Secretary Aguirre? You might have overlooked this particular provision when you assign the Office of the Cybercrime to be the overall in terms of catching those engaged in online gambling at the Fontana.
Mr. Chair, actually, the Office of Cybercrime was there only to help, especially when many of those supposedly to be arrested have been escaping left and right. As a matter of fact, although this is the biggest raid with 1,316, we believe that around 800 of them escaped. And so we have to use all the available manpower of the office, and in view of the online gaming allegations later, we asked the help of cybercrime, the head of cybercrime, Mr. Sherwin Uy, to assist in the securing a warrant of a search warrant against one of the villas inside Fontana, and which was search warrant was obtained and around 43 online gamers or workers were captured
My
and were
question-
charged before the DOJ.
Which brings me to the clearer question. Does the Office of the Cybercrime, under the law, current law, have that mandate to apply for the warrant and also to file cases? Because as I said, it's very clear under Section 23 that it's supposed to be only in relation to international mutual assistance and extradition.
I don't think that it should be limited to that. I believe that because of necessity, if ever that is limited, but because of necessity at that particular time, we utilized.
In principle, I agree.
It's a judgment
Yes.
call of the Secretary of Justice.
In principle, I do agree with the good secretary here, because precisely as I said, we were pushing for a broader mandate of the Office of Cybercrime. But, so I think that's for Congress now to consider. There might be an amendment or a necessary amendment to make it clear exactly what the mandate of the Office of Cybercrime is. And we would appreciate the inputs of the DOJ in relation to this.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes, Senator De Lima.
Yes, the last policy question. This is in connection with my earlier line of questioning about the chain of custody of the 2 sets of cash surrendered. I think we need a piece of legislation insofar as that is concerned, because if I may ask the Secretary, what is the rule under current law in the proper disposition of money or proceeds of the crime? We assume those 2 sets of cash surrendered as proceeds of the crime because precisely cases were filed. So, General Kalima said he surrendered to CIDG, and it's still with the PNP. The Secretary of Justice said, Attorney Argusino and Robles, they said they surrendered to the Secretary of Justice, confirmed by the Secretary of Justice. They even counted it, and then finally deposited in the vault of Land Bank. Now, a parallel question would be who would now, or who has now the control over those funds deposited in government bank? And then the cases are not yet with the court. So who would have the legal custody of these 2 sets of cash? What is the proper procedure for the surrender of bribe money?
Mr. Chair, may I reply, Madam Senator?
Go ahead, please.
Actually, when we received that money, there is no such definite characterization that it is a bribe money. The 2 commissioners who surrendered it told us that these are evidence of corruption of public officers. So when we receive it, we counted it, and we were very careful after counting it in making it or in its original condition when it was surrendered to us for safekeeping.
Under whose name is the money kept in the safety deposit of the Land Bank? DOJ?
Madam Chair, it is under the name of the DOJ, and we did not deposit in the strict sense of the word before the Land Bank. It is in SDB or safety deposit box. We cannot or could not deposit it as an ordinary deposit before the Land Bank because it will be commingled with the money of the bank, and we might be destroying the some evidentiary value of this money.
So noon pong tinurn over sa inyo, as you said, wala pa naman hong indication that there could be a possible commission of an offense here, or there is bribery here, or corruption of public officials, because at that time you actually took the word of the two associate commissioners that these are supposed to be evidence, future evidence of the highest form of corruption. Now that all of these are coming out, now that they filed cases against each other, now that the NBI has filed its own case with the DOJ, what is now the true characterization of those two sets of cash? Can we now consider them as proceeds of crime or a possible crime, and therefore what should be the proper procedure in the custody of those two sets of cash?
Your Honor, first I would like to correct the good senator that the money, that the cases filed by the NBI was filed before the DOJ. No,
with the
it is filed before the Ombudsman.
Yes, yes. I'm sorry if I mentioned that. Yes.
And then may I go to one particular procedure that you mentioned a while ago, that why the NBI complaint did not pass the DOJ. Well, the practical reason was stated by the NBA Director Dante Gueran, but I would like to take exception to the fact that it is normal procedure, or it's the ordinary procedure that all cases of the NBI passes through the NBI and needs our approval before the DOJ, and needs the Secretary of Justice approval. It is not. Actually, only a very small percentage goes to the Secretary of Justice, and the NBI has been filing cases left and right directly to the courts or directly to the prosecution's office without passing through the office of the Secretary of Justice. It is not, that is the normal practice, and it is more or less not the normal practice that it should go first to the DOJ for approval.
I'm referring particularly to cases of import, to cases of public interest, imbued with public interest, high-profile cases, etc. Yes, I can agree with you there, Secretary, that probably not all the cases that are being filed by the NBI need to be cleared with you. Although during my time, I can very well say that a good number of the cases being filed by NBI would be cleared with me, especially high-profile cases imbued with public interest. And I think there's hardly any debate that this kind of a case is a high-profile case. So there's got to be another reason.
No, actually, I disagree with your assessment, Madam Senator. The case of Marcos, for the killing of the Alvera Leyte Mayor
Espinosa.
It was filed directly by the NBI.
With the DOJ.
With the DOJ, but it did not pass through this representation for
Again.
approval. Many high-profile cases, for example, the cases filed by VACC, by the former directors of the NBI, La Sala and Esmeralda, by the NBI, did not pass through me. They filed it directly with the Department of Justice.
Yes,
so
Secretary.
these are high-profile cases, but it did not pass through me.
Thank you for those factual information. That is precisely my point, Mr. Secretary, that I could not imagine myself during my stint that cases like that, or I cannot imagine situations where cases like that, these are supposed to be high-profile cases being monitored, especially by media, and then they do not pass through the Secretary of Justice. That was not the existing policy during my time.
Your Honor, actually, with or without the media, we are going to do the right thing. I believe that we did the right thing in filing those cases without passing through the Secretary of Justice.
The only issue here is on the clearance, the need for clearance with or by the Secretary of Justice. So I find it a little interesting that the policy has changed. High-profile cases, particularly the filing thereof, oath to be cleared with the Office of the Secretary of Justice. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I could not recall or I do not know of any ruling or procedure which says that all embedded cases must pass through the Secretary of Justice. There's no such thing. And if the Honorable Senator was doing that during his incumbency as Secretary of Justice, I'm sorry to say that we are not following that in my administration.
All right. I would like to terminate this case for the day anyway, but we still have the BIR, and I still have some questions with immigration. First of all, I'd like the Immigration Commissioner to bring this agent, what is his name, who let Sombrero go? What is his name?
The supervisor is
I'm not talking about the supervisor. I'm talking about the person who allowed him to go, as well as the supervisor. We'll include them both.
Jean Grace Subia, Your Honor.
Who is that?
He is the immigration officer at the counter, but there is a supervisor also. Immigration officer
Who is
Melba
the
Lopez.
supervisor? Who is the supervisor?
Melba Lopez, Your Honor.
And who is Red Martinez? Marinas.
Red Marinas is the chief of the Port Operations Division.
So we want to get Red Marinas, Melba Lopez, and that person who allowed him. What's his name? The one at the counter?
Jean Grace Subia, Your Honor.
Jean Grace
Subia.
Subia. Well, we could really shorten the proceedings. Is Marinas here?
He is, Your Honor.
Where is he? Can you please proceed here, Mr. Marinas? We really want to know how you found out that Sombrero has left. And while Mr. Marinas is going to take this oath of office, and before that, I'd like to ask Secretary Aguirre, you have an order na huwag palabasin yan, or at least, tawag nyo doon sa order na yan,
Immigration Lookout Bulletin
Immigration
Order,
Lookout
Your Honor.
Bulletin. When you found out na nakalusot ito, anong ginawa nyo?
I called up the Bureau of Immigration and the proper officers who should be manning and enforcing this ILBO. I was told that the immigration officer who allowed Sombrero to leave was suspended by Mr. Marinas, the POD officer, because according to them, it is standard operating procedure that in the event like this, where the said name Wally Sombrero is very near with Wenceslao Sombrero, should be a matter of SOP for them to stop his leaving.
I'd like to give you a feel on what I'm getting here from texts and trolls or whatever you want to call them. Alam nyo, I'm a very frank person. I'll call, merong isa dito, galing sa isang tumakbo sa nakaraan na sinasabi niya magkakasama ang mga mista. Meron silang sindikato dyan sa Immigration Commission. Dahil kaya nakokontrol yung mga yan, maraming kalokohan nangyayari dyan. That's unfair. I just want to be sure that may nangyari dito. Nasuspend ba yan? Mr. Marinas, will you please stand up and take your oath? Frankly, I'm chagrined that we have to ask these questions. Dapat we should have been told right away nakaalis yan, sinuspindi yung officer, at dapat pinarusahan kung sino man yun. Because that's really command responsibility on the part of everyone from the Secretary of Justice to to Mr. Morente all the way down to the supervisor. Go ahead and raise it.
Kindly raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you.
Say your name, please,
I'm Red Marinas, sir.
and your full name.
Mark Red Marinas, sir.
Marv
Red Marinas, Mr. Chair.
Manfred.
Red, sir. Color red, Mr.
Mark
Chair.
George. Mark Red Barinas.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. When did you find out that this guy? Ano ba, ano, si? No, the immigration guy at the desk. When did you find out that Sombrero was able to leave? How did you find out, and when did you find out?
On January 16, sir. Around 8:30 in the morning.
January
16. No, I'm sorry, 17. 17 around 8:30 in the morning, 2 hours after the departure of.
And how did you know?
The terminal head of Terminal 2 called me up, excuse me, and informed me that indeed Mr. Wally Sombrero was able to leave the country that morning.
How did he leave? Let me put it this way. May order ang Secretary of Justice. Labas sa dyaryo ito. May order si General Bato na huliin lahat yung mga nandiyan. Pinapatigil pa nga yung online gaming na yan. Masyadong maligalig itong kaso na ito. Soberano is not a common name. Sabihan lang kayo, Soberano, kay Wally, kay Pedro, kay Elvis. Checkin nyo yan. Tama?
Yes, sir.
O, paano nakalusot yun?
Sir, according to the report submitted to us by the supervisor and the immigration officer on duty, upon primary inspection, the immigration officer has doubts already that the person in front of her was Mr. Sombrero.
So, nagduda na siya?
Opo, yung
O,
pong
tapos,
immigration
ano nangyari?
officer at the counter, nagduda na po siya. And so, he referred the matter to the supervisor.
Who is?
Who is Miss Melba Lopez.
And
as a policy, when an immigration officer at the counter refers the matter to the supervisor assumes the responsibility on the decision making. And so when they verified the name, the passport in the system, the name of Mr. Sombrero did not hit in our database because the the details on the ILBO was only Wally Sombrero, but not the full name Wenceslao Sombrero. And then basing it on the details given to us, the supervisor decided to allow the subject to leave the country.
And what is your judgment about that?
It was reported to me, sir, by the
Yes,
supervisor.
I know. What is your judgment about that? I think the guy who first accosted him, na nagduda, was doing his job, correct?
Yes, sir.
He did his job. And then Melba Lopez intervened. And he said, ibang pangalan. Do you think she did her job?
She made some lapses on the conduct of...
No. My question is, did she do her job?
Yes, sir.
She did her job.
She did,
Pinalabas niya.
She made her interview, sir, and her own inspection, but based on our investigation, there were lapses during the conduct.
What are the lapses? You know, these excuses called lapses. You know, that's unmitigated diarrhea. Anong lapse? Pangalan Sombrero eh. How many people do you know? This is the first time I ever encountered the name Sombrero. It's not even if Sombrero, check-upin ko yun, kuha ko yun. Alamin ko kung ito yan. Anong lapse ni Melba Lopez?
Sir, she mentioned...
Jean Grace Subig did her job. Don't you think so, Commissioner? Nag-report siya, may sombrero rito.
Yes,
Pareho
Your Honor.
ito. Tinawag si Melba Lopez. Nag-judgment call si Melba Lopez na hindi yan dahil ang nakalagay, hindi Wally, ngunit Wenceslao. At on that basis, pinalabas na, she should be fired. Anong basis? Anong lapse? You know, I've been leading in many positions in this country, and I take full responsibility for what I do and for what my people do. My people will tell you, pag nagkamali sila, I will take the fall. I will say, it's my fault. I am known for that, even in the Senate. Now, I'm asking you, nagkulang si Melba Lopez, hindi nagkulang, hindi niya ginawa ang trabaho niya. Did you investigate him or her?
Yes, sir. We're on the process of getting more information.
You know, that is the whole problem with this government. IAS is in the process. We are in the process of filing a case. Does anybody ever make a decision in this country anymore? Kaya nagagalit ang tao sa atin eh. Pero pagka maliit na tao, may kapangalan, hindi nyo papalabasin. Pagka lalabas ang isang tao pupunta sa ibang bansa, may nakita kayong butas, haharangin nyo. Yung ilan sa inyo. Pagka may naghulog ng bala, hindi nyo na papalabasin. Didimanda nyo. Pero ito, supervisor. What is your judgment? You know, you are called upon to make decisions. That is what we expect from you. Did you think you can, this is a cakewalk? There's an order from the Secretary of Justice? I'm going back to the Secretary of Justice. Sasabihin ko sa kanya, you are equally guilty. Hindi ka sinusunod. Is that what you want? Hindi ka sinusunod, Mr. Morente. May order ka. Ano ba kayo? Di ba kayo nagbabasa ng dyaryo? Di nanonood ng TV? Di kayo nakikinig sa radyo? Di kayo nagbabasa? Laki-laki nitong kasong ito, papalabasin niyo yan. And now, we're like fools here. I'm in touch, and I'd like to inform the committee here. My staff is now in touch. Direkta na kami kay Sombero. Kung ano na sinasabi niya, nakikinig siya, alam ko. Kala ko ba, matapang yan, tao yan. Sabi niya, tatakot raw siya, may papatay raw sa kanya. He's under threat. Kaya raw tumakas siya. Nagkaroon siya ng anxiety attack. Klaseng bulahan yan. And now you're telling us this cock and bull story na hindi magdidesisyon yung isang tao nyo, may order ang Secretary of Justice, you take it lightly? What do you think of that, Secretary Aguirre? Are you being taken lightly there?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was really very disappointed as to what happened. That's why I immediately followed it up. But I was told that the one who should have held his departure was remiss in his or her duties. So I am looking forward
How long
to
has this Melba Lopez
punishment.
been there? And how can she assume a position of importance there? She's a supervisor na hindi niya gagawin yung trabaho niya. Hindi lapse yan.
Sir, she's been there for around 20 years now, sir.
20 years. Ano yan? Nakausap ba yan? Napagbigyan ba yan? Meron ba nag-escort sa kanya kay Sombero? Siya may-ari ng lumalabas. Kilala niya lahat eh. From the Secretary of Justice, Mr. Morente, to Mr. Kalima, to all these people, soberano ang nagmamaneho. Pinapaikot ang gobyerno. Tapos papalabasin ninyo, may order. It's called grave misconduct practically. Negligence so gross as to amount to bad faith on the part, not on the part of Jean Grace Subig, who called your attention. I have a problem here. This guy is appearing to be Sombero. Pinakailaman ng susunod na supervisor niya, hindi sinabi sa'yo? Don't you think she should have asked you first? Or you should have cleared? Alam nyo, mainit itong potato na ito paglabas. Teka muna, checkin natin mabuti yan. Baka pumutok yan. Order ni Secretary yan. Nobody did that?
No one, sir, unless...
Including you.
Yes, sir. I was only informed 2 hours after the departure. And as a normal procedure,
Kung
the standard operating
Kung ako
procedure.
nagagalit dito, wala akong kinalaman dyan sa ginagawa niyo, nagagalit ako dahil it's against my nature na payagan ko yung ganyan kalaking pagkakamali at hindi pagkukulang. Deliberate yan ang tingin ko eh. May kumausap dyan sa mga tao niyo, you should investigate them for that. And look at what she's doing. Humingi tayo ng medical certificate. Nakakapunta siya sa airport. Pumunta raw siya sa airport. 3 oras raw siya doon. Kala ko may sakit siya. I'm even asking right now, for the benefit of everybody here, I want him on FaceTime. I'll put him here. Ano sabi sa FaceTime? Pwede ba? You know, I don't enjoy this. I've got a lot of things to do. I've got appointments left and right. And a lot of people have done that, and we come here. I don't want to waste the time of all of you here. We want to finish this para tapos kayo, makalakad tayo. But kung ganyan naman ang gagawin ninyo na, I expect a more serious investigation on this matter. Nothing less. So you are directed, Mr. Morente, by the Senate to bring that person here and make your investigation report right here on what you're going to do with this Melba Lopez, or whatever his name is.
Yes, Your Honor. Actually, the Board of Discipline is already investigating it. We will be forwarding the case to the DOJ because the Bureau of Immigration Commissioner doesn't have the disciplinary power. It is the DOJ that decides on the recommendation submitted by
Oh, when will you submit it to the DOJ?
It's already being completed, Your Honor, probably tomorrow.
You know, in the time that I've been in government, I call it, the government will always wrestle you to death. Pag ikaw nag-apply ng permit, i-wrestle ka to death. Pagpapasapasahin ka. Pag nahuli ka sa lisensya mo, pagpapasapasahin ka. Kung nahuli ka ng pulis, papasa-pasa ka sa lisensya mo. Pag ikaw ay may problema, ganyan ang gagawin ng gobyerno, mag-apply ka sa lahat, papasapasahin ka. Ang nagpapabalis lang ay pagka nasuhulan. Kaya ako, ang laki ng duda ko na nasuhulan yan. Mr. Secretary, may I expect some action here?
Yes, Mr. Chair. As a matter of fact, it's very timely because it is only now that the names of the renewal of the appointment of these people would be in my desk was sent to me last night only.
With respect, I hope
With
you
respect
don't mind.
to all employees of the Bureau of Immigration.
With respect, I hope you don't mind. A lot of people are speculating that you're part of this. And that is why I expect your people na pag sinabing ganyan yan, gagalaw kayo. That is the problem here. Perception is more damaging than fact. That is why you have to make and exert all your efforts to try and erase that perception. That's why I'm very, very fair here. And I'm very, very frank because ang nagsasabi ng totoo, nagsasabi ng tapat, nagsasabi ng totoo. Even, I want to ask Mr. General Kalima, kailangan paliwanag dyan. Under sa inyo yan. Under sa inyo yan, Admiral Commissioner Morente. Walang spot report. Itong dalawang tiga-Sambeda na nagtatago sa fraternity to the point na napapahiya ang buong eskwela dahil sa kanila, and I'm sure Sambeda is not like that. Dapat gumalaw tayo. Alright? We have to have action here. I want to know what the action is here. I'm going to push this sombrero here. If he comes back here, we will exert all our effort. Nadali niya sa Muntinlupa doon ikulong. Kinulong ko na dati yung si Paule. Kinulong ko sa Pasay City. In my earlier life as Blue Ribbon. And I will not hesitate to follow the case of Nazareno. I don't know if it's still case law. If it is, I will follow that, where he was jailed for 6 years, I thought 6 months. What was it? 5 years. In contempt of the Senate. So, kindly give us the report right away on what you're going to do with this woman. And it goes beyond just firing her. She's doing absolute damage to our country. We're all wasting our time here if we cannot get anybody here.
Mr. Chair, you could expect a quick action on this. As a matter of fact, as in all other cases in agencies attached to my department.
I hope so. In the meantime, I will go to the BIR. Ano ang taxes na kinukulek nyo dito sa mga taong ito? Yung mga nagpapalaro dyan na ganyan.
Per our records, Your Honor, this corporation where Jack Lang is associated is all of them are registered under the Clark Development Authority.
Under the?
CDA. This Pontano Resort. Under the law, Your Honor, they are required only to pay the preferential tax rate of 5%.
5%. I know. I created that law. When the bases were kept out of here, I lobbied for that law. For Subic and for Clark, and it became the law also in CESA. Kaya lang nag-iba-iba ang mga regime nila. Nakukolekta nyo ba yung 5% na yan?
Per our record, Your Honor, these corporations, they are paying taxes.
How much has Fontana paid?
For 2013, Fontana, there are two Fontanas, Your Honor. Fontana Resort and Country Club, Inc., and the other one is Fontana Development Corporation. For Fontana Resort and Country Club, for 2013, 3 million plus. 2014, 5 million plus.
5 million plus?
Yes, Your
Pesos?
Yes, Pesos, Your Honor. And for 2015, Fontana Resort paid more than 5 million plus.
45 million? Or 4 to 5 million? Iba yun?
Almost 13 million, 14 million, Your Honor.
40 million, Fontana
And
Resort.
in addition to this honor, Fontana also remitted to the BIR withholding taxes for compensation.
Could you furnish us a more formal report? Do you have a copy there that I can see?
Yes, Your Honor.
Because I can't understand most of what you're saying. Do you have a copy, an extra copy, lying around somewhere? Can you?
Yes, have it put a copy, Your Honor.
Huh? It's the only copy we can have is Xerox, so that even Secretary de Lima and Senator de Lima has one.
Okay.
So they're paying their taxes, you think?
Yes, Your Honor. Whether they were paying correctly or not, that is under investigation right now, Your Honor. Because in line with the instruction of the President, our beloved Commissioner has issued already a directive directing our regional director of Pampanga to conduct an immediate investigation on these corporations, Your Honor.
There is a letter here from Andrea Domingo to a certain Mr. Coit with reference to the MOA executed on December 23, 1999 between PAGCOR and your predecessor in interest RN Development Corporation, and so forth and so on. In addition thereto, the above MOA has allowed Montana Casino to enjoy undue advantage over PAGCOR's other licensees. This is the one you were referring to earlier? Well, you cannot do anything about that because that's the law. There was a contract, right?
Yes, sir, but I think in the provisions of the contract, we can revoke that contract. It's provided for in the...
In accordance with the provisions
Yes,
of the
sir.
contract.
Yes, sir.
And you have required them, in fact, computation reveals that Fontana's undue advantage amounted to 13,918 pesos and change, which amounts corresponds to the difference within the license fee rate of Fontana and that paid by other licensees from 2007. The computation is enlarged here for your immediate reference. So you're pursuing them here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you getting daylight?
Po.
May nakukuha kayo?
Kakasend pa lang po namin, sir. So, they will have to
January 30.
get back to us. Opo, sir.
All right, thank you. I'm glad that somebody's doing her job, and I hope that you should go out and get all these taxes from these people. In the meantime, what about in the past? What are the records of BIR? Magbabayad ba sila lahat?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fontana has been religiously paying?
All these corporations associated with Jack Lam have paid taxes.
And of course, they have employees that pay their taxes are withheld.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you have not taxed the foreign operators playing.
That is now under investigation.
Should we
Honor.
allow that former Immigration Commissioner, now PAGCOR chairman, should we allow that sort of thing na Chinese ang mag-ooperate ito mga operations nito?
Meron po silang Philippine corporation Yung Fontana Development is owned 60-40. No?
Can you allow them, you've allowed them already, let's say, 2 or 3 years of that. Can you make sure that in 1 year they can teach enough Chinese so that they can, enough people to teach Chinese so that only Filipinos who learn Chinese, so that at least we get more people learning Chinese and get, people who will be employed in that area. For that matter, any other offshore or online gaming. Pwede yan?
Opo sir, actually yung alien employment permit na ini-issue ng DOLE, dapat 2 years lang yun nare-replace na sila ng local counterpart.
So mayroong technology transfer or language transfers?
Yes, sir.
Language skills?
Even skills transfer or expertise
So
transfer.
dapat ini-accelerate yun?
Opo, sir.
Good. So we don't have to amend any law on that matter?
Pong measures, yung implementation po siguro ang kailangan.
But in the past, how long have they been doing this?
Actually po, I don't know how nag-proliferate yung ganun kadaming aliens na nag-work sa isang place na na-issuehan kahit ang nag-issue po ata kasi nung sa doon sa online gaming po. Sa Fontana Casino po, puro Pilipino ang nandun. Doon po sa online, yung nandun yung 1,300 na aliens. Ang pagkakaintindi po namin, nakakuha po siya ng mga alien employment permits from different meron ho sa SBMA, meron sa CDA, meron sa CESA. Pero
Hindi, pero kung lumilipat sila doon, that's already a red flag na bawal yun.
hindi po dapat kasi. Kasi
Correct.
kung saan lang in-issue yung visa, doon lang siya talaga pwede.
Dapat, may violation na yan
Opo, lalo na po yung mga high-risk nationals na
May
tinatawag.
violation sa immigration yon. Tama ba yan?
Opo, sir.
Commissioner Morente, pag lumabas yung nakatrabaho doon sa Subic or sa Clark, huliin nyo na yan kung nagtatrabaho sa ibang lugar, di ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron na ba kayo nahuling ganon?
Uh,
Wala pa.
Wala pa, sir, sa time ko.
Sa dati, may nahuli na kayo. Yung mga nakaraan, yung na pumeso sa inyo dati.
I can't speak for their time. Your
Well,
Honor.
I think you better help us in the committee to find out how long this has been going on. The next committee meeting, I appreciate a report from you na sabihin nyo ilan ang pumapasok sa mga yan at anong violations na nagaganap, nakakalabas sila, na dapat natin palitan yung batas o kailangan higpitan yung batas at dapat, hindi ko naman dapat kailangan tanggalin lahat sa mga yan, pero kung nakakatulong sa tao sa Pilipinas, tuloy natin, pero kung nagwa-violate sila, dapat ma-correct natin kagad dyan. At dapat masabihan yung mga administrator ng CESA o ng Clark na hindi nila dapat ginagawa yan. Wala namang galing sa Subic dyan Ewan ko yung sinasabi nyo sa SBMA. Meron ba?
Yatang nakapag-issue ng work permit. Dati po kasi yung ginagawa noon pa, kaya lang matagal na po yan, nung ako 2003. Pag po ganyan yung mga aliens po na high-risk nationals pati, paglabas po nila ng area kung saan sila binigyan ng visa, katulad ng Clark, at saka Subic lang po noon, escorted po yan ng
Correct.
intel officer.
Correct.
Hanggang sa bumalik sila, at meron lang po silang day pass kung pupunta pa
We
sila
drafted
sa
the
Manila.
rules on that with World Bank and the Bureau of Immigration in 1992. It was painstakingly done, including cargo. Kaya dapat walang smuggling, walang human smuggling. Let me again reiterate the order of this committee that this Melba Lopez we brought here, that we have the promise of both the Secretary of Justice and the Commissioner of Immigration, Morente, that they are going to prosecute and, in fact, give us severe disciplinary sanctions on this person. I will even recommend, if necessary, that I don't know if we can revoke his passport. I'm going to check on that. Na ma-revoke ang passport nitong si Sombrero para mawalan ng sombrero ng Pilipino yan at umuwi dito. What do you think, sir? Secretary of Justice, should we revoke his passport?
I'm inclined to, and I will ask the Department of
Please
Foreign
do not
Affairs.
incline because
if-
you might fall down. I want to say yes or no.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And we will do so. We will recommend to the DFA the revocation of his passport unless he comes down within a certain amount of time. He cannot be sick forever. And if he was able to get out of this country under these very questionable circumstances, he should be able to come back. And so we will order the revocation of his passport. In the meantime, I will say it in public. The Ombudsman should be monitoring the progress of this case, and that all evidence that has been secured here should now be utilized by the Ombudsman in the prosecution of Argusino, of Robles, et al. Let the Ombudsman be on notice of that. We have 2 or 3 more witnesses. I could bring them down here right now, but I'd rather not until Argusino comes back. Until Sombero comes back. Argusino has become a favorite name here. Ano yan? I don't think we will need everybody here except immigration at the next hearing. And the Secretary of Justice should inform us properly on what has been done about this matter of the escape of this individual. But I will again have to ask the Secretary to come back here para matapos na natin ito. I'd like to finish this by next one, especially if Sombero is here. In the meantime, insofar as the police is concerned, an order was issued by General Bato to arrest Lam, and I'm going to ask the NBI and the police, in view of all these things that have been going on, that you consider bringing them in so we can file the necessary charges against them. Is that possible? Do you think there is enough ground to do that? Sir? Thank you. Because the microphone cannot recommend the nodding of the head.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. I think that General Bato's bite should be worse than his bark. If you understand me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Pag may sinabi si General Bato, dapat gawin niya.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And no push-ups. And no transfer to another jurisdiction, if I may insert a few comments of mine. I don't think punishment is done by transferring somebody to another jurisdiction. Palusot lang yan. Anyway, to make a long story short, we have the following dates here available. On a Thursday, February 16, we will call this hearing again. And the BIR, if they have any more information, please refer that to us. We will call General Kalima next time. Sino pa? In the meantime, we will suspend the hearing with the invitation for all of you to come, and we will try to make it a shorter hearing next time. That's why I wanted to extend it para matapos na today. But obviously we cannot. Wala pa si Sombero. So dapat magalit kayo kay Sombero. Alright, in the meantime, this session is suspended with my thanks. And if I raise my voice, it is not in anger again, but in passion. And as an appeal to all those to do their job religiously well. When we raise our anger here, when we raise our voice here, it means that there is a lot of frustration. Yan ang frustration na nakikita ko sa mga tao na nanonood sa atin. Sinasabi nila sa akin, dapat yung mga tao sa gobyerno magpakatino at uliin. Dami kong comment na kukuha. So, we'll temporarily suspend this with our thanks and a prayer that God forgives all of us for being sinners and not taking care of our country better. Suspended until February 16.